Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
101, Chapter 101, Kakashi in Crisis. We got 900 power stones. 900 power stones, 3 extra chapters. After a bout of killing, everyone's clothes and faces were smeared with blood. Their expressions had become numb, as if they were not taking human lives, but merely squashing ants. After the battle, Tenma and Shinko's faces turned pale. Smelling the bloody scent in the air, they couldn't help but find a big tree and started vomiting. This was their first time killing so many people. Although Ataka didn't look as bad as them, his expression was also very ugly. If you can't even handle this, I advise you to give up the profession of being a ninja. It's not suitable for you, Satoru said in a deep voice. Report to Satoru-sensei, I can keep going. Hearing Satoru's words, Tenma immediately stood up straight and said loudly, report to Satoru-sensei, I can also keep going. Shinko also said the same sentence. I know that you still feel guilty. These bandits attacked us here, so their hideout must not be far away. Let's show you what will happen to innocent people if you don't kill them. Satoru directly used Rikugen to locate their hideout. In your southwest direction, you should be able to reach their hideout in about 10 minutes at your speed. You can go and see. There are still their companions in the hideout. As for whether to deal with them, you decide. Yes, Satoru-sensei. The three of them immediately ran in the direction pointed out by Heitake Satoru at their fastest speed. About 40 minutes later, the three of them finally returned, each with an angry expression on their faces. Thinking back to what they saw and heard in the bandits' hideout, they felt that these scum deserved to die 100 times over. In the hideout, they saw bones everywhere, people who had been imprisoned by them, and scenes of them abusing people. The remaining bandits were also directly eliminated by them. Now you know why I asked you to do this. Although you killed more than 100 people, you saved even more. These damn bastards, I'll kill one every time I see one. Tenma said with a grim expression. He was a very passionate person. Seeing such a scene, he naturally couldn't suppress his rationality. He was the first to act just now. They are trampling on life. They don't deserve to be called human. Itaki also expressed his opinion. Only Shinko, her face was still very pale, as if she hadn't recovered yet. She didn't know whether she hadn't recovered from killing so many people or hadn't recovered from the atrocities of these bandits. Let's set off. In the time, we may encounter many such people. You have to be mentally prepared. I hope I don't have to explain this again. Yes, Satoru-sensei. After 5 days of long journey, they finally returned to Konohagakure village, which was a day more than Heitake Satoru had expected. On the way, they encountered many people who were eyeing this batch of goods, including bandits, ninjas, and even samurai. But whoever they met, they showed no mercy. Most of the time, Satoru let Ataka handle it. If the three of them couldn't handle it, Satoru would take action. On this mission, Satoru dealt with 3 Jonin-level ninjas. Good job, Satoru. When submitting the mission, the 4th Hokage said with a smile. I didn't expect this one mission to suddenly become 2. Should our reward also be doubled? Of course. Namikaze Minato nodded. Moreover, the praise from the Land of Iron Daimyo has already been great, and even the Land of Fire Daimyo wants to meet you. After all, Land of Iron has always been in a state of isolation and neutrality. Land of Fire is the first country to establish diplomatic relations with Land of Iron, which makes the Land of Fire Daimyo very happy. Let's forget it, I don't want to communicate with those people above, it's tiring. Heitake Satoru is annoyed by the scene of sitting together and chatting with intrigue. Every word spoken from his mouth must be carefully considered. I know, so I have already rejected it for you. But I originally wanted you to rest, but it seems that you don't have time to rest. Saying this, Namikaze Minato's face immediately became serious, and a trace of worry appeared in his expression. No way, I just came back, and they let me carry out the task. This task is related to your younger brother, Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Satoru's expression on his face immediately changed. The aura on his body became somewhat oppressive, and several Umbu who felt this aura immediately surrounded Heitake Satoru. Heitake Satoru, please calm down. An Umbu hurriedly spoke up, looking at the posture on Heitake Satoru's body, it seemed that he was going to do something to the 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato waved his hand to signal him to be quiet. You guys stay back. Yes, Hokage-sama. Several Umbu disappeared again, but the aura emanating from Heitake Satoru's body was still very oppressive, not only making people feel oppressed, but even the space around them had a sense of oppression. Kakashi went to Land of Earth to carry out a task, but it seems that he was trapped by the other party and seems to have been surrounded by the other party. Who in Land of Earth has the ability to deal with Kakashi? Did the third Tsuchikage personally do it? Kakashi's strength is now very strong, and ordinary Jonin are no longer Kakashi's opponents. Without the drag of Sharingan, Kakashi's talent can be said to have grown from small to large, and he has also mastered the Sage mode. Even if it is Kage level, Kakashi has the strength to fight. So in Land of Earth, the only one who can pose a danger to Kakashi should be the third Hokage. No, according to the information returned by Kakashi, they encountered the Jinchuriki of Iwagakure village, but it is not known whether it is the Four Tails Jinchuriki or the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Iwagakure village has a total of 2-tailed beasts, namely the Four Tails and the Five Tails, which can be said to be quite balanced in strength. But who exactly encountered it, it is still unknown. Tailed beast. How could Kakashi carry out a task related to the tailed beast? A murderous aura erupted directly from Heitake Satoru's body, and facing this murderous aura, Namikaze Minato's face did not change at all. This can only be said to be a coincidence. On the way back to the village after completing the task, I happened to encounter the Jinchuriki. If it were only Kakashi, it should not be a problem to leave Iwagakure village safely, but he also has other companions in Umbu. You also know that Kakashi will not leave them alone. Kakashi should have your flying thunder god Kunao on him, take me there. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato shook his head. Unfortunately, Kakashi has already returned my Kunao to me, in order to become a ninja who can stand alone. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 102 Chapter 102 Four Tails Jinchuriki. We got 900 power stones. 900 power stones 3 extra chapters. So now this task can only be given to you. Apart from you, I can't find a second person who can rescue Kakashi as soon as possible. Before Minato finished speaking, Satoru's figure had already disappeared from his sight. As soon as he knew that Minato couldn't be relied on, Satoru had already started to act. In just a few moments, Satoru had already reached the border of the Land of Earth. Using the ability of Mblu, Satoru had quietly arrived within the Land of Earth. However, the area of the Land of Earth is very large. Even if Satoru has Rikugen, it is not so easy to find Kakashi. On the way back to the village, they happened to encounter a Jinchuriki, which means that Kakashi and the others should not be far from the border. Thinking of this, Satoru flew directly into the sky, took off his eye mask, and carefully observed every corner where his eyes could reach. In about 3 seconds, Satoru had already found Kakashi. Seeing that Kakashi was safe and sound, Satoru also breathed a sigh of relief. His figure flashed directly, and Heitake Satoru, who was still in the air just now, disappeared directly. In the next second, his figure had already appeared in a dim cave. You really are in a sorry state, Kakashi. Satoru spoke directly, but his voice was full of a hint of killing intent. Obviously, his mood was very bad at the moment. Who is it? Hearing this voice, several Umbu showed vigilant expressions one after another, and pointed their short knives at Heitake Satoru. However, Heitake Satoru's figure flashed again, and he appeared in front of Kakashi in an instant. At this time, Kakashi's condition was very bad. There were large burns on his right arm, and there was also a terrifying burn in front of him. Stop. At this time, in Kakashi's line of sight, noticing that an Umbu wanted to sneak attack on Heitake Satoru, he quickly shouted. He had already felt Heitake Satoru's mood. If someone attacked him now, even if it was someone from the same village, Heitake Satoru might not show mercy. You're here, big brother. Hearing Kakashi say this, those Umbu finally recognized who the person was, the man known as the White Devil, Heitake Satoru. Just now, they had been in a very tense state, so they didn't recognize Heitake Satoru's identity for a while. This kind of injury should have been done by the Four Tails Jinchuriki, right? Satoru squatted in front of Kakashi, and although he was asking, he had already confirmed the other's identity in his tone. Yes, he is very strong, I am not his opponent at all. Kakashi's expression was a bit gloomy, and he was not very proficient in Sage mode. Kakashi was also injured so severely in order to save us. An Umbu also spoke up. After noticing the identity of the other party, Kakashi let the rest of the Umbu retreat first, and then stayed to hold the other party. But what they didn't expect was that when they saw Kakashi again, Kakashi was already in this severely injured state. This degree of injury can be completely healed by our Konohagakure medical ninjas. Kakashi comforted the Umbu and spoke up. But just then, a hot heat wave hit, and a bright light suddenly appeared in the dim space, and the rocks around the light had already been melted. I found you, the bugs of Konohagakure. A man with a big beard and a ponytail appeared in front of several people, but there was a swaying tail behind him. Not good. Just as the Umbu relaxed, they became alert again, their faces became serious again, only Kakashi's expression did not change at all. I'm not in a good mood right now. As Satoru's words fell, that person seemed to have been attacked, his body uncontrollably flew backwards. Then, Satoru pulled up Kakashi's body and disappeared directly. Where is the captain? Did he run away? It's impossible, the captain is not that kind of person, otherwise he wouldn't save us. At this time, Satoru had already brought Kakashi back to the village and directly took him to the hospital. Seeing himself suddenly appearing in Konohagakure, Kakashi's face also showed a shocked expression. In just a moment, they had crossed such a long distance. But soon, Kakashi controlled his inner self. "Brother, you must bring all my team members back." "I know, don't worry, just rest and heal, leave everything else to me." "Okay." Then, Satoru's figure disappeared again and returned to the cave just now. "Heitake Satoru, where is our captain?" Seeing Heitake Satoru appear out of thin air again, these Umbu were somewhat surprised, but they found that Kakashi had disappeared. "He is now in the village, you guys go back to the village too, leave that guy to me." "But Heitake Satoru, that guy is very strong, with your strength, I'm afraid." Before this Umbu finished speaking, another Umbu directly put his hand on his shoulder. "Then I'll leave that guy to you, Heitake Satoru." After saying that, several Umbu left directly. "Hey, why did you stop me just now, do you want to watch Heitake Satoru die?" After leaving, the Umbu who was halfway through speaking asked somewhat puzzled. "No, on the night of the 9 tails, I saw Heitake Jonin take action, so I am very clear about how strong he is. That Jinchuriki is definitely not Heitake Satoru's opponent. What we need to do now is just to protect ourselves." While the Umbu of Konohagakure retreated, the Jinchuriki jumped back again, but this time, apart from Heitake Satoru, he did not find a second person. "Hey, kid, are you the one who is holding the rear this time? How is the white-haired kid who held the rear last time?" Hearing the other party's somewhat mocking tone, Heitake Satoru directly gritted his teeth, his body instantly appeared in front of the other party, swung a punch, and the terrifying power directly knocked the other party's body tens of meters away. "You hurt my brother, so I'm in a very bad mood now." Satoru pursued the victory and directly stepped on the other's head and said, "Damn it, who are you?" Obviously, the other party also realized that Heitake Satoru was not simple. Magma flowed out of his body, and Heitake Satoru also took a step back. "Don't you recognize me? It's okay, dead people don't need to know my name." In Heitake Satoru's mind, the other party is now a dead person. Anyone who hurts his loved ones, Satoru absolutely cannot forgive. Arrogant. Only to see 2 more tails growing out of the other's back. His body was already covered with dark red-tailed beast chakra, and now it can be said to be in a semi-tailed beast state. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 103, Chapter 103, Killing the 4 Tails. 3 tails have already appeared, but it's not fully transformed into a tailed beast. Isn't that a bit too dismissive of me? Satoru said to himself, as if he didn't feel the terrifying aura and pressure coming from the tailed beast. "Go to hell, Konohagakure ninja." The figure of the other party jumped, and in an instant, he had already reached Satoru's front, raising his claws and swinging at Satoru. The terrifying blade directly shattered everything around Satoru, but Satoru stood in front of him unscathed. "Is your attack just like this?" After finishing speaking, Satoru clenched his fist, and a terrifying black aura condensed on the surface of his fist. Black flash. Just one punch directly knocked the other party tens of meters away. "Rashi, this guy is not an opponent you can handle now, you must fully transform into a tailed beast." At this time, a voice suddenly came into the other party's mind. Hearing this voice, the body of the Jinchuriki trembled, as if hesitating or thinking about something. "Are you communicating with the tailed beast inside your body?" Just then, a voice came to his ears again, and Satoru had already appeared in front of him at some point, stepping on his shoulder with one foot. With a slight force, he directly embedded the other's body into the rock. "Damn it, you bastard, who are you, why are you so strong?" A ferocious voice rang in Satoru's ears. As a 4 tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple is now completely stunned. Even when he is wearing a tailed beast coat, this is the first time he has been beaten up by someone. "I'm just an ordinary Konohagakure ninja, and now I just want to avenge my bullied younger brother." Heitake Satoru exerted force again, directly crushing the other's shoulder bone, but under the powerful self-healing ability of the tailed beast, the injuries on his body were slowly recovering. "Don't hesitate anymore, Rashi, if you hesitate any longer, you will really die." At this time, the voice of the tailed beast came from the Jinchuriki's body again. Rashi is currently also mastering the power of the tailed beast, but he can only borrow a large part of it. If he fully transforms into a tailed beast, then his consciousness will be instantly taken away by the tailed beast, and he will lose control of his body. "Okay, I'll trust you this time." Just then, Heitake Satoru also felt that the momentum of the person under his feet had undergone a huge change, and magma kept emerging from his body, and his body became very large. Almost in a few seconds, it turned into a monkey with 4 tails. "Kid, go to hell." After the other party came out, he first patted his chest, and then directly punched at Heitake Satoru. But when his fist fell, Heitake Satoru's figure had already disappeared, leaving only a deep fist mark. "Don't hide, kid." The 4 tails naturally felt that his fist did not hit anything. With the perception of the tailed beast, he instantly knew where Heitake Satoru was now, and swung another punch, but it was easily blocked by Heitake Satoru with a finger. "What?" Seeing this situation, the 4 tails was full of shock. How could his punch be blocked by the other party's finger? You guy, what kind of person are you? The tone of the Four Tails revealed a trace of panic. He had never seen anyone who could easily take his punch. Even Rikuta Sennin couldn't do it. Of course, Heitake Satoru couldn't do it, but he used the limitless technique to prevent the other's fist from getting close, creating an illusion that a finger blocked the Four Tails' fist. The one who will kill you. Kill me? Ridiculous. The Four Tails retracted its fist, opened its mouth, and directly spewed out a large mouthful of magma. The magma eroded everything and instantly engulfed Heitake Satoru. This time you should be dead, human. But not long after, the expression in the Four Tails' eyes seemed to have seen a ghost. Because after the magma dissipated, he found that Heitake Satoru had appeared in front of him and scathed. You're too weak, Four Tails, are you the weakest one among the nine-tailed beasts? Hearing Satoru's question, the Four Tails was instantly somewhat angry. Human, you've angered me, I'm going to tear you apart. Just then, the Four Tails raised its head, and the red and blue chakra instantly gathered on top of the Four Tails' head, quickly forming a huge black sphere. The terrifying power contained in this sphere is enough to destroy a large ninja village. Go to hell, human, tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb flew directly towards Heitake Satoru, landed next to him, and directly caused a violent explosion. The intensity of the explosion made the land of earth tremble. What happened? In the Tsuchikige's office, Oniki was directly startled by this vibration. I don't know. An umbu suddenly appeared in front of Oniki. Don't know, then hurry up and check for me. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. The umbu disappeared instantly. This time he should be dead, right? A few drops of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the Four Tails. The tailed beast bomb just now was formed by him using a large amount of chakra. The power was very huge. He believed that no one could survive in such a terrifying explosion. Is it over, Four Tails? Just as the Four Tails was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Heitake Satoru's figure appeared in front of him again. Hearing this voice, the Four Tails' face immediately showed a look of horror. Upon closer inspection, Heitake Satoru appeared in front of him and scathed. There was clearly a pit tens of meters deep around the other party, but he stood in it and scathed. You're too weak, I'm not interested in playing with you anymore. Since you gave me a gift, then it's only right to return the favor, I'll give you one too. After finishing speaking, Heitake Satoru clenched both hands. Cursed technique reversal, blue. Cursed technique reversal, red. Hollow technique, purple. As Satoru's voice fell, a hollow technique that was not inferior to the tailed beast bomb just now appeared in front of Satoru. Not good, I will die, I will really die. Feeling that terrifying energy, the Four Tails' heart was already filled with panic at this time, completely disregarding the face of the tailed beast, and quickly ran towards the back. But how could his escape speed be faster than the speed of the hollow technique? In an instant, the hollow technique directly caught up with the Four Tails and directly swallowed it. And the Uegakur village umbu who had just rushed over only saw the Four Tails being swallowed by a black energy and then disappeared instantly, and the white-haired figure that flashed past in their line of sight. At the same time, all the tailed beasts felt a sense of perception. The first to discover the abnormality of the tailed beast was naturally Killer Bee, who had the best relationship with the tailed beast. What's wrong, Jayaki? Feeling the change in Jayaki's mood, Killer Bee hurriedly asked. The Four Tails is dead. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 104, Chapter 104, The Shocked Major Ninja Villages. What? The Four Tails is dead? Jayaki, you're not joking, are you? Hearing what the tailed beast inside him said, Killer Bee immediately thought that Jayaki was joking with him. As a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast, he knew very well how strong a tailed beast was. Even if the strength of the Four Tails was not as strong as Jayaki, it shouldn't have been killed by someone. If that's the case, wouldn't the person who can kill a tailed beast be a monster? No, to be precise, it's a person who is more monstrous than a monster, because the tailed beast itself is a monster. B, do you think I would joke about this? We tailed beasts all have a special sense, just now the consciousness of the Four Tails has disappeared. Jayaki said with a heavy tone, the person who can kill the Four Tails may not be unable to kill him. Not good, I have to tell Big Brother about this right away. Then, Killer Bee quickly ran towards where Reikich was. At this time, Satoru had also returned to Konohagakure village. Seeing Kakashi, who was wrapped in bandages all over his body, if this object was someone else, Satoru would definitely laugh without hesitation, but this person was his younger brother. Even though he had already taken revenge, seeing Kakashi like this, he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Noticing Heitake Satoru's arrival, Kakashi, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately woke up. Brother, how are my team members? As soon as he opened his mouth, Kakashi first cared about his own team members. Don't worry, with their strength, they should be able to return to the village in 4 or 5 days. That's good. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. What about the Four Tails? He knew that with his brother's character, he would never ignore the Four Tails who had hurt him. It's dead. Heitake Satoru simply spat out 2 words from his mouth. Hearing this, Kakashi's left eye that was exposed outside instantly widened a lot. Brother, this joke is not funny. Even though Heitake Satoru's strength is very strong, Kakashi still does not believe that he has the strength to kill a tailed beast. You know, the tailed beast can almost be said to be the strongest synonym in the ninja world. Do you think I would joke with you? Seeing the serious expression on Heitake Satoru's face, Kakashi also fell silent. Perhaps Heitake Satoru would joke with him about other things, but whenever Satoru showed this expression on his face, it meant that he was serious. I didn't expect your strength to be able to kill even a tailed beast. We were born of the same father and mother, why is the gap so big? Kakashi closed his eyes directly. Heitake Satoru's words just now were really a bit too shocking. Don't compare with me, the more you compare, the more hit you will be. Satoru sat next to Kakashi, holding his arms and said, "You go first, I want to be alone for a while." Okay. And at this time in Iwagakure village, Tsuchikage naturally also received the report from the Umbu. "Tsuchikage-sama, Rashi has disappeared." "What did you say?" Tsuchikage directly slapped the table, and the documents placed on the table were all scattered on the ground. "It's true, Tsuchikage-sama, when I arrived at the scene, I only saw the four tails being swallowed by a terrifying energy, and then it disappeared. Find it for me, even if you turn the entire ninja world upside down, you have to find the four tails for me." Uniki said angrily. "No need, the four tails is already dead." At this moment, a man wearing a hat and a mask on his face suddenly walked in and said, "What did you say, Han? The four tails is dead?" Uniki's voice was both shocked and frightened at this time. He felt as if he had been caught in a genjutsu, otherwise, how could he hear such an outrageous news that the tailed beast was dead? "You're joking with me, aren't you, Han?" Han is another Jinchuriki in Iwagakure village, and the tailed beast sealed in his body is the five tails. "No, it was five tails who told me," Han said very calmly, as if the death of the four tails did not cause any ripples in his heart. Five tails. But who in the ninja world has the strength to kill a tailed beast? Thinking of this, Uniki fell into deep thought. Although there are many famous strong people in the ninja world, the strongest should be the shadows of each village. And Uniki also dared to guarantee that his strength is among the top even among the five shadows. But even so, he doesn't have the strength to kill a tailed beast. At the place where the four tails disappeared, I saw a white-haired figure flashing by. If I didn't guess wrong, it should be him who killed Rashi. A white-haired figure. Uniki murmured to himself. Yes, before the four tails died, it did remind all the tailed beasts to be careful of a white-haired man. Han also spoke. Are there any other characteristics? Uniki continued to ask. It's too difficult to find the other party based on the characteristic of white hair. It should be a ninja from Konohagakure. Han continued. A ninja from Konohagakure, white hair, could it be the White Devil, or Jiraiya of the Sannin? In Uniki's impression, the currently famous white-haired ninjas in Konohagakure are only the White Devil and one of the three ninjas, Jiraiya. Although Kakashi also has white hair, obviously, he has not caught Uniki's eye. Help me contact Reikage, I have something to ask him. Uniki said with an ugly face, the village lost a Jinchuriki, whoever this happens to, no one can be happy. Reikage was the first to offer a reward for the White Devil, so he should have a deeper understanding of the White Devil, so he needs to ask Reikage whether Heitake Satoru has the strength to kill a tailed beast. Now, except for Konohagakure village and Tsunagakure village, the shadows of the other three major ninja villages have already learned about this. The One Tail does not have a good relationship with Tsunagakure village, and the current Jinchuriki is still a kid, so he naturally can't talk about this matter with outsiders. As for Konohagakure village, with the Nine Tails' hatred for Minato and his wife, being able to say a word to them is already considered a good mood. The current Mizukage of Kirigakure village is the Three Tails Jinchuriki himself, so he also learned about this news at the first time. Big brother, could it really be Heitake Satoru? Killer Bee asked with a serious face. They naturally also learned from Jayaki about the characteristics of the person who killed the four tails. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be him. Besides him, I can't think of any other white-haired ninja who has such a strong strength. But now the four tails is a masterless object, let everyone pay attention to the traces of the four tails' resurrection. After all, a tailed beast is a cluster of chakra. Even if it is killed, it will be resurrected after a period of time. If their Kimagakure village has three-tailed beast Jinchuriki, then they will be the first major ninja village in name and in reality. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 105, Chapter 105, Minato's Apprehension. The third Tsuchikage quickly got in touch with the fourth Reikage. Although the fourth Reikage did not explicitly say whether Heitake Satoru had the strength to kill a tailed beast, he hinted at the third Tsuchikage through various languages. With Uniki's intelligence, he quickly understood that the person who killed the four tails could really be Heitake Satoru. Old man, we must demand an explanation from Konohagakure for this matter. At this time, Uniki's disciple, Akatsuki, began to speak. Although the ideas of the four tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, did not agree with the Tsuchikage, they were still people of Iwagakure village after all. And in the land of Earth, they died in the hands of ninjas from other villages. They must have an explanation. Yes, father, we can't let Konohagakure be so arrogant. At this time, Uniki's son, Kitsuke, also spoke. Immediately get me in touch with the Hokage of Konohagakure village, this matter will not just go away. Unaki also immediately spoke. Yes, Sachikage. After seeing Kakashi, Satoru went directly to Minato. Just now, the Umbu already told me that Kakashi has safely returned, thank you, Satoru. Originally, Minato also wanted to take a look at Kakashi, but he was too busy now and didn't have time to go around. Kakashi is my younger brother, you don't need to say, I will go to save him. Obviously, Heitake Satoru's heart is very dissatisfied with Namikaze Minato now. No wonder Obito harbors resentment towards Namikaze Minato. He clearly has the speed that ranks among the top in the ninja world, but he is always late on all important occasions. But the village should have some trouble next. Hearing this, the expression on Namikaze Minato's face unconsciously became serious. If Satoru said it was troublesome, it was definitely not an ordinary thing. What happened? I killed the four tails. Satoru said this sentence lightly, as if what he killed was not a tailed beast, but an ordinary person. What? Hearing this, the fourth Hokage was directly shocked and stood up. The matter of killing a tailed beast is really unheard of. Even strong people like the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara have not heard of their legends about killing tailed beasts. Are you joking with me? Namikaze Minato's eyes stared straight at Heitake Satoru's expression. Do you think I would joke with you about this? Heitake Satoru sat opposite Namikaze Minato, with a very casual posture. And you can ask the Nine Tails about this matter, I guess they should be very clear about this matter among the tailed beasts. Just then, the door of the Hokage's office suddenly opened, and a red-haired woman led a yellow-haired child in. These two people are the wife and child of the fourth Hokage, Kushina and Naruto. But when the eyes of these two people noticed Heitake Satoru sitting in front, the chakra in their bodies suddenly rioted, and a red chakra directly emerged on the surface of their bodies. Kushina, Naruto. Seeing this, Minato immediately shouted, and then quickly flashed in front of the two seals were directly attached to the foreheads of the two. Minato. Kushina called out in a somewhat confused tone. What happened just now, Kushina? Why did the Nine Tails chakra suddenly out? Minato asked seriously. I don't know, the moment I saw Heitake Satoru, I felt as if the Nine Tails was filled with fear and anger, and then the Nine Tails chakra was no longer under my control. Having been the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails for over 10 years, Kushina naturally also tried to use the Nine Tails chakra. Now Kushina can freely use the Nine Tails chakra. Logically speaking, the situation where the chakra was out of control just now should not have occurred, but just now the chakra did indeed go out of control. Hearing this, Minato suddenly thought of what Heitake Satoru had just said and said seriously. Nine Tails, the Four Tails is dead, is it true? Minato knew that the Nine Tails could hear what he said. What, the Four Tails is actually dead? Kushina said in a shocked tone. She naturally knew that for a tailed beast to die, it is a very difficult and major event. Only Naruto looked at his mother and father in confusion. Yes, the Four Tails is indeed dead, killed by that man. At this time, a phantom of the Nine Tails suddenly emerged from Kushina's body, and the phantom angrily stared at Heitake Satoru, uttering a gloomy voice. You guys better be careful with this man, even if he wants to destroy Konohagakure, it's just a thought away, he has that strength, his strength has surpassed Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. After saying that, the phantom of the Nine Tails once again immersed in Kushina's body. But after hearing what the Nine Tails said, both of them were somewhat stunned. Although they didn't know how strong the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were, they also learned some from the records of Konohagakure. The first Hokage, known as the god of the ninja world, almost suppressed the entire ninja world at that time. But now, the Nine Tails told them that a person stronger than the first Hokage was in front of them, it would be strange if they weren't stunned. But Heitake Satoru didn't find it surprising. He is now 19 years old, and it is quite normal to have this strength. Now he has mastered all the abilities of the Five Paths Satoru, and he has long been an invincible existence. His defense has the limitless technique, no one in this ninja world can break it, and his attack has the hollow technique. Even if the hollow technique doesn't work, he still has the domain. As long as he wants, no one can get out of his domain alive. At this time, the fourth Hokage looked at Heitake Satoru with a deep sense of dread in his eyes. He knew before that Heitake Satoru was very strong, especially on the night of the Nine Tails. He watched Heitake Satoru hammer the Nine Tails on the ground. But he thought he had the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and Sage Mode, and he might not have the strength to fight Heitake Satoru. But now he found that his previous thoughts were really naive. What, knowing my strength, so you're a little scared? Feeling the gaze of Minato and Kushina, Heitake Satoru spoke. I just want to know if you will do something to harm the village. If you do something to harm the village, then even if I have to die, I will stop you. Ha ha ha. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Heitake Satoru laughed out loud. Even if you fight to the death, you can't stop me. But I probably won't do anything to harm Konohagakure. After all, my brother and my father are still in this village. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Konohagakure still has Heitake Satoru's concerns, then Heitake Satoru will definitely not do anything to harm the village. I trust you, I'll take care of the Uegakure village side, I'll handle it well. Thank you very much. After speaking, Satoru, who was sitting on the stool, disappeared directly. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 106, Chapter 106, The Furious Uniki. Minato, will Heitake Satoru really not do anything to harm the village? After Heitake Satoru left, Kushina asked Minato with some worry. I don't know, but all we can do now is trust him. Minato said seriously. I will go talk to Sakumo, we should be able to get an accurate message from him. Sakumo? Is it the White Fan? Kushina asked in surprise. Yes. Namikaze Minato nodded. But isn't the White Fan already dead? Kushina still remembers this incident. The death of Heitake Sakumo caused a huge sensation at the time, and she even attended Heitake Sakumo's funeral. No, he probably knew he was being calculated at the time, so he faked his death. He has been living in the village under a pseudonym. I didn't expect the White Fan to be still alive, then our village's strength can go up another level. If other ninja villages know that the White Fan is still alive, they will probably be a lot quieter. Hearing Kushina say this, Minato shook his head. Now it's almost impossible for the White Fan to come out, but he is the most useful chess piece to restrain Heitake Satoru. If you have time, you should also interact with him more. Where is the White Fan now? Next to the Ichiraku Ramen, that dessert shop. Oh, so the owner of that shop is the White Fan. Kushina suddenly showed a look of realization. I was wondering why I felt that the owner was so familiar, so that's how it is. Then I'll go and get to know the White Fan better now. After speaking, she ran out directly, even leaving Naruto behind. Only Naruto and Minato were left looking at each other. Then, Minato showed a helpless smile on his face. Naruto, you must not be as impulsive as your mother in the future. Minato picked up Naruto and said with a smile. Naruto nodded in confusion, but in his heart, he thought his mother's behavior was cool. The next day, Minato had already received a contact from Oniki. Hokage, our Four-Tails Jinchuriki died at the hands of your Konohagakure ninja, I hope you can give me an explanation. Oniki said in a low tone. What? The Four-Tails Jinchuriki is dead. Minato's tone sounded very surprised, as if he didn't know about this at all. Hearing Minato say this, Oniki's forehead in Uegakure village suddenly bulged with blue veins. He knew that the Hokage seemed to be planning not to admit it, but indeed, they had no evidence to identify the murderer as Heitake Satoru. Just relying on the one-sided words of their umbu, it doesn't explain anything at all. That's right, he was killed by your Konohagakure ninja, Heitake Satoru. Oniki directly pointed out who the murderer was with this sentence. Impossible, Sachikage, Heitake Satoru has always been staying in the village, he has never been to your Uegakure village. Could it be that your Four-Tails Jinchuriki ran to our Konohagakure village and was killed? If that's the case, then I would like to ask Sachikage, why did the Four-Tails Jinchuriki appear in Konohagakure? Could it be that Sachikage wants to start a war? Oniki was so angry at Minato's words that he clenched his fists and his teeth itched. Hokage, we have already obtained evidence, the Four-Tails was killed by your Konohagakure ninja, Heitake Satoru, and it was in our land of Earth. If Sachikage says so, then you just need to present the evidence. If it really is our person, we admit it, we will compensate. But if Sachikage can't present evidence, should we also calculate the mental loss fee for the slander just now? When he said the last sentence, a trace of killing intent emerged from Minato's body. He had confirmed with Heitake Satoru yesterday that he had not left any evidence in the land of Earth. Only one Uegakure village ninja had found him, but based on the other party's one-sided words, there was no way to become evidence. So Namikaze Minato dared to say so confidently. Hokage, are you going to start a war? The disappearance of a tailed beast is indeed enough to start a war. If Sachikage insists on starting a war, then we Konohagakure will naturally accompany it to the end. The one in office now is the young and energetic fourth Hokage, not the soft third Hokage, so if a Uegakure ninja insists on starting a war, Minato will naturally not back down. Although the three ninjas are not there now, there are not a few strong people in their Konohagakure. Just Heitake Satoru alone is enough to destroy the entire Uegakure village, and they also have the third Hokage and Danzo. By then, he can completely let Danzo go to the battlefield as the Hokage. There are also the two major clans of the Hyuga and Uchiha. So if a war starts, Namikaze Minato will not back down. And now the younger generation of Konohagakure village has grown up. Heitake Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma are all elite jonin. Okay, Hokage, remember what you said now, I hope when the war really starts, you can still be so arrogant. After speaking, the third Sachikage directly cut off the contact. Minato, it's not good to do this. At this time, Nara Shikaku, who was on the side, spoke. Don't worry, Oniki doesn't have the guts to start a war. He and the third are the same, they are both old, and it is almost impossible to start a war. Killing the third Raikage can be said to be the most brilliant thing he did in office, so he will not do such a stupid thing as starting a war and leaving a stain on his deeds. If he were young, I might still fear him a bit, but now, I'm afraid they will be the ones who are scared. But still be careful, inevitably the other party will not make some small moves, the older people get, the more sinister their hearts. Nara Shikaku reminded. This made the third Hokage, who happened to come to the Hokage's office, feel like he was in a dilemma. He felt like Narashikaku was pointing his nose at him. That's right, we don't need to worry about Heitake Satoru, let's send someone to protect Kushina. I'm afraid he will make a move on Kushina. I think so too. Narashikaku nodded. The other party lost a Jinchuriki, and it is very likely that they will want them to lose a Jinchuriki as well. And now in Uegakure village, Oniki can be said to be furious, and his office has been smashed into a mess. Whether it's his disciple Akatsuki or his son Kitsuke, they dare not say a word now. Namikaze Minato, that youngster, is really too much, he has no respect for the elderly at all. Oniki cursed in his office. You know, the battle that made Namikaze Minato's reputation as the Yellow Flash was a battle with their Uegakure village, so Oniki has long held a deep grudge against Namikaze Minato, and now it is almost off the charts. End of the chapter. You can read 30 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 107, Chapter 107, Oniki and AI's plot. So father, what should we do now? Can't we just let this matter go? Although Old Purple doesn't get along well with father, he is still our Uegakure village ninja after all, and he is an important strategic weapon. This matter will definitely not be concealed for long. If other ninjas know about it, they will inevitably be disheartened towards our ninja village. Oniki's son Kitsuke spoke. Now in Uegakure village, not many people know about the death of Old Purple and the Four Tails, but they also know that such a big thing can't be concealed for long. There is no wall in the world that doesn't leak. Humph, since the ninjas of Konohagakure don't admit it, then don't blame us for being rude. I remember that the Jinchuriki of Konohagakure is the Hokage's wife, right? Order the Umbu to bring back the Nine Tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure village. Now in Konohagakure village, the only Jinchuriki exposed on the surface is Kushina. As for Uzumaki Naruto, apart from a very small number of people in Konohagakure, no one knows that there is also a tailed beast sealed in his body. Yes, father, I will handle this matter personally. Kitsuke spoke. No need, let the Umbu do it. Oniki still has his own selfishness. Breaking into Konohagakure village privately is tantamount to entering a dragon's den and tiger's den. There is a high possibility of encountering very dangerous situations, so he cannot let his son take risks. Alright. Kitsuke compromised. He also knew what his father was thinking, and breaking into Konohagakure village was indeed too dangerous. If he was not careful, he would really die. Even the Four Tails Heitake Satoru and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, known as the Yellow Flash, were not opponents he could handle. Activate our pieces sent to Konohagakure. If you want to enter Konohagakure, you still need their help. After all, they can't do the stupid thing of breaking into Konohagakure directly, otherwise, they might have been discovered as soon as they entered Konohagakure village. If it's not easy to make a move on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, doesn't he still have a child? As long as the Hokage's child is in our hands, I don't believe the Hokage won't compromise. As he said this, a sinister expression appeared on Oniki's face. He had long been accustomed to the word despicable. The older one gets, the more cunning and despicable they become, and the deeper their thoughts. So he no longer cares so much about what the outside world thinks. As long as it can make the village better and stronger, what's wrong with being a little despicable? I understand, father, I will give the order. At this time in Konohagakure village, the third Hokage was already sitting in front of Minato. Minato, I just heard your conversation outside. It seems to be related to Uegakure village. What happened? The third Hokage directly put aside the sentence he had just heard from Narashikaku. Even if he wanted to settle accounts with him, he could only do it after the autumn. It's nothing big. Heitake Satoru killed the Four Tails Jinchuriki of Uegakure village and directly scattered the Four Tails. Namikaze Minato said without any concealment, because he knew that the third Hokage would know sooner or later. Hearing Minato say this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened a lot, and the ash fell on his clothes without knowing it. After all, this news is too shocking for anyone. Even if the first Hokage Senju Hashirama was alive, he would be stunned for a while when he heard this news. You said what? The Four Tails is gone. Sarutobi Hiruzen's huge voice seemed to have penetrated Konohagakure, and both Namikaze Minato and Narashikaku in front of him felt a deafening sensation. Yes. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, You're not lying to me, are you? But as soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished saying this, he thought of Heitake Satoru's performance on the night of the Nine Tails. It seemed to him that killing a not-so-strong tailed beast should not be a difficult task. On the night of the Nine Tails, after seeing Heitake Satoru's performance, he was worried about the Nine Tails for a while, hoping that the Nine Tails would not be killed by Heitake Satoru. Otherwise, without the Jinchuriki, such a powerful strategic weapon, their Konohagakure would definitely be targeted by other ninja villages. Even to carve up their Konohagakure's territory, it is not impossible to trigger the Fourth Ninja War. Fortunately, Minato arrived in time and sealed the Nine Tails. No, Heitake Satoru also came to tell me just now, the Four Tails has indeed been killed by him. Hearing this definite answer, the third Hokage took a long time to recover. So what are you going to do? The third Hokage continued to ask. He knew that Oniki would definitely not let this matter go. If he was in office and the Jinchuriki had an accident, he would definitely pursue this matter to the end. At present, Iwagakure village does not have substantial evidence to prove that it was done by Heitake Satoru, so as long as we deny it, it will be fine. Aren't you afraid that Uniki will wage war on Konohagakure? The existence of a Jinchuriki is worth starting a war. The third Hokage said with concern. If a war is to be waged, then fight. When he said the last word, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Namikaze Minato's body, which made the third Hokage sitting opposite him feel a bit shocked. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't make a sound. Now in Konohagakure village, you are the Hokage, you have the final say, but I'm afraid Uniki will make some small moves, it's hard to guard against. Don't worry, third Hokage, I'll pay attention to all of this. Alright, then I'll leave first, the future of the village is in your hands. With that, the third Hokage turned and left. He was increasingly losing his voice in the village. Reikage, I plan to make a move on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure village, do you want to join? Sending out the Umbu, Uniki still felt a bit improper, the risk was too great, so he decided to drag Kumagakure village into the water as well. If Konohagakure village had to face two major ninja villages at the same time, it would probably be somewhat powerless. Hearing this, Reikage fell silent for a while. Uniki, are you trying to get yourself killed? Reikage said bluntly. They had made a move on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki when he was young, but they had already failed at that time. Now that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has grown up, they are not sure whether he has mastered the power of the tailed beast. If he has mastered the power of the tailed beast, then this matter is almost impossible to accomplish. Are you scared, Reikage? Uniki deliberately said this. He knew that those who became Reikage were absolutely hot-tempered people, even ordinary provocations would not be tolerated. Uniki, this low-level provocation is useless to me. To Uniki's surprise, Reikage directly pointed out his scheme. But it's not impossible to cooperate with you. At this time, Reikage continued to speak. What do you want? Uniki knew that if Reikage said this, he must have his conditions. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan in Konohagakure village. End of the chapter. You can read 30 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 108 Chapter 108 Arrival of the Kumagakure village delegation. Hearing the word Byakugan, Uniki's expression froze slightly. You really have a big appetite, Reikage. Who in the entire ninja world doesn't know that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is one of the most outstanding Kekkei Genkai? There are countless people who have their eyes on the Byakugan, but apart from a special case in Kirigakure village, no other villages have found traces of the Byakugan. Of course, he is envious of the Byakugan, not just the Byakugan, even the Sharingan, are also the main targets of various villages. Even if it's big, it's not as big as your appetite, Uniki. The Nine Tails is not something ordinary people dare to covet. Reikage said teasingly. If it weren't for the Four Tails being killed, Uniki wouldn't have made such an impulsive decision. Then I hope we can cooperate happily. Happy cooperation. Now Namikaze Minato has no idea that he has been targeted by not only Iwagakure village but also Kumagakure village. Reikage-sama, are we really going to join forces with Iwagakure village? At this time, Reikage's assistant stood aside and spoke, and from his face, he could not help but see some worried expressions. Join forces? Humph, it's just a matter of mutual benefit. Reikage snorted coldly. How could he possibly join forces with Iwagakure village? His father died at the hands of Iwagakure village. Even if he joined forces with Konohagakure, he would definitely not join forces with Iwagakure village. This time it was just a matter of mutual benefit. After this matter is over, they and Iwagakure village will still be incompatible enemies. But can our plan succeed this time? I don't know, but we have to try. If we succeed in getting the Byakugan, it doesn't matter if we sacrifice a few people. At this time, Konohagakure village was also in a state of high alert, and all the ninjas received a task to always pay attention to unusual people around them. Although they didn't know what had happened, it was the Hokage's order, so they had to execute it. The atmosphere in the village now was as if a war was about to break out. This situation continued for 3 days without any improvement. Minato, Kumagakure village wants to sign a peace agreement with us. A peace agreement. Hearing this, Minato frowned. After a war, a peace agreement would usually be signed, but for the major ninja villages, this peace agreement has no binding force at all. A war could break out at any time. So for them, the peace agreement is like a paper tiger, whether it is signed or not. So for a while, Minato was a bit confused about Kumagakure village's intentions. Could it have something to do with Iwagakure village? At this time, Nara Shikaku spoke again. I don't know, but we have to be on guard. Minato said with a frown. If the other party used the signing of a peace agreement to enter the village, they had no reason to refuse them. How long will it take for the Kumagakure village delegation to arrive? If there are no accidents, it will be 3 days. 3 days, huh? From the moment they step into Konohagakure, pay attention to their every move. I feel that their visit is not that simple. I understand. Nara Shikaku nodded seriously. As the brain of Konohagakure village, his intelligence is higher than Minato's, so he can think of anything Minato can think of. Satoru-sensei, what happened? Why do I feel that the atmosphere in the village has been a bit strange recently? During a training session, Tenma asked Heitake Satoru. Itaki also looked at Satoru with a curious look. He had noticed the special atmosphere in the village a long time ago, and even asked his father if something had happened. But the result was that his father didn't know either. This even made some people in the Uchiha clan think that the village might be going to make a move on them. It's nothing, it's just that some guys are not very satisfied, so we need to be on guard. At present, Heitake Satoru still doesn't know about Kimagakure village's intention to sign a peace agreement. Who are those guys? Tenma asked in confusion. Iwagakure village. Iwagakure village, we don't seem to have any grudges with them recently, do we? Itake pondered for a moment and said, he hadn't heard of any friction between Konohagakure and Iwagakure village recently. Well, there wasn't before, but there was just a few days ago. I killed a rather important person in Iwagakure village, so it should be related to this matter. Originally, Heitake Satoru thought that without a Jinchuriki, Oniki would wage a war against Konohagakure and demand an explanation. Now it seems that he might have overestimated Oniki. So for the time being, don't take any missions. You guys stay at home and don't have any accidents. Is there going to be a war? Shinko asked nervously. Hearing the word war, thinking of the bloody battlefield he had been to, Itaki also showed a serious look. Who knows? But if Iwagakure village really dares to wage war, then we should just wipe them out before the war starts. Hearing Satoru say this, Itaki and the others immediately felt a chill, letting them know that Satoru was serious, not joking. But the chances are probably not high. At this point, Satoru returned to his original playful state. Tenma and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, you really scared me just now. I thought you were really going to make a move on Iwagakure village. Tenma said, patting his chest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the delegation of Kimagakure ninja quickly arrived at the entrance of Konohagakure village, where they were greeted by Nara Shikaku. Welcome, everyone from Kimagakure village. Nara Shikaku said. However, the moment they stepped into Konohagakure village, these Kimagakure ninjas noticed that the atmosphere in the village was unusual. They all came with special missions, and those who could carry out such missions were naturally not weak in strength or observation. It seems that the people of Konohagakure don't seem to welcome us very much. The leader of Kimagakure village, Kawamoto Yoshizo, said with a cold face. Just a moment ago, he noticed that at least 5 Umbu were watching them. Under these circumstances, it would be very difficult for them to carry out their special mission. How could we not welcome you? Nara Shikaku waved his hand, and the Umbu quickly left. Yoshizo Kawamoto also felt the gaze on them disappear. It's just that some things have happened in the village recently, so we are more vigilant towards outsiders. We hope you won't take offense. Nara Shikaku said apologetically. He had known for a long time that the Umbu couldn't keep an eye on them, so he didn't rely on the Umbu at all. Sometimes, observing and tracking a person, the bugs of the Abarame clan are more useful. Of course not, we all understand. Kawamoto Yoshizo did not dwell on this matter. End of the chapter. You can read 30 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 109, Chapter 109, Exposed Kimagakure Ninja. The people from Kimagakure village have already sent a message. They have successfully entered Konohagakure village, and they will start their operation 2 nights later. In a secret forest outside Konohagakure village, 4 ninjas wearing Iwagakure ninja headbands were whispering. Has our informant been notified? A man who looked mature and steady spoke. He was the team leader of this mission, Sekai Okabe. He was quite famous in the ninja world and had considerable strength, but compared to Heitake Satoru and Namikaze Minato, he was a bit inferior, perhaps even less than Kakashi. Yes, they are waiting for our command. As soon as we give the order, they will immediately control the ninjas guarding the gate of Konohagakure village and let us pass. Good, then let's wait for the night when the Kimagakure ninja make their move, and we will also start our operation. Okabe said seriously. Yes. The remaining 3 Iwagakure ninjas nodded one after another. Inside Konohagakure village, when Heitake Satoru saw the Kimagakure ninja, a surprised expression appeared on his face. And when those Kimagakure ninja saw Heitake Satoru, their eyes unconsciously widened a lot. They had all seen Heitake Satoru fight with the 4th Raikage before, so they were very clear about Heitake Satoru's strength. That's why they showed such a shocked expression when they saw Heitake Satoru. You guys rest here first, and in 2 days, Hokage-sama will sign a peace agreement with you. Nara Shikaku led them to the reception area and said, what's going on? When Nara Shikaku came out, Heitake Satoru asked curiously. They want to sign a peace agreement with us. Nara Shikaku said with a somewhat helpless tone. Sign a peace agreement? Just at this time, there must be some conspiracy. Hearing their intentions, Heitake Satoru said without any hesitation, not afraid that his words would be heard by those Kimagakure ninja just now. That's right, we think so too, but they are too vigilant, ordinary Umbu can't monitor them at all. The bugs of the Abarame clan are indeed a good way to track, ordinary people really can't easily detect it. Heitake Satoru nodded. You know. Hearing what Heitake Satoru said, Nara Shikaku asked curiously. Except for him, the fourth Hokage, and the clan leader of the Abarame clan, no one should know about this matter. I saw it. Heitake Satoru smiled. Just now in his Rikugen, he had noticed that there was a bug attached to the bodies of those Kimagakure ninja, so he thought it should be the work of the Abarame clan. You're really too scary, thank goodness you're not an enemy of Konohagakure. Narashikaku took a deep breath and said, haha, I can't help it, who made me so strong, being invincible is so lonely. Heitake Satoru waved at Narashikaku and left directly. This guy. Narashikaku also smiled helplessly. Such a person should not betray Konohagakure. Then, Narashikaku also left, found the fourth Hokage, and reported the situation of the few people from Kimagakure village to him. Have you found any abnormalities for the time being? Namikaze Minato asked the man in sunglasses behind him. He was the current clan leader of the Abarame clan, Abarame Shaimai, and the bug attached to those Kimagakure ninja was his handiwork. Not yet. Abarame Shaimai answered calmly, with his expressionless face, it looked a bit cold. Alright, continue to monitor, report any information to us as soon as possible. Yes. In this way, Abarame Shaimai also rarely took on the role of the fourth Hokage's guard. 2 days passed, and during these 2 days, those Kimagakure ninja did not show any abnormalities. Could it be that they really just came to sign a peace agreement? At this moment, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. The behavior of the Kimagakure ninja this time was too abnormal, and the timing was too wrong, so Namikaze Minato had doubts about them. I don't know, but I hope we're overthinking it. Narashikaku also said with a heavy face, after all, no one wants their village to have any security risks. They don't believe that the bugs of Abarame Shaimai were discovered by the other party. After all, they are very clear about Abarame Shaimai's strength. Even if the bugs are attached to Namikaze Minato, it would be hard for him to discover them for a while. So let alone those Kimagakure ninja. Captain, we're going to start the operation tonight, do we have any specific plans? In the guest house, these Kimagakure ninja finally couldn't help but ask directly. Don't say it so carelessly. Another Kimagakure ninja quickly stopped him. Don't worry, after our observation these few days, isn't there not a single ninja watching us? The Kimagakure ninja who spoke just now said nonchalantly. What do you think, Captain? Well, it seems that Konohagakure has completely trusted us, they should only be guarding against Iwagakure village now. Kawamoto Yoshizo said. There's a situation. At the same time as they were talking, Abarame Shaimai also immediately realized that they seemed to be discussing some serious topics. Suddenly, the attention of Namikaze Minato and Narashikaku was all attracted. Through our investigation over the years in Kimagakure village, the Hyuga clan is divided into the main family and the branch family, and as long as the people of the branch family die, the Byakugan will automatically disappear, so our target is the people of the Hyuga main family. Kawamoto Yoshizo said directly. Their target is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Abarame Shaimai also directly said the information he got. They dare to covet the Byakugan. A trace of killing intent appeared in Namikaze Minato's expression. Immediately invite the Hyuga clan leader. Yes. An Umbu appeared in front of Minato and disappeared immediately. But the people of the Hyuga clan have the Byakugan, and their strength is very strong. If we fight with them, it is very likely that we will attract other ninjas from Konohagakure. By then, our plan will fail. Another Kimagakure ninja said directly. So our target is the 2-year-old daughter of the Hyuga clan leader. As long as we catch her, our plan will be completed. Little did they know, their words had already reached the ears of the fourth Hokage. Hokage-sama, you're looking for me. Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, came to the Hokage's office and said with a puzzled look. Normally, Minato rarely finds him. Do you know about the recent peace agreement that Kimagakure ninja wants to sign with us? Yes, I've heard a little about it. Hayashi sat opposite Minato and nodded. But according to the information we got, their main plan this time is to get the Byakugan of your Hyuga clan, and they have already targeted your daughter. Hearing Minato say this, Hayashi immediately frowned, and a trace of killing intent was faintly released from his body. End of the chapter. You can read 30 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 110, Chapter 110, The Discovered Iwagakure Ninja. What does Hokage-sama think? Hayashi said, suppressing his killing intent. He knew that Namikaze Minato didn't just call him over to simply tell him about this. If he had received this news from somewhere else, he would definitely send people to arrest all the Kimagakure ninja right now, and give them a severe punishment, letting them know that the people of the Hyuga clan are not to be targeted by just anyone. Why don't we just counter their plan? At this time, Narashikaku spoke up. Oh, what kind of counter plan? Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hayashi both showed puzzled looks. Narashikaku gave a mysterious smile, then slowly told them his plan. Time quickly reached the evening, and it was time to sign the peace agreement. A thick scroll appeared in front of the two groups of people, all filled with dense terms, but no one paid attention to what was written on it. I remember there were 4 of you Kimagakure ninja, why are there only 3 here now, where is the other one? Minato asked directly. Hokage-sama, the other person is not feeling well and is resting now. Kawamoto Yoshizo said, but when he said this, an unnatural expression appeared on his face, which was naturally caught by Namikaze Minato. Is that so? It seems that they might have gotten sick after coming to Konohagakure village. That should be the case. Kawamoto Yoshizo said somewhat reluctantly. After all, he was facing a village shadow now, who was faster than their Reikage-sama, so the state he showed at this time was inevitably a bit poor. And outside Konohagakure village, several Iwagakure ninja had already quietly lurked outside the gate of Konohagakure village. Calculate the time, the Kimagakure ninja should have started by now. An Iwagakure ninja looked at the night sky and said, "Yes, our people should be coming soon." Just as the Iwagakure ninja's voice fell, the gate of Konohagakure village suddenly opened a crack. "Thank you." After several people entered Konohagakure village, they said to the ninja who opened the gate with a Konohagakure headband, "You guys act quickly, I have to go back too, otherwise it will inevitably arouse the suspicion of others." The Konohagakure ninja said with a slightly flustered look. "The location of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is at the red dot on this map, the rest is up to you." The Konohagakure ninja continued. "Well done, after the mission is successful, I will speak well to the Tsuchikage, and strive to let you return to the village as soon as possible." "Thank you." Hearing this, the man's face showed a hint of joy. After all, no one wants to do spy missions. If they are exposed, the only thing waiting for them is death. So the target is indeed Kushina. In a hidden place unnoticed by several people, a white-haired man wearing sunglasses had already heard all their plans. "But this matter was caused by me, so let me solve it. This person is Heitake Satoru." His Rikugen had long noticed the few Iwagakure ninja lurking outside Konohagakure village, but he had never figured out their intentions, so Satoru did not act rashly. Now that he knows, Satoru naturally doesn't need to worry about anything. It's really ridiculous. Then, Satoru spoke. "Who's there?" Several Iwagakure ninja heard this and took out their weapons, looking in the direction of the sound with vigilant expressions. "I have to say, your Tsuchikage is really stupid. Could it be that he's gotten senile because of his old age? He actually came to carry out such an absurd mission, it seems like he's sending you to your deaths." Heitake Satoru's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. "With that look, you're the White Devil, Heitake Satoru." An Iwagakure ninja immediately recognized Heitake Satoru's identity and said with a somewhat frightened tone, "As a jonin of Konohagakure, you should know that there are Umbu protecting the Jinchuriki, right? Do you think that with those hybrids, you can really get close to the Jinchuriki?" Heitake Satoru didn't answer his question, but looked at the Iwagakure ninja spy hidden in Konohagakure. The other party is now a jonin of Konohagakure, which shows how well he hid. And Unaki, for this plan, didn't hesitate to expose this spy, which is indeed a bit absurd. In a few years, the other party will have no problem entering the core of Konohagakure. But unfortunately, he met a boss who wasn't very smart. "Run, we're definitely not his opponent." The spy's eyes were full of panic. As a jonin of Konohagakure, he knew too well how strong Heitake Satoru was. They were not on the same level as him. "You can't escape." Heitake Satoru's voice rang out again, but this time it appeared behind the spy. Heitake Satoru was saying this back to back with him. This directly scared the other party into jumping forward. This speed, could it be the legendary Flying Thunder God? The several Iwagakure ninja surrounded Heitake Satoru. They had never seen the Yellow Flash use the Flying Thunder God jutsu, or rather, all the Iwagakure ninja who had seen Namikaze Minato use the Flying Thunder God jutsu were dead. "No, my technique is much stronger than the Flying Thunder God, but explaining to you idiots, no matter how I explain, you probably won't understand, right?" Heitake Satoru said in a relaxed tone, as if he was not the one being surrounded at this moment, but the several Iwagakure ninja surrounding him. "We can't escape, we can only fight to the death. Maybe this way we still have a chance." The captain of the Iwagakure ninja spoke. "Humph." Heitake Satoru sneered. "A fight to the death? Then I hope you can give me a little bit of fun." Hearing Heitake Satoru's words, the four Iwagakure ninja and the spy hidden in Konohagakure attacked Heitake Satoru at the same time. But whether it was the attack in front of him or the attack behind him, all were easily dodged by Satoru. It was as if he was not fighting right now, but playing with them. "Your speed is too slow. How can you kill someone if you're so slow?" While dodging, Heitake Satoru taunted. "Damn it, you bastard, you're actually making fun of us." At this moment, their anger had overcome their fear. Although they were not the top group in Iwagakure village, their strength was not weak, they were elite ninjas. But now, they were being mocked like this, it would be strange if they weren't angry. Making fun? You can understand it that way. After all, if the fight ends too quickly, it's really not interesting. But you say, if I kill you, will Unaki start the fourth ninja war? After all, with our Hokage's temper, as long as he doesn't do anything to touch his reverse scales, he shouldn't start a war, right? Hearing what Heitake Satoru said, the pupils of the several Iwagakure ninja suddenly widened a lot. They felt that the person in front of them was completely a madman who didn't care about anything. End of the chapter. You can read 30 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 111, Chapter 111, Capturing the Kimagakure Ninja. If it wasn't for the desperate situation, no one would want to start a war, but Heitake Satoru's words seemed like he was looking forward to the war. Heitake Satoru's figure kept dodging in the attacks of several people. Every dodge didn't distance him too far from them, but their attacks couldn't even touch his hair. Heitake Satoru's figure looked elegant, while those Uegakure ninja looked quite clumsy. Although they were all jonin, they felt a deep sense of powerlessness when facing Heitake Satoru. Alright, I'm done playing with you. After Heitake Satoru finished this sentence, those Uegakure ninja immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. Before they could react, they felt a severe pain in a certain part of their body, then their vision went black, and they lost consciousness. I'll leave them to you. At this time, Satoru looked at a person squatting on a tree next to him. This person was wearing an umbu mask, but he had a conspicuous white hair. After all, you umbu are the ones who specialize in dealing with these guys. Just how strong are you to be able to toy with jonin? The other party jumped directly in front of Heitake Satoru, his left eyes sharing and glaring at Satoru. The person who came was Satoru's younger brother Kakashi. His injuries had been healed by medical ninjas and he had already fully recovered. Who knows? Maybe I'm invincible now. Heitake Satoru looked up at the moon in the sky, feeling a sense of loneliness as a master. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Hyuga clan, a man in black clothes and a mask quickly sneaked in, observed the surroundings, then directly sneaked into a house and took away a sleeping little girl. This is too lax, isn't it? Looking at the sleeping little girl in his arms, the man fell into deep doubt. Although they had made a thorough plan before the action, the overly smooth operation gave him an incredible feeling. But no matter what, it's good that the mission is completed. But what he didn't notice was that the little girl in his arms had already opened her eyes, and there was a hint of anger and killing intent in her eyes. As time passed, the peace agreement between Konohagakure and Kimagakure Ninja was finally signed. Hokage-sama, from today onwards, we are allies. The captain of the Kimagakure Ninja extended his hand, and Namikaze Minato also shook hands with him. Yes, by then our two villages will be much stronger together. Namikaze Minato said with a smile on his face, but a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. If there's nothing else, Hokage-sama, we'll leave first. Are you in such a hurry? It's already so late, it's not too late to leave tomorrow. Namikaze Minato tried to keep them. No, once the peace agreement is signed, I'm sure our Reikage-sama will be very happy, so we need to hurry back and tell Reikage-sama the good news. Well, in that case, we won't keep you, take care on your way. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Hearing Namikaze Minato say this, the hearts of these Kimagakure ninja were filled with joy, and their faces showed a triumphant expression. Captain, did we succeed in our mission? After leaving the Hokage building, a Kimagakure ninja couldn't contain his excitement and said, this mission can be considered an S-rank mission. Shut up. Kawamoto Yoshizo scolded him. We haven't left Konohagakure village yet, don't let your guard down. Yes. The Kimagakure ninja seemed to realize his mistake. Hurry up and leave Konohagakure village, or else there will be changes. Yes. They didn't know if their plan was successful, but since Konohagakure had been quiet for so long, they guessed that the success rate of the plan had reached over 80%. This was enough for them. Several people quickly headed towards the outside of Konohagakure village. Unbeknownst to them, all their actions were seen by Namikaze Minato. Follow them. Minato ordered. Yes. Suddenly, several tails appeared behind the Kimagakure ninja, one of which was Namikaze Minato. It's safe. Seeing the gate of Konohagakure village, the Kimagakure ninja showed joy. The Uegakure ninja who had been dealt with by Satoru at the gate had already been cleaned up by Kakashi. Several people quickly rushed out of the gate of Konohagakure village, and then gathered at the predetermined location. They indeed saw their companion and a little girl who was unconscious next to him. The mission was successful, Captain, and there were no accidents in the middle. The Kimagakure ninja who kidnapped Hyuga Hinata immediately spoke. Good, leave before the ninjas of Konohagakure find out. Once we return to the village, even if the people of Konohagakure realize it, it will be useless. Yes. Just as several people were preparing to leave, a voice suddenly reached their ears. Hearing this voice, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, which made them shiver unconsciously. Gentlemen, it seems that you can't leave. In the blink of an eye, several umbu from Konohagakure surrounded them, and the leader was the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Hokage-sama, what do you mean? Kawamoto Yoshizo asked Namikaze Minato with a forced calm. I should be the one asking you, what do you want to do by kidnapping our people from Konohagakure? When he said this, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Minato, and this terrifying momentum made the Kimagakure ninja sweat coldly. Yoshizo Kawamoto also reacted very quickly, holding Hinata and directly pressing a kunai against her neck. Hokage, if you don't want your people from Konohagakure to get hurt, give us a way out. Kawamoto Yoshizo said viciously, the hostage in his hand now was his last straw, his last chance. You don't think we've noticed your plan and are still defenseless, do you? What do you mean? Hearing Minato's words, Yoshizo Kawamoto frowned and immediately felt something was wrong. Just hearing a bang, a puff of white smoke appeared on Hinata in Yoshizo Kawamoto's hand. After the white smoke, another person appeared in front of him. The other party directly hit Kawamoto Yoshizo with an elbow strike. You dare to lay a hand on my daughter, unforgivable. The other party directly posed for a move. You are the clan head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, damn it, when did you find out? Kawamoto Yoshizo covered his abdomen and said with a grimace, he couldn't figure out why his plan failed. If you want to blame you for acting when we in Konohagakure are most vigilant. Namikaze Minato directly answered this question for Hayashi. End of the chapter. You can read 30 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 112, Chapter 112, The Angry Uniki. If the Kumagakure ninja had come at any other time, Konohagakure would have been on guard against them, but not as strictly. But they chose to come when Konohagakure and Uegakure ninja were having a conflict. Any outsider would be enough to attract the attention of an umbu, let alone a team of elite ninjas from other villages. So that's how it is. After realizing the reason, Kawamoto Yoshizo gave a bitter smile. I originally thought we could create chaos in your Konohagakure village along with the Uegakure ninja, but I didn't expect to fail. I suppose those Uegakure ninja have already been caught by you. Hearing Kawamoto Yoshizo say this, Minato's face showed a hint of doubt and seriousness. He hasn't received any news about the Uegakure ninja yet. If the Uegakure ninja have really taken action now, they don't know anything, which is very passive. Just then, Kakashi suddenly appeared next to Minato. Yes, the Uegakure ninja have indeed been caught. Hearing Kakashi say this, Namikaze Minato's face finally relaxed. As expected. Kawamoto Yoshizo gave a bitter smile, then slowly spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his body fell directly. The other Kumagakure ninja saw that the captain was already like this, and they all realized what had happened. They also spat out black blood and fell down. Several umbu quickly came to their side, checked their breath, and then spoke. Hokage-sama, the other party has committed suicide by taking poison. An umbu spoke. Humph, they really died easily. Hyuga Hayashi said unhappily, perhaps they knew, or they would rather die than live. Alright, Hyuga clan head, I will ask Kumagakure village for an explanation about this matter. Namikaze Minato patted Hyuga Hayashi's shoulder and said, then I'll leave this matter to Hokage-sama. Hyuga Hayashi bowed deeply to Minato. For such diplomatic matters, their Hyuga clan couldn't intervene, not only the Hyuga clan, but also the Uchiha clan. Kakashi, where are those Uegakure ninja? Turning his head, Namikaze Minato asked Kakashi with a serious expression. They are already detained in the umbu prison and can be interrogated at any time. Kakashi answered calmly. Good, pry their mouths open, find out what their purpose is for coming to Konohagakure, and then let the Uegakure ninja come to redeem them. Heitake Satoru killed the four-tailed Uegakure ninja. The Uegakure ninja had no evidence, but the Uegakure ninja invaded Konohagakure and were directly caught. Now Minato is making them not only lose the four tails, but also pay money to redeem them. After all, every jonin is very important to the village, especially for a ninja village that has lost its Jinchuriki. Jonin is an indispensable force. Time quickly reached the next day, and Kakashi directly found Minato. The target of those Uegakure ninja is the teacher's wife. If they fail to kidnap her, they will turn their target to the teacher's child. Upon hearing what Kakashi said, the pen in Minato's hand snapped. They really have a lot of nerve. Although he had already guessed that Uegakure village would have such an intention, he still couldn't suppress his inner anger. The other party was already planning to take action against his family. Shikaku, contact that Tsuchikage for me. This time, I want to have a word with him. Minato said, suppressing his anger. Minato, calm down. Shikaku, if they plan to take action against your family, can you still stay calm? Seeing Minato's angry eyes, Nara Shikaku was taken aback for a moment. Alright, I understand. In the end, Nara Shikaku still obeyed Minato's order. But what Minato said was not wrong. If the other party took action against his family, he would definitely not let them go. Now Minato is still a young man, it's normal for him to be vigorous and a bit temperamental. But if this happened to the third Hokage, he would probably endure it. And in Uegakure village, Oniki quickly received a call from Minato. Tsuchikage-sama, a call from Hokage-sama. As soon as he heard this, Oniki's face immediately turned ugly. Now, towards Konohagakure, towards Namikaze Minato, his heart was filled with nothing but anger and hatred. Oniki, what do you mean? As soon as the call was connected, Minato's angry voice came through. He didn't even call him Tsuchikage, he directly called out his name. Hokage, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Oniki immediately realized that his plan might have failed, but he absolutely couldn't admit it. You want to take action against my family, dare to do it but not admit it, Oniki. You really are a cowardly Tsuchikage. Hearing Minato's words, Oniki immediately felt a surge of anger. The tailed beasts are all dead, and you're just making these small moves, and even joining hands with Kumagakure ninja. You're really getting more and more backward. Namikaze Minato rarely said such aggressive words, but this time he couldn't help it. Although he also knew that in Konohagakure village, Kushina and Naruto would absolutely not be in danger, but he was afraid of the unexpected. Hokage, if you have something to say, just say it. Those Uegakure ninja are now in our hands. I already know your plan, so no matter how much you deny it, it's useless. Hearing this, Oniki's fist clenched tightly, and the table in front of him split in two. State your terms, Hokage. Oniki gritted his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. This time, it was really a loss for both the lady and the soldiers. Not only did they lose a tailed beast, but they also had to compensate Konohagakure to redeem the people. 100 million ryo, it's not too much to redeem your 4 ninjas with this money, right? Impossible. Oniki didn't even think about it, he directly refused. Uegakure village was not a wealthy place to begin with, 100 million ryo would be enough to hurt them for a while. If that's the case, then you can wait to collect their bodies. Hokage, aren't you afraid of starting a war and becoming a sinner of Konohagakure? Once a war starts, even the victorious side will suffer heavy losses. Humph, you're overestimating your Uegakure ninja, Oniki. As soon as the war starts, we can quickly wipe you out without any effort. As soon as he finished speaking, Oniki hung up the call in anger. Father, calm down. Seeing Oniki's chest heaving, Kitsaki immediately stepped forward to comfort him. That bastard Hokage, he doesn't take me seriously at all. I'm going to wage war on Konohagakure. Hearing Oniki's words, everyone around him was startled. Calm down, father, now is not the time to be impulsive. Kitsaki hurriedly said. Ask Reikage if he is willing to join us in attacking Konohagakure. Kitsaki wanted to say something else, but when he saw Oniki's eyes, the words that reached his mouth were swallowed back. He knew that his father was really angry. End of the chapter. You can read 30 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 113, Chapter 113, Reikage's Threat. Now Oniki is determined to attack Konohagakure, even at the risk of abdication. If he really abdicates, he has already chosen the position of the next Tsuchikage, and his son Kitsaki is fully qualified to be the Tsuchikage. And Minato, who had just contacted Oniki, felt Oniki's angry emotions and couldn't help but feel a lot of relief in his heart. He dared to take action against his family. Now that he hasn't gone to Uegakure village to kill him directly, he has given him enough face. Minato, you're being too irrational. Across from Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, whether it's the Hyuga clan's Byakugan or the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, every matter is very important, so this also gave the third Hokage a bit of a desire to come out of retirement. If he can handle this matter well, he might be able to regain some power from Minato. If we really go to war with Uegakure village, it will cause no small loss to our Konohagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with concern. Don't worry, third Hokage, if a war really breaks out, then I will take care of Uegakure village. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing this voice, everyone knew who it was, Heitake Satoru. Heitake Satoru, if there is an accident, can you bear it? Before the third Hokage could speak, Shimura Danzo on the side took the lead in speaking. Danzo, is it your turn to speak here? If you don't want to die, then shut your stinky mouth. I haven't settled the account with you about my father yet. A terrifying chakra erupted directly from Heitake Satoru's body, and all the people in the office immediately felt a mysterious and terrifying pressure, as if the air here had become much heavier. You. Danzo wanted to say something, but feeling the murderous intent on Heitake Satoru's body that was about to condense into substance, he obediently shut his mouth. Danzo is not stupid, on the contrary, he is a very smart person. He knows that there are several people in Konohagakure village who want to get rid of him. Even if Heitake Satoru kills him in front of everyone now, he will only receive some light punishment at most. Besides, once he dies, there will be nothing left. Alright, Satoru, put away your chakra. Namikaze Minato said, easing the atmosphere a bit. But even if Satoru can handle a Uegakure ninja, Kimagakure ninja is not so easy to deal with. We have no evidence to prove that they want to take the Byakugan from the Hyuga family, but those 4 Kimagakure ninja did indeed die on our Konohagakure territory. If the other party starts to make trouble, it will be very disadvantageous for us. The third Hokage spoke again. Hearing this, both Namikaze Minato and Danzo looked at the third Hokage with displeasure. Hiruzen, you're too timid now. Danzo said directly. Among these people, only he had the right to say that the third Hokage was timid. Although Danzo really coveted the position of Hokage, he still hoped that Konohagakure would become better and stronger, rather than shrinking back. So even though he is now on the same side as the third Hokage, he still dislikes the other's actions. Third Hokage, we Konohagakure are still the strongest among the 5 major ninja villages. Even if we go to war, we will definitely win. Minato also spoke. Hearing his old friend and the 4th Hokage say this, the 3rd Hokage suddenly felt a bit choked. Perhaps he was really old. He just hoped that Konohagakure village could develop peacefully. The 3rd Hokage also noticed the ambition in the eyes of the 4th Hokage. He knew that whatever he said now would be useless. If the other party wanted to go to war, then Minato would definitely accompany them to the end. Alright, but Minato, let me remind you. If the war causes huge losses to the village, then the daimyo will definitely revoke your position as Hokage. Thank you for the reminder, 3rd Hokage, but I think, by then, the ones who should have suffered huge losses should be them. A sharp look appeared in Minato's eyes. As long as the 4 major ninja villages do not attack Konohagakure at the same time, Namikaze Minato is confident of winning. Sigh, maybe I'm really old. The third Hokage shook his head and then sat there, not speaking. Hokage-sama, Reikage has sent a message, hoping that we can give them an explanation for the 4 dead Kimagakure ninja. Shikaku heard something like a phone in his hand. Reikage, your Kimagakure ninja kidnapped our Hyuga clan, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Hokage took the call device from Shikaku's hand and said seriously. Hokage, you said our people kidnapped your Hyuga clan, do you have evidence? Reikage's rough voice reached Minato's ears. You have no evidence, but our people did die on your Konohagakure territory, which is a fact. When he said this, there was a hint of smugness in Reikage's tone. He had already predicted that Konohagakure would definitely not have evidence of their Kimagakure ninja taking action. He had ordered before the mission that if the plan failed and was discovered, they would commit suicide directly and not leave any traces for Konohagakure. So what do you want? Namikaze Minato asked with a frown. It's simple, hand over the head of your Hyuga clan. Finally, Reikage revealed his plan. Impossible. Without thinking, Minato directly refused. He was not very sure whether the kidnapping of Hyuga was Reikage's plan or the result of a few Kimagakure ninja acting on their own, but now he was sure. So, killing our ninja, without any explanation, do you want to go to war with our Kimagakure ninja, Hokage? This sentence was full of threatening tone. Do you think I would be afraid of you, Reikage? Minato also showed his strong side. Oh, I forgot to tell you just now, that old man Unaki had just planned to join me in attacking Konohagakure, but I refused. But now that I think about it, it's not impossible to agree. Reikage, are you threatening me? A murderous aura emerged directly from Minato's body. You can understand it that way, Hokage, either hand over the head of your Hyuga clan, or go to war with the 2 major ninja villages at the same time. Hokage, you are a smart person, I think you should make the right decision, right? From his tone, it seemed that he had already taken Minato for granted. Then let's go to war. As soon as these words came out, the temperature in the Hokage office dropped a few degrees. Are you sure, Hokage? Do you really think that your Konohagakure can withstand the 2 major ninja villages at the same time? Reikage's tone also became much heavier. He didn't expect Minato's attitude to be so tough, completely unafraid of the outbreak of war. End of the chapter. You can read 30 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 114, Chapter 114, Return to Uegakure Village. The Reikage, who had hung up the call, had a very ugly face. Of course, when he said war, it was just a threat. Naturally, it was impossible to go to war with Konohagakure just for 4 ninjas, unless they also lost a Jinchuriki. If they lost a Jinchuriki, even if it was the 2 tails, Kimagakure village would not hesitate to go to war. But to go to war for 4 ninjas, it's not worth it. Not to mention whether they can win if they go to war, even if they really win in the end, the price they pay will definitely not be a small number, so they will definitely not go to war unless they have to. Reikage-sama, are we just going to let this matter go? The blonde beauty next to Reikage said, this person is now the assistant of the 4th Reikage, Samui. Don't worry, let's see what the Uegakure ninja do first. Even if we refuse their alliance, Unaki, who has lost a tailed beast, will definitely go to war with Konohagakure. And in Konohagakure village, the atmosphere was a bit tense. Kimagakure village should not go to war with us for the time being. Nara Shikaku analyzed calmly. It's not worth going to war just for 4 ninjas, unless among those 4 people there are relatives of Reikage or important people of Kimagakure village. But according to the investigation of Umbu, those 4 people are just ordinary Kimagakure ninja, without any background. Indeed, from what I know about the 4th Reikage, although he has a fiery temper, he is quite thoughtful and mainly focuses on the overall situation. He should not make such an irrational decision. Minato nodded and continued, obviously agreeing with Nara Shikaku's statement. But just in case, we still need to send some people to monitor the movements of Kimagakure village. The 3rd Hokage said cautiously. That's right, so I plan to send the Hyuga clan. Given their current relationship with Kimagakure ninja, they will definitely keep a close eye on Kimagakure ninja. Minato continued. Yes, their Byakugan is quite suitable for this task. But Uegakure ninja is a bit troublesome, isn't it? When he said this, the 3rd Hokage glanced at Heitake Satoru. Don't worry, I will personally go to Uegakure ninja tomorrow. Heitake Satoru said calmly. Good, but just intimidate them a bit, don't go too far, otherwise it will really be hard to end. Minato reminded. I understand. Today's meeting ended here, and the Hyuga clan immediately received Minato's order and started to act. Hyuga Hayashi's younger brother, Hyuga Hisashi, led a group of Hyuga clan members to the border of Land of Thunder, carefully observing every move of Land of Thunder. They have already learned about the despicable behavior of Kimagakure ninja from Hyuga Hayashi's mouth, so now all the people of the Hyuga clan are full of anger towards Kimagakure village. They dare to spy on their eyes. If war breaks out, then their inner anger will definitely make them explode with greater strength. And the next morning, Satoru went directly to Uegakure village. At this time, Satoru, who was standing in the sky, had already noticed that Iwagakure village was mobilizing troops. Even if Kimagakure ninja did not join them, they would definitely not let Konohagakure go. As expected of a major ninja village, there are really a lot of elite ninjas. Standing in the sky, he could see all the ninjas of Iwagakure village at a glance. Who's there? And in the Tsuchikage office, Oniki instantly felt a peeping gaze, flew directly out of the window, and landed opposite Heitake Satoru. Yo! Seeing Oniki appear, Heitake Satoru greeted him first. Heitake Satoru, you dare to show up in Iwagakure village. As soon as he saw the other's appearance, Oniki knew who it was. It was the white demon who killed their Iwagakure village's four-tails Jinchuriki. Ah, who would have thought that you would start a war over a little beast, so I have no choice but to prevent this war from happening first. Heitake Satoru's tone was light and casual. Looking at his state, it didn't seem like a ninja entering an enemy village at all, it seemed like he was on a tour. Humph, arrogant brat. Oniki spoke with a somewhat angry tone. At this time, the Iwagakure ninja below also noticed the two opposing people in the sky. Is he the white devil? He's really bold, daring to come to our Iwagakure village alone. Is it because he wants to start a war, so he's scared and throws himself into the net? An Iwagakure ninja below spoke. And several powerful ninjas were looking at Heitake Satoru above with a serious face. They thought of other things. First of all, how did Heitake Satoru get to Iwagakure village from Konohagakure so quickly, and secondly, Heitake Satoru can actually fly. You know, there is only one ninja who can fly in the current ninja world, that is their Tsuchikage Oniki, but now the second one has appeared. Everyone be careful, be prepared, Heitake Satoru's purpose should not be to throw himself into the net. Akatsuki reminded everyone. Well, such a powerful ninja, how could he do something like throwing himself into the net? Kitsuki also said a sentence. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. Since you're here, kid, leave your life behind. Once you die, the war will end. Oniki's hands separated, and an invisible cubic barrier immediately appeared between his two hands, and then Heitake Satoru was wrapped in it instantly. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. The interior of the cube suddenly burst out with a dazzling white light. After the light dissipated, Heitake Satoru's figure was no longer there. Humph, the white devil is nothing more than that. Oniki said with a cold snort. Then, Oniki felt as if his back was sticking to something. Is this dust release? The destructive power is really terrifying. Heitake Satoru's voice rang in Oniki's ears, directly scaring him. The right hand immediately turned into a hard rock fist, then turned around and swung out directly, and took a step back, but even though the distance between the two was very close, Oniki's fist stopped very close to Heitake Satoru. What? Feeling the huge resistance coming from his fist, Oniki said incredulously. I almost got killed by you just now. Heitake Satoru continued to speak. At this time, a smooth gap had appeared in a certain part of his clothes. Just now, Heitake Satoru wanted to resist Oniki's dust release, but when he was covered by that cube, Heitake Satoru's heart instantly felt a bad feeling. In that space, it was as if it was in a field, all attacks would hit the opponent, so Heitake Satoru immediately used blue to escape, but his clothes were not spared. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 115, Chapter 115 Destroy Iwagakure Village. How is it possible? How can anyone survive under the dust release of Lord Tsuchikage? All the Iwagakure ninja below were all in doubt and surprise, even Oniki's confidants, such as his son and disciple, were all in an incredible mood. They are very clear about how powerful dust release is. Anyone who is covered by dust release will not be spared, but Heitake Satoru has become the first human to survive under dust release. You've finished attacking, isn't it my turn next? Heitake Satoru extended a finger, and a large red sphere appeared directly above his finger. Although this power had not yet exploded, the repulsive force that occasionally came out had already made Oniki feel a strong threat. What do you want to do? A trace of panic appeared in Oniki's eyes. Nothing, just to temporarily deprive your Iwagakure village of the ability to wage war. Cursed technique reversal, red. As Heitake Satoru's voice fell, the red energy ball that appeared at his fingertips fell directly downwards. Everyone, run. Oniki realized that something was wrong and shouted directly. The reaction speed of the people in Iwagakure village was not slow. After all, there were many masters. Their sixth sense told them that they absolutely could not withstand this attack. The red energy ball fell on the ground, and immediately produced a dazzling white light, blinding everyone's sight. When the light dissipated, a very smooth deep pit appeared on the ground of Iwagakure village, and no one could be seen in the line of sight. You. Oniki pointed at Satoru, suddenly feeling a heartache, covering his heart with his hand. His expression was very painful and hideous, and blood flowed from his mouth. He was so angry that he attacked his heart. He was already old, and now he had completely lost his fighting spirit. Even flying was no longer sustainable, and he fell straight down. Father. At this time, a figure suddenly drilled out of the ground. It was Oniki's son Kitsuke, who jumped up from the ground and directly held the falling Oniki in his arms. Father, are you okay? Kitsuke looked at Uniki in his arms and asked anxiously. The village, is it okay? Uniki said intermittently in Kitsuke's arms. The village. Hearing Uniki say this, Kitsuke remembered what had just happened, looked around, and was immediately stunned. Apart from the bare land, there was only a piece of ruins left. However, in his perception, most people still have life characteristics. Father, everyone is fine. That's good. In the future, we will never be an enemy of Konohagakure, no, never be an enemy of Heitake Satoru, he is not someone we can deal with. After saying this weakly, Uniki closed his eyes directly. Father. Kitsuke's tone was a bit desolate and he shouted. At this time, Akatsuki also suddenly sprang out from the ground and landed directly next to Kitsuke. It's okay, brother, the teacher just fainted. Hearing this, Kitsuke's heart eased slightly, then he raised his head, his eyes angrily staring at Heitake Satoru. Heitake Satoru, our Iwagakure village will never let you go. Kitsuke's expression was hideous, and he said solemnly. From his tone, you could see his determination to avenge. If you have that strength, you are always welcome to come to me for revenge, provided that you are ready to die. After saying this, Heitake Satoru's figure disappeared directly from everyone's sight. This time, he did not choose to kill Uniki, because Uniki's dust release really aroused a bit of interest in Heitake Satoru. The other party is one of the few people in the ninja world who can hurt him. If he kills him at this time, the future would be too boring. When Uniki has not cultivated the next dust release successor, leaving him still has a great use. And he knows that this time he must have left a deep shadow on Uniki. He estimates that as long as Uniki is still alive, he would not dare to take action against Heitake Satoru or Konohagakure again, because if there is another blow like this, their Iwagakure village simply cannot bear it. This time, if they want to rebuild Iwagakure village, they have to pay a great price. How's it going? Heitake Satoru appeared first in the Hokage office. As soon as Satoru came back, Minato asked directly. I destroyed Iwagakure village. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. Iwagakure village is gone. Namikaze Minato said with a somewhat questioning tone. It can't be said that it's gone, it can only be said that the ninjas are still there, but the village is gone. They probably want to rebuild the village and it will take a lot of time. After the village is built, they may not want to start a war. This time, Heitake Satoru not only left a deep shadow in Uniki's mind, but also left a shadow in the minds of all Iwagakure ninjas. Facing Heitake Satoru, they probably don't even have the courage to stand in front of him. Well done. After thinking for a while, Namikaze Minato only said these 4 words. He didn't know what words to use to describe Heitake Satoru. Since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, Iwagakure village should be the first ninja village to be destroyed. Then you go down and rest first, I won't arrange tasks for your team for now. Leave everything to me for the next things. Okay. Heitake Satoru nodded and turned around and left. He knows that the matter of Iwagakure village, at most 3 days, all the people in the ninja world will know. By then, he, Heitake Satoru, will definitely be in the limelight. Although he is not afraid of these troubles, having someone to deal with the troubles for him is also a good thing. Less than 2 hours after Iwagakure village was destroyed by Heitake Satoru, Kimagakure village had already received the news. After all, they were also observing the movement of Iwagakure village all the time. Report to Reikage-sama, Iwagakure village has been destroyed by Heitake Satoru. An Umbu knelt in front of Reikage and reported. From his tone of voice, one could see how shocked he was at this moment. What? Iwagakure village has been destroyed, what about that old man Uniki? Reikage stood up excitedly, and there was a trace of inexplicable fear in his tone. Sachikage is seriously injured and unconscious. Even Uniki, that old man, can't do anything about Heitake Satoru. Reikage directly slumped in his chair. Although he had never competed with Uniki, he was very clear about Uniki's strength. Even he had to avoid the attack of dust release. He originally thought that Uniki's dust release could kill or even hurt Heitake Satoru, but obviously, he thought too much. Is there really no way to hurt him? Reikage clenched his fists unwillingly. At this time, Heitake Satoru in his eyes was an insurmountable mountain, and there was no way to overcome it. End of this chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 116, Chapter 116, Classic Bell Snatching. About a day later, Tsunagakure village also received the news. Kazekage, it is said that Iwagakure village was destroyed by a Konohagakure ninja. Raza, who was processing documents, suddenly heard the report from Umbu, and the whole person immediately froze. Is the news true? After calming down for 2 seconds, Raza asked. The situation is true, our people have already confirmed it, and now Iwagakure village has become a ruin. Even the Umbu of Tsunagakure village, when they said this sentence, could not hide the shocked emotion in their tone. Alright, I know, you can go down first. Yes. After the Umbu responded, the whole person disappeared in front of Raza. Again, it's Konohagakure. Is it possible that every era has to be suppressed by Konohagakure? Raza walked to the window, saw the yellow sand in the sky outside, and couldn't help but clenched his fists. Whether our Tsunagakure village can rise or not, it's up to you, Gaara. the figure of his child suddenly appeared in Raza's mind. As a father, he is undoubtedly unqualified. In order for the village to control the tailed beast, he made his own child become that experimental subject. But as Kazekage, Raza is qualified, he has given everything for the village. But the most important thing now is to establish a good relationship with Konohagakure. It's not that Raza looks down on his own Tsunagakure village, but their Tsunagakure village is indeed the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages. The tailed beast is the most rubbish, the environment is the worst, and the quality of the ninjas is not good. Now that Konohagakure has the power to destroy Uegakure village, then it can definitely destroy their Tsunagakure village. Before Gaara grows up, Raza must ensure the safety of Tsunagakure village. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. The incident of Uegakure village being destroyed seems to have never happened. No one dares to blame Konohagakure. They are afraid that the next ninja village to be destroyed will be their own ninja village. During this month, Heitake Satoru has been staying in Konohagakure village. Apart from teaching his disciples to train, there is nothing else to do. Teacher, when can we go on a mission? We've been staying in the village all the time, and we're going to suffocate. At a training ground in Konohagakure village, Tenma complained. Have you learned the ninjutsu I taught you? If you have learned it, then we can do the mission now. Upon hearing this, Tenma's face immediately showed an awkward expression. During this period, Heitake Satoru has been teaching ninjutsu to a few people. Uchiha Itachi doesn't need his teaching at all. The fire release ninjutsu owned by the Uchiha clan is enough for him. Therefore, Satoru mainly focused on Tenma and Shinko. After the chakra paper test, Tenma has earth and fire chakra attributes. It must be said that these 2 chakras are very suitable for attack, while Shinko only has water attribute chakra. Although Heitake Satoru doesn't know much about water attribute, earth attribute, or water attribute ninjutsu, don't forget, he has a brother who is known as the Copy Ninja, a man who is said to have thousands of ninjutsu. Although most of them are relatively low-level ninjutsu, they are already enough for Tenma and Shinko now. At present, Heitake Satoru is also directly teaching the 2 some simple C-level ninjutsu, but even C-level ninjutsu is not so simple for ordinary people to learn. And if you want to release it proficiently, you need to train day by day. Satoru-sensei, I have mastered half of it. I will soon be able to master all the ninjutsu you taught me, so it won't delay our mission at all. Really? Then I'll give you a little test. After speaking, Heitake Satoru took out 2 small bells from his pocket. Next, we are going to conduct the very classic bell-snatching test of Konohagakure. Satoru shook the bell in front of the 3 and said, "Snatch the bell." All 3 of Tenma showed a puzzled expression. It's simple. If the 3 of you join hands and can snatch a bell from my hand, you pass the test. Then, whatever you want to do, you have the final say. On the contrary, if you don't pass, you have to listen to me. Okay, Satoru-sensei, let's start right away. As soon as Heitake Satoru finished the rules, Tenma said excitedly. But Satoru-sensei, with your ability, we can't touch you at all. At this time, a sentence said by Itachi was like a basin of cold water poured on Tenma's head. Yeah, Satoru-sensei, we can't touch you at all. They have been with Heitake Satoru for a while, so they now have a clear understanding of Heitake Satoru's ability. Don't worry about this, I won't make this test so boring. Hearing Heitake Satoru say this, a hint of fighting spirit also appeared in Itachi's eyes. If he could touch the other party, Itachi also wanted to try how strong Heitake Satoru's strength was. Then the test starts now. As Heitake Satoru's voice fell, the 3 disappeared in front of him at the same time. Well, the hiding is really good. Seeing the actions of the 3, Heitake Satoru nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, his team didn't have a nerve like Naruto. Knowing that there is no chance of winning in a frontal battle, they can only adopt a sneak attack tactic. Sneak attacks are not shameful. As long as the battle can win, any means is not a despicable act. However, this kind of hiding in front of Heitake Satoru's Rikugen is like a virtual setup. The place where they are hiding has long been clearly observed by Heitake Satoru. If it is to increase the fun of this test, Heitake Satoru did not directly find them. Instead, he slowly walked towards the direction where several people were hiding. This man, his whole body looks like there are no flaws at all. In a dark place, someone was staring at Satoru intently. He had already imagined several ways of fighting in his mind just now, but after every deduction, he found that the person who would definitely fail would be him. It's clear at a glance that there are flaws all over his body, but when you observe it yourself, you will find that there are no flaws. The speed of advancement, the orientation of the body, and the position of the arms allow Heitake Satoru to take action in time in any situation. Aren't you going to make a move? If you don't make a move, it will be considered a failure in your test. Heitake Satoru put his hands to his mouth like a horn and shouted loudly. Where are Tenma and Shinko now? Just relying on me alone is not enough. Itachi immediately realized that he was not Heitake Satoru's opponent in a single fight. Just then, Itachi, who had been observing Satoru, noticed that a hand suddenly sprang out from the ground and directly grabbed Heitake Satoru's ankle. Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation Jutsu. End of this chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 117, Chapter 117, Guilty Attack. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in Heitake Satoru's ear, and then his whole body was uncontrollably pulled down to the ground, and then a figure also emerged from the ground. Satoru-sensei, you were careless. Tenma stood in front of Heitake Satoru, wiping his nose proudly. He didn't expect that he could succeed all at once. He originally thought that Heitake Satoru should be able to dodge it easily. He knew that Heitake Satoru had the strength to dodge it, so now he blamed Heitake Satoru's carelessness. I told you that this test is not to defeat me, but to grab the bell on my body, so this doesn't count. After saying that, Heitake Satoru, who only had a head left in front of Tenma, suddenly, bang, and turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. The next second, Tenma felt that his shoulder was held by a hand. Shadow clone, when? Tenma was shocked to think, but his body's reaction speed was not slow. After feeling the touch on his shoulder, he immediately squatted down and then directly swept his leg. But Heitake Satoru jumped lightly and dodged it. Tenma also took a big step back. Since he had been exposed, there was no point in hiding anymore. Since I failed, then I will defeat the teacher openly. Tenma said with a serious expression. Okay, let me see how much my disciple weighs now. After saying that, Tenma rushed towards Heitake Satoru, and directly swung a punch at Heitake Satoru's face, but he was easily caught by him. I should have told you not to use such obvious attacks. But Tenma didn't end. After being caught by Heitake Satoru, with the force coming from his hand, he directly jumped up and kicked directly at Satoru. Not bad. Satoru let go of his hand, jumped back a bit, dodged the opponent's attack, and praised. But for the teacher, it's of no use at all. During this period, Tenma's taijutsu is now considered to be among the best of his peers. After all, his teammate is Uchiha Itachi. The three of them often practice combat together, and over time, Tenma and Shinko's taijutsu has also grown significantly, but this is still not enough in front of Heitake Satoru. So, are you going to give up? I will never give up. After a glance, Heitake Satoru tied a bell around his waist, Tenma said firmly, and then rushed up again, but this time, he had an extra kunai in his hand, and at this moment, it was clear that Tenma's intention was very clear. The main attack was Heitake Satoru's lower body. Tenma's attack was very sharp, and Heitake Satoru was also resisting while retreating. After all, if you use weapons to fight with the other party, it is a bit bullying. Soon, Satoru was forced to a tree by Tenma. Then, Satoru felt that his body was directly hugged by someone. Tenma, take advantage of it now, quickly. Suddenly, Shinko's voice came from behind Satoru. Just now, Shinko had been observing the battle between the two, and then after determining Heitake Satoru's retreat route, she directly used the transformation technique to become a tree, blocking Satoru's retreat route, waiting for this opportunity. Well done, Shinko. Tenma said excitedly, and then a hand directly reached for the bell around Heitake Satoru's waist. Succeeded. Tenma said in his heart. What a tacit cooperation, as expected of my students. Heitake Satoru praised, and then turned around with force, instantly driving Shinko's body, and directly threw it at Tenma. In terms of strength, Shinko couldn't control Satoru at all, so even if Satoru was hugged by Shinko, he could easily break free. No, Satoru-sensei is pressing us in both speed and strength. If we want to snatch the bell from his hand, we can only use skills. Shinko said solemnly. But in terms of combat skills, can we really beat Satoru-sensei? At this time, Tenma's heart also gave birth to a trace of discouragement. How, can't you do it? Don't forget, there are three of you, and there is still a little guy who hasn't made a move yet. Yeah, Itachi hasn't made a move yet. Hearing Heitake Satoru's words, Tenma's eyes lit up. He is now completely submissive to Itachi's charm, whether it is Itachi's IQ or Itachi's strength, it makes Tenma admire very much. Now Itachi is already the captain of their three-person team. Shinko, we try to attack Satoru-sensei, create opportunities for Itachi, he must be waiting for a chance to win. Okay. Shinko nodded, and then two pairs of eyes full of fighting spirit looked at Heitake Satoru at the same time. That's the look, come on. Shinko, pay attention to Satoru-sensei's movements, I'll go first. After speaking, Tenma took the lead and rushed up, and Shinko followed closely. The two cooperated very tacitly and launched an attack on Heitake Satoru. Both of them are now doing their best, and they have now placed all their hopes on Itachi. And Itachi, who was hiding on the side, was also staring closely at Heitake Satoru's actions. He knew that he only had one chance. If he didn't succeed once, then their test would end in failure. Shinko and Tenma took turns attacking Heitake Satoru. Both of them didn't know how many times they had been beaten down by Heitake Satoru, but they still stood up tirelessly. Now is the time. Itachi's eyes widened. At this moment, Satoru's hands were attacking Tenma and Shinko at the same time, and there was no way to protect the bell around his waist. He directly flashed and rushed to Heitake Satoru's side, his hand like an eagle's claw, directly reaching for the bell. Seeing this scene, Tenma and Shinko both showed a smile on their faces. They saw that Itachi had touched the bell. As long as they pulled it gently, the bell would come down. The battle is over. Just when everyone thought they were about to succeed, Heitake Satoru somehow freed a hand, directly grabbed Itake's arm, and announced the end of the battle. He knew that Tenma and Shinko were now fighting entirely on faith. Now that they saw Itake's arm being caught, their inner faith had collapsed. In an instant, a surprised expression appeared on Itake's face. He didn't expect that he would be caught so easily. "I'm sorry." Satoru let go of Itake's arm. Itake looked at Tenma and Shinko with a guilty and lost face. He felt that it was his lack of strength that led to the failure of his plan this time. He had calculated very well and the timing of his shot was also very good, but in the end, it was still not the result he wanted. "It's okay." Tenma sat on the ground, smiling and comforting. "Itake, you've done well enough, but after all, our opponent is Satoru-sensei, so if we win, that would be an abnormal thing." End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 118, Chapter 118, The Price of Opening Sharingan. Although your cooperation is not bad, your individual strength is too weak. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is just a trick, so strive to make yourself stronger. Today's training ends here. I'll give you 3 days off, and after 3 days, start taking tasks again. Originally a little lost, Tenma heard the last sentence. His face immediately became excited. "Yes, Satoru-sensei." Then, Heitake Satoru left a message, leaving only Tenma and the others. "Itake, are you okay?" Shinko noticed that Itake's face had been very ugly, and asked. "I'm fine." Itake replied with a slight smile, but his expression looked very reluctant. "Itake, none of us blame you, so don't take it to heart." Tenma stood up, patted Itake on the shoulder and said, "I know, but we've worked so hard, but it's still useless." Itake clenched his fist and said, "No, who says it's useless? At least we have gained combat experience in this battle, and at least we touched the bell. Next time, we will definitely be able to snatch the bell from Satoru-sensei." "Yeah, Itake, don't blame yourself." Shinko also comforted. "I'm fine, I'll go first." After speaking, he left without waiting for the two to say goodbye. Shinko was going to say something, but was directly held down by Tenma. Tenma shook his head at Shinko. Let him calm down, this blow might have been a bit too big for him. Both of them noticed that Itake's figure was somewhat low. Itake now feels that he is too weak, disappointing Tenma and Shinko's expectations. They had put all their hopes on him, but in the end, he still let them down. He returned home with a gloomy look, and everyone in the house noticed Itake's abnormality. Even Sasuke, who was only 2 years old, walked to Itake's side, swaying and not daring to speak. "What's wrong, Itake? You have such an expression on your face, it's not like you." Uchiha Fugaku put down the book in his hand and asked. Itake used to show a thoughtful expression, but he would never be as gloomy as he is now, frowning. "Today, Satoru-sensei arranged a test for us, but we failed. I feel that the final reason for the failure was me. Tenma and Shinko have tried so hard, but in the end, I was still a bit short." Itake said with an unwilling expression on his face. He has been thinking in his mind, if his speed is a little faster, can he snatch that bell? "Although I don't know what test he set for you, but if he doesn't want you to pass, it's normal for you not to pass his test." Fugaku said flatly. "You should know that Uegakure village was destroyed a while ago, right?" "Yes, father, I have heard about this." Uchiha Itake nodded and said. "And the person who did this is Heitake Satoru. This is no secret in the ninja world. His strength has become terrifying and fearful. He destroyed a ninja village with his own power. I don't know if such a person will appear again in the future, but before him, no one has done it." Hearing Fugaku's words, Uchiha Itake's eyes widened. "Was that done by Satoru-sensei?" Uchiha Itake said in a very surprised tone. "Yes, so his test for you, if he doesn't want you to pass, you absolutely can't pass. So you don't need to be discouraged, after all, he is too powerful, so powerful that people can't help but feel a little desperate." When he said this, Uchiha Fugaku's face became much more serious. Although he has now opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he still doesn't think he will be Heitake Satoru's opponent. Because he can't destroy a large ninja village with his own power. Hearing this, Itake pondered for a while, but his self-blame in his heart still did not decrease. "Father, I want to become stronger." Itake raised his head and looked at Fugaku with a firm gaze. Hearing this, Fugaku was stunned. His son is already the strongest among his peers. If he develops slowly, he can definitely become a strong man standing at the top of the world. But when he noticed Itake's firm gaze, he knew that Itake had made a big decision. "Okay, then I will personally teach you to become stronger in the next few days." A smile appeared on Itake's face. "Thank you, father. Itake, you are the future of our clan, so you need to become stronger to prevent possible tragedies from happening." Although Itake still doesn't understand what tragedy Fugaku is talking about, he still nods seriously. In the next few days, he has been training with Fugaku, but because Itake's body has not fully developed yet, and his chakra is still very small, so some of the Uchiha clan's secret techniques Itake can't use, and most of the Uchiha clan's secret techniques require Sharingan as an aid, but Fugaku still gave it to Itake in advance. "Itake, you are really my son. Your talent is definitely the best I have ever seen." Even the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, may not have such a strong talent as you. Although Fugaku has long known that his son's talent is very good, after these days of personal teaching, it has made Fugaku understand Itake's terrifying talent even more. Once your Sharingan opens, your strength will have a leap-forward development. By then, even if it is Jonin, I believe Itake, you also have the strength to fight them. He should have been a strict father, but now Fugaku is not stingy with his praise for Itake, because Itake really satisfies him. He can't find any shortcomings in his son. Father, how can I open Sharingan? Hearing Itake ask so suddenly, Fugaku was a little stunned. If possible, I hope you never open Sharingan. Fugaku sighed. Why? Itake asked with a puzzled tone. You will know in the future, to get the power of Sharingan, you need to pay a certain price. Price? Is it serious? Itake heard his father's tone a bit low. For some people, this price may be very large. Speaking of this, Fugaku remembered the first time he opened his eyes, his best friend died in front of him. At that time, he also went through a long period of time before he came out of that sentimental mood. So what was the price father paid at the beginning? Itake continued to ask. The departure of a friend. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 119, Chapter 119, Conversation between Fugaku and Satoru. Hearing these 5 short words, Itake's pupils were somewhat shocked. As a person with very mature thinking, he naturally knew that the departure of the 2 words expressed definitely not just the literal meaning. If it is to pay this price to open Sharingan, then I would rather not have these eyes. Itake stared at Fugaku's eyes and said seriously. Even if you don't want your own eyes, some things must be experienced, can't escape, can't hide. The Uchiha clan used to have people like Itake who had very naive ideas, but without exception, even if they didn't want the power of the Uchiha clan, this power still existed in their bodies. Everyone can't avoid the departure of a close friend or relative, no one knows whether tomorrow or accident will come first, but at least when the Uchiha clan lose these things, they will also get corresponding rewards. I will protect everyone around me. Itake said seriously. Fugaku's eyes were also staring straight at Itake's eyes. I hope you can do what you say, but there is not only one way to open the Sharingan. What I just told you is the most cruel method. Generally, people with higher talents, as long as their emotions fluctuate violently, also have a chance to open their eyes, but this chance is very small. But if it's you, Itake, I believe you can do it. Even if Itake wants to open his eyes in the first way, it's hard. Just then, a voice suddenly reached the ears of the 2 of them. The 2 looked in the direction where the voice came from, and saw that Heitake Satoru had appeared on a tree next to them at some point. From what he said, it was obvious that he had been here for a long time. Satoru-sensei, why are you here? Itake asked curiously. It's normal to come and see what my best student is doing. Then, Satoru jumped down from the tree and landed in front of the 2. Heitake Satoru, I've heard a lot about you, daimyo. Fugaku extended a hand to Satoru. I've heard a lot about you, daimyo, Patriarch Fugaku. Satoru also extended a hand to shake his. Thanks to your teaching, our Itake has become so strong. The main thing is that Itake's talent is good enough, and he works hard on his own. Even without me, Itake can become stronger. Hearing what Heitake Satoru said, a smile appeared on Fugaku's face. After all, everyone wants to hear praise for their son from others. Although Heitake Satoru and Uchiha Fugaku are both jonin of Konohagakure village, they rarely meet. Heitake Satoru often disappears when he is alone, and Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan head of the Uchiha clan, is naturally very busy and rarely leaves the Uchiha clan. But Fugaku has always wanted to find an opportunity to meet Heitake Satoru. In addition to thanking him for his teaching to his son, he also wants to see where Heitake Satoru is different from ordinary people and has such a strong strength. But what does that sentence mean just now? Uchiha Fugaku asked somewhat puzzled. For Itake, there are very few people who can enter his heart. The first is his family, but I think clan head Fugaku will definitely protect his family. That's for sure. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. With his Mangekyo Sharingan, he is confident that he can protect his family under any circumstances. Secondly, it's Itake's teammates, that is, us. But my strength doesn't need to be said much, the person who wants to kill on my hand has not been born yet. That's true. Fugaku nodded again, although he had never seen Heitake Satoru make a move, but he knew that Heitake Satoru was a person stronger than him, which is also the reason why Fugaku let Itake stay in Heitake Satoru's team. Heitake Satoru has enough strength to protect Itake's safety. If it was just an ordinary jonin leading Itake, Fugaku would have protested against the 4th Hokage long ago. Finally, it's Itake's best friend. As far as I know, Itake only has one best friend, that is Uchiha Shisui, and Shisui's strength naturally doesn't need me to say much. I think you knows better than me how strong Shisui's strength is, so considering the above points, I think Itake's eye-opening experience will not be as tragic as clan head Fugaku. Indeed, your strength and intelligence are very superb. I am really relieved to give Itake to you. Heitake Satoru, would you like to come to my house for a chat, so that I can do my duty as a host and treat you well? That's not necessary, I just want to tell Itake, don't forget about the gathering tomorrow, although training is important, but the mission is also very important. Don't worry, Satoru-sensei, I will definitely gather on time tomorrow. Well, then I'll go first, Patriarch Fugaku, see you when I have a chance. Okay, Heitake Satoru, you must come to my house for a chat when you have a chance. After speaking, Heitake Satoru's figure directly disappeared in front of the two. Then, Fugaku's face immediately became very serious. What's wrong, father? Itakin noticed the change in Fugaku's face and asked. Indeed, after observing us there for so long, I didn't notice him at all. He, who had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, even if he didn't open his eyes normally, his perception was much stronger than ordinary people, but just now he didn't notice Satoru's trace at all, which is really terrifying. Thinking of this, a cold sweat appeared on Fugaku's body. If Heitake Satoru wanted to harm him just now, he might not even have a chance to resist. Heitake Satoru, who had returned home, also carefully recalled the scene of meeting Fugaku just now. Before he was exposed, Fugaku behaved very normally, but after he spoke out, Fugaku's whole body was full of vigilance, and all the muscles on his body were fully activated. As long as Satoru makes any action that is detrimental to the two, Fugaku will react at the first time. And through the observation of Rikugen, he also saw a very special chakra in Fugaku's eyes. This chakra is very powerful and weird. This made Satoru suddenly interested in the Itsusuki clan. You know, almost every Itsusuki clan has their own special abilities, and for them, the White Eye and the Reincarnation Eye are already commonplace. If I fight with them, it shouldn't be so boring. Satoru showed an expectant expression on his face. But it's too early to think about these things now. The real debut of the Itsusuki clan should be said to be the time of Boruto. I must take a stroll in the Itsusuki clan's headquarters when I have a chance. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 120, Chapter 120, Deidara's Unwillingness. In a blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. Almost everyone in the ninja world tacitly keeps silent about Iwagakure village and Heitake Satoru. Iwagakure village seems to have no intention of revenge for the time being. Although the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village is still Uniki, he has no ambition for revenge at this time. He doesn't want the newly built village to experience destruction again. What Heitake Satoru did to Iwagakure village has now become Uniki's nightmare. He dreams of that scene almost every night and then wakes up in shock. Yo, old man, having that nightmare again. When Uniki woke up again in the middle of the night, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Uniki turned his head and saw a blond boy playing with the clay in his hand. Deidara, you little rascal, why aren't you sleeping and coming here? Uniki scolded softly. This little devil is Deidara, one of Uniki's disciples, and also the one that Uniki is most satisfied with. Humph, who doesn't know that you, old man, have a habit of having nightmares every night? In case you die suddenly in your dream, we can know the news as soon as possible. You kid, you really can't say a nice word. Since everyone knew that Uniki would have nightmares at night, almost every night someone would take turns to accompany him. Although it couldn't alleviate his nightmares every night, at least when he woke up, he wasn't so scared. Don't worry, old man, I will definitely kill him in the future and avenge Iwagakure village. Then, Deidara said this sentence with a serious expression and serious eyes. No. Without even thinking about it, Uniki directly stopped Deidara's idea. Old man, you're not scared, are you? Hearing Deidara's question, Uniki was silent. He was indeed scared. He had lived for so many years, and the last time he felt fear was when he was facing Uchiha Madara. Since the last time he woke up from a coma and saw Iwagakure village turned into ruins, only he knew how desperate Uniki was. He can live now, which can be said that his mentality is very good and his will is very firm. You doesn't seem like the Tsuchikage I know. Deidara continued to speak, and Uniki still didn't answer. But no matter what, old man, rest assured, I will definitely avenge you. Whether it's Heitake Satoru or Konohagakure village, they will all be destroyed under my art. Half a year ago, during that destruction, Deidara was also in Iwagakure village. He was practicing at the time, and then he suddenly fainted for some reason. When he woke up again, he found that Iwagakure village had changed. Although he knows that Heitake Satoru is very strong, after all, he is the man who defeated the Tsuchikage and destroyed Iwagakure village, but Deidara thinks he can become stronger, can surpass him, and can destroy a ninja village. With his art, he can do it. You are not his opponent, your so-called art doesn't even have a chance to touch him. Although Uniki was very reluctant to hit his disciple's confidence, he really didn't want his disciple to go to his death. After Iwagakure village was destroyed, Uniki also found Reikage and discussed Heitake Satoru's matter in detail. As for the outsiders now, who knows Heitake Satoru best, it is none other than Reikage. From Reikage's mouth, Uniki learned a very shocking thing, that is, Heitake Satoru has an ability that can be said to be absolute defense. This also reminded Uniki that when he attacked Heitake Satoru with his fist, the other party didn't avoid it at all. At that time, he thought that his fist was blocked by a special ninjutsu, but when he heard Reikage say that, he knew that it was blocked by Heitake Satoru's special absolute defense. If Heitake Satoru's absolute defense is not broken, then they absolutely have no way to defeat him. Although Deidara's clay explosion is very powerful, but no matter how powerful it is not as powerful as Raikage's lightning release armor, and it is not as powerful as the tailed beast bomb. Don't look down on me, old man. Hearing Uniki say this, Deidara was immediately a little angry. My art is the strongest. Sigh. Seeing Deidara's appearance, Uniki sighed helplessly. He knew that the super high talent made Deidara develop a very arrogant mentality, and this mentality also caused Deidara to not listen to this kind of talk at all. He didn't know, if Deidara went to find Heitake Satoru without knowing the height of the sky, how could he survive, hoping that Heitake Satoru would show mercy. This is obviously an impossible thing. Expecting the enemy to show mercy, it's better to expect yourself to run faster. Deidara left angrily, but before leaving, he also left a few small spiders in the room. Damn old man, he doesn't believe in my strength. Explode. After walking a certain distance, Deidara made a hand seal, and then the room exploded instantly. Deidara, you bastard. A voice of anger and frustration came out directly. This is Uniki's voice. Humph, let you look down on me. But Deidara also had a measure when he made a move. He knew that this scale of explosion would not hurt Uniki at all, but it could make Uniki embarrassed, such as being smoked black and having his hair exploded. Deidara, you did a bit too much. While Deidara was still secretly proud of his methods, he suddenly felt as if he had hit something, and then a voice rang in his ear. Brother Kitsuke, why are you here? Deidara asked curiously. You blew up that Tsuchikage's bedroom, so naturally, I would be here. Kitsuke said seriously. Who made that old man look down on me? I clearly wanted to help him take revenge on Heitake Satoru, but he said I was not his opponent. What's more outrageous is that he said my art couldn't hurt him at all. Deidara complained to Kitsuke. At this time, Deidara was completely a naive and bad child, and his relationship with Kitsuke could be said to be very good. Hearing the three words, Heitake Satoru, Kitsuke's face changed again and again, sometimes becoming fearful, sometimes becoming entangled, and sometimes becoming angry. They had thought about taking revenge on Heitake Satoru, but if they couldn't block that move, the village would be destroyed again. Father is right, you are not his opponent. Big brother Kitsuke, don't you believe in me either? Deidara widened his eyes and said. You know, Kitsuke is usually the person who encourages him the most. I'm not that I don't believe in you. I believe you can surpass anyone in the ninja world, including father. But Heitake Satoru is too strong. That kind of despairingly strong power makes people unable to resist. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 121, Chapter 121, Departure to the Land of Tea. Why is it another C-rank escort mission? After receiving the latest mission, Tenma complained with a headache. Over the past half a year, they had already reached the strength to carry out B-rank missions. Now, he really looked down on the C-rank escort mission, not only because the reward was less, but also because it was a waste of time. Escort missions are often the most difficult type of mission. Don't underestimate it just because it's a C-rank mission. Heitake Satoru said with a serious expression. You've been doing missions for so long, you should know that it's normal to level up during the mission. And escort missions are often the easiest to level up and the most likely to have accidents. Yes, Satoru-sensei, I know I was wrong. Hearing Heitake Satoru's reprimand, Tenma lowered his head and apologized very sincerely. Because we are not sure if the mission person has hidden anything, and we are not sure if we will encounter other enemies on the way. Heitake Satoru continued to speak. Yes, Satoru-sensei, I won't do it next time. Hearing Tenma say this, Satoru shook his head helplessly. This situation had happened many times. But this is Tenma's character. If he doesn't experience something unforgettable, it's hard for him to change. Alright, go home and rest, and gather directly at the village gate later. The mission person has been waiting for us there. Yes. Then the three people in front of him dispersed, leaving only Heitake Satoru standing in place. You really look more and more like a teacher now. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded, and a white-haired figure who was a little shorter than Heitake Satoru appeared next to him. After all, time can change a person. Kakashi, how about it? Do you want to try being a teacher too? Seeing your disciples becoming stronger and stronger, it feels really good. The person who came was Heitake Satoru's younger brother, Heitake Kakashi. Forget it, I'm not suitable for this kind of thing with my personality. Without even thinking about it, Kakashi directly refused. He had long been accustomed to the life of Umbu. If he were to live on the surface like an ordinary person again, he might have to adapt for a long time. I told you, time will always change a person. Maybe you will inherit my mantle in the future. Hearing this, Kakashi gave Satoru a white look. The word, inherit the mantle, didn't seem to be used very accurately. It's better to retire from Umbu early. Although Umbu is very good for training people, with your current strength, you don't need to stay in Umbu anymore. Now Kakashi has mastered the perfect sage mode, and his strength has long reached the shadow level. Staying in Umbu will not help his cultivation at all. But after all, some things always need someone to do, right? Kakashi spoke. The purpose of their Umbu is not only to protect the safety of Hokage, but also to deal with some things that the village can't handle on the surface. Kakashi, you have really grown a lot in every sense. Satoru sighed and said, at this time, the scene of Kakashi's childhood also appeared in his mind, a kid who was both tsundere and competitive. Now Kakashi's own sharpness has converged a lot, and it feels a bit more rounded. After all, as you said, time will always change something. Now Kakashi is already the captain of Umbu, with a very high position. Except for Hokage, all actions of Umbu must listen to Kakashi's command. And because Kakashi is his own disciple, Minato is very relieved to give him such an important position. And Kakashi also has the qualifications, status, and reason to deal with the village's dark Umbu for Namikaze Minato. Well, I won't force you, but I still hope you can leave Umbu sooner and experience the life of a normal person. Hearing this, Kakashi pondered for a while. I will, but brother, you should go on a mission now, otherwise you will be late again, and then you will inevitably be complained about by your students. Heh, isn't it normal for me to be late? If I arrive early, that would be a surprise. But even though he said that, Satoru's figure disappeared in front of Kakashi the next second. When he arrived at the village gate, Heitake Satoru was indeed the last one to arrive. Teacher, you are late again, when can you arrive early and wait for us? You even want me to wait for you, you guys have a high status, huh? Satoru directly grabbed Tenma's ear and said in his ear. No, 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 Satoru-sensei, I was wrong, we will wait for you, we will wait for you. Feeling the severe pain in his ear, Tenma quickly admitted his mistake. A man can bend and stretch, when he should admit his mistake, don't be tough, just like now. Everyone, can we set off now? At this time, a middle-aged man with brown hair appeared next to Satoru and said with a smile. Sorry, then let's set off now. Okay. Hearing Heitake Satoru's promise, the brown-haired middle-aged man ordered the caravan to set off. There were 3 carriages, and the things they were escorting were the goods loaded on the carriage. It's just some cloth, decorations and the like, not something very valuable, otherwise it wouldn't be a C-rank mission, after all, few people would target such things. And their destination this time is the Tea Country. Although the Tea Country borders the Land of Fire, Konohagakure village is quite far from the Tea Country. Because Konohagakure village only occupies a part of the land area of the Land of Fire, and the location of Konohagakure village in the Land of Fire is very far from the border with the Tea Country. And it's also traveling by carriage, so just going there, Heitake Satoru probably calculated that it would take about 20 days. And using nearly a month's time to do a C-rank mission is indeed a bit of a loss. Satoru-sensei, do you think some powerful ninjas will attack us? Tenma looked around and said excitedly. How could it be possible? Don't be silly, Tenma. Before Satoru could answer, Shinko spoke first. If it were you, would you target these cloths, decorations and the like? No, so I think other people won't target such things either. Ah, it looks like another plain C-rank mission, there's no challenge at all. Tenma looked up at the sky and sighed. But nothing is absolute, we still need to be careful and vigilant around. Itake, who had been silent, also spoke. End of this chapter. 122 Chapter 122 The Masked Man appears. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed, but they hadn't even walked half of the journey. Satoru found that he had overestimated their speed. The horse couldn't keep walking, and they needed to rest every night. In the first few days, Tenma and the others were still able to cheer up every day, but as time went on, even Itake couldn't help but relax his vigilance. Because for so long, let alone not seeing a single person, they hadn't even seen a few animal shadows. Thank you all for your hard work, this is a little token of appreciation. The leader of the caravan took out some small decorations from the goods and presented them to Heitake Satoru and the others. Although these things are not very valuable, they are still very good as a decoration at home. This is what we should do. Tenma said with an embarrassed face, but his hand still honestly took the gift from the other's hand. Okay, after resting, let's set off. It's really been too long. The other party seemed to see that Satoru had some opinions on their progress speed and quickly agreed. Okay, we're leaving now. The caravan slowly moved again, and Satoru and the others also acted as the caravan's guards, scattered in various positions of the caravan. Just then, Satoru's body paused, and a baffling smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that guy to dare to appear in front of me. At this time, the caravan also stopped. What's wrong? Tenma and Itake on the side and rear of the caravan quickly jumped to the front of the caravan and asked Shinko. But Shinko didn't answer, because they had already found the person blocking their way. The person who came had a very exaggerated and flamboyant hair, and his face was wearing a spiral mask. Everyone felt a strong sense of danger and a strong sense of crisis from the other person. What's wrong? At this time, the leader of the caravan came out again and asked. Hurry back, it's very dangerous here. Itake said seriously, although the other party hasn't said a word now, but looking at the murderous aura emanating from the other party, it is definitely full of malice. Okay. Hearing Itake's serious words, the leader of the caravan has returned to the carriage. Who are you? What is your purpose in stopping us? Tenma took out a kunao and asked vigilantly. But the other party didn't answer, but focused on Uchiha Itachi. It seems that I can only use force to make you speak. After speaking, Tenma directly rushed towards the other party. Don't, Tenma. Itachi shouted directly. For some reason, a very bad premonition rose in his heart now. But the next scene was unexpected to everyone, only to see Tenma's body directly pass through the other's body. Is it genjutsu? Itachi's heart instantly had such an idea. What? Tenma, who passed through the other's body, also had a puzzled face. But soon a roll, directly away from the other's body. Uchiha Itachi. The other party directly said Itachi's name, which made everyone understand that the other party's target was Uchiha Itachi. You guy, what do you want to do? Looking at the person who turned his back to him, Tenma launched another attack, but the result was the same as just now, directly passing through the other's body. Damn it, what kind of weird ability is this? Tenma returned to attack his front, looking at the position he was standing now, it seemed that he wanted to protect Itachi. Could it be that I was caught in genjutsu? No, it's not genjutsu. Behind Tenma, Itachi said affirmatively. So what is this weird ability? Tenma's tone was full of confusion, incomprehension, and a trace of fear of the unknown. I don't know either. Itachi shook his head with a serious expression. But any ninjutsu has weaknesses, as long as you observe calmly and carefully, you can definitely find the weaknesses of the other's ninjutsu. You're right, but you guys don't have a chance. The other party directly accelerated and rushed towards them, and looking at the other's attack posture, the first target was Shinko. And Shinko seemed to have been scared silly by the other's murderous aura, standing there blankly, showing a look of horror in his eyes. Shinko. Tenma and Itachi's reaction speed was not slow, they directly blocked in front of Shinko. But the chain used for attack in the other's hand directly passed through Itachi and Tenma's body and swept towards Shinko. Damn it. Tenma and Itachi cursed in a low voice, but it was too late to react again. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Shinko, directly holding the chain in his hand. Who gave you the courage to attack my disciple in front of me? Heitake Satoru said with a somewhat cold tone. Satoru-sensei. Seeing Heitake Satoru appear, a touch of joy appeared on the faces of Tenma and Itachi. Although the person who came had a weird ability, they believed that Satoru-sensei would definitely be able to defeat the enemy. Although Heitake Satoru directly pulled with force, directly pulling the other's figure to his front, and kicked it with one leg. But his leg also passed through the other's body. The chain handcuffed on his wrist also fell off naturally. Heitake Satoru. After pulling away from Heitake Satoru, the other party said solemnly. He came this time was originally a very risky move. I'm really curious, who gave you the courage to appear in front of me again, Uchiha Obito? When Heitake Satoru said the last 5 words, everyone saw the other's body tremble noticeably. Uchiha. Itachi looked at the other party with a serious face, he didn't expect the other party to be from their clan. Who is Uchiha Obito? I am Uchiha Madara. Hearing the name Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi was even more shocked. Heh. Hearing the other party say this, Satoru sneered. Obito, you are really stupid, although I have never seen Uchiha Madara, but I think his physique should not be as weak as you, and you really underestimate my eyes. After speaking, Satoru directly took off the eye mask, and the eyes like sapphires stared at Obito tightly, and there was a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Although the mask on your face is very special, it can indeed hinder the prying of General Kekii Genkai like Byakugan, but it is not worth mentioning in front of my eyes. At this moment, Obito was already a little panicked, he originally thought he had hidden very well, but he didn't expect to be exposed as soon as he met. When did you find out? Obito said in a gloomy voice, saying so, he has already indirectly admitted his identity. End of this chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 123, Chapter 123, Itachi Who Wants to Change. I found out from the beginning, but if you have to say when I found out, that is, from the beginning, I thought you were not dead. Although I don't know what your purpose is for targeting my cute disciple, you don't have that chance. Do you think you can stop me? Heitake Satoru. Uchiha Obito's low voice suddenly made people feel creepy. You really think too highly of yourself, Obito, you know, when we practiced together before, you never won against me. The past is the past, now is now, if I want to kill no one can stop me, including you. After speaking, Obito directly rushed towards Satoru's direction. And Satoru didn't make any response, just staring straight at Obito who was rushing towards him. Be careful, Satoru-sensei. Even though they knew Heitake Satoru would be fine, Tenma couldn't help but yell out. Obito passed directly through Satoru's body, coming straight to Itachi, one hand already reaching for Itachi's head. However, at that moment, Obito suddenly felt a great force on his head, and his head was pressed directly into the ground. Although your ability is very special, you must maintain a physical state when attacking others, right? As long as you attack at the moment you make a move, you can easily break your ability. With his hand pressing on Obito's head, Satoru spoke in a relaxed tone. Damn it. A muffled voice came from Obito's mouth. Next time, I won't let you off. After saying that, he disappeared in front of everyone. Then, Tenma and the others also ran over. Satoru-sensei, are you okay? Tenma asked hurriedly. Haha, it's not your turn to worry about me yet, the person who can hurt me hasn't been born yet. I'm sorry, it's all because of me that everyone encountered this attack. Standing behind the group, Itake said with a guilty face. What are you talking about? We are a team, aren't we? Your problems are our problems. Tenma immediately said in an annoyed tone. Yes, Itake, we are all a team, don't blame yourself. Shinko also followed up. That's right, Itake, Tenma and Shinko are right, we are a collective. So don't blame yourself for this little thing, and with me here, I definitely won't let anything happen to you. Itake is good in all aspects, but he is too mature, always taking on the responsibility of others. Satoru-sensei, can you tell me about Uchiha Obito? Suddenly, Itake asked Heitake Satoru, and Tenma and Shinko's faces also showed interest. They also wanted to know, who was the person who attacked them this time? Uchiha Obito? He can be said to be the friendliest person of the Uchiha clan I have ever seen. Hearing this, Tenma and Shinko didn't feel much, but Itake was a bit stunned. He knew very well what the current Uchiha clan was like. If Satoru called him the friendliest person, he must be different from others. He is a ninja of the same period as me, but unlike other Uchiha clan members, his grades in ninja school were either last or second to last, a real loser. But in the end, he also became the disciple of the fourth Hokage through his own efforts. Wow, he's actually a disciple of Hokage-sama. Everyone was a bit surprised. But since he is a disciple of Hokage-sama, he should be very famous, why haven't we heard of him? Shinko asked in a puzzled tone. Like the disciple of the third Hokage-sama, there are not many people in Konohagakure village who have not heard of him. Because everyone thought he was dead, now he can be said to be a hero who has gone astray, right? Satoru didn't know if it was right to describe Obito as a hero, but it was undeniable that during the Third Ninja World War, Obito also made a significant contribution to Konohagakure village. But he has committed an unforgivable mistake, so the fourth can no longer accept him. What did he do? Itake asked. The culprit of the Nine-Tails Night was him. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. During the Nine-Tails Night, although they were not very old, the Nine-Tails still left a deep shadow on them. If we tell the villagers about this, can the perception of our Uchiha clan in the eyes of the villagers change a bit? Itake's eyes lit up as he spoke. It's useless. Even though he can't be considered a ninja of Konohagakure village now, he is still a member of the Uchiha clan. Making this public will not only fail to alleviate the current situation, but will also put the Uchiha clan in a more dangerous situation. Alright, let's not mention this anymore. Let it be a secret buried in our hearts. Let's move on. The carriage started moving again, but Itake looked troubled all the way. His vigilance also dropped a lot. Satoru didn't say anything about it. Some things need to be figured out by Itake himself. During this mission, only Uchiha Obito was a roadblock. After passing him, there were no obstacles in this mission. However, as if afraid of being attacked again, the speed of the carriage increased a lot. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Satoru and the others returned to Konohagakure village. They had been on a squad mission for so long. This time, it could be said to be the longest C-rank mission in terms of time consumption. Alright, everyone go back and rest. When there is a mission next time, I will call you together. Then Satoru-sensei, goodbye. Tenma and Itake bid farewell to Heitake Satoru and then left quickly. Only Itake was left standing in front of Satoru with his head down. Satoru-sensei, I want to reform the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, Itake raised his head and said seriously to Satoru. His originally black pupils had also changed at this time. The pupils had turned red, and there were two tomo on his eyes. Without a doubt, Itake had activated the Sharingan, and it was directly the Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems that in this half a month, Itake has also gone through a very difficult psychological journey. He must have made a big decision when he said this. After all, it's not easy to reform a large clan. Seeing the Sharingan in Itake's pupils, Satoru was also slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good, I support you. Go ahead and do it with confidence. If there is anything, I will cover for you. If you encounter difficulties, you can also come to me. I will find a way to help you solve it. Thank you, Satoru-sensei. Seeing that Satoru actually supported his idea, a look of joy also appeared on Itake's face. End of this chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 124, Chapter 124, Telling Minato the Truth. Reform is not something that can be done simply. There will be a lot of obstacles, but having Heitake Satoru, a very powerful ally, makes Itake feel at ease. But now the reform is still a bit too far for you. You have to wait until your strength is strong. Now you should first control the power in your eyes, right? The power in my eyes. Itake was a bit puzzled, and Satoru didn't know where he pulled out a mirror and put it directly in front of Itake. Seeing himself in the mirror, Itake's puzzled expression immediately turned into joy, because he also noticed the Sharingan in his eyes. I'll give you a vacation for a while. I can't help you much with the power of the Sharingan. Go find your father and let him familiarize you with the power of the Sharingan. Yes, Satoru-sensei. Being able to open the Sharingan made Itake very happy. Ah, finally, I can rest for a while. After Atake left, Satoru stood in place and stretched. However, his gaze never left Atake. Seeing Atake running away quickly, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Satoru's mouth. He rarely saw Atake in such a good mood. Even if Atake's thoughts are mature, he is still a child now. Presumably, he can't wait to share the joy of opening his eyes with Fugaku. After all, at the age of only 7, he activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the records of the Uchiha clan, this should be the first case. It's normal to feel proud in your heart. Atake, enjoy this brief moment of joy. The heavens have given you such talent and wisdom, it's destined that your life will be more painful than others. Satoru sighed in his heart. But now he is Atake's teacher, naturally he can't let the tragedy of Atake in the original happen again. But things that can help Atake grow, Satoru will not stop. Although this idea is indeed a bit selfish. Then, in the next second, Satoru's figure appeared directly in front of Namikaze Minato in the Hokage office. You're still so elusive. Seeing Satoru suddenly appear, Minato was surprised for a moment, and then his face returned to normal. We are both the same. Satoru also said without politeness. Was there any accident in the mission? Minato asked symbolically. He knew that as long as the mission personnel had hated Satoru, this mission would definitely not fail. Accident? Oh, we meet someone. Oh. Minato exclaimed in surprise, a look of interest appeared on his face. We encountered the masked man. Hearing the 3 words, masked man, Minato's expression immediately became serious. He knew that the masked man Satoru was talking about must be the culprit of the Nine-Tails Night. As for him, Namikaze Minato's heart is full of anger. The other party almost caused their family to be destroyed. Do you think he is Uchiha Madara? Haha. Seeing Minato's serious expression and hearing his question, Satoru laughed directly. He is far from Uchiha Madara, and if you're talking about the masked man, you should be more familiar with him than me. Do you know the identity of the masked man? Minato asked hurriedly. Now the identity of the masked man has become a big worry in his heart. Although he has marked the masked man with the Flying Thunder God technique, he can find the other's location. But if it fails once and startles the snake, the other party is likely to detect the existence of that technique and destroy it. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is permanent, there is no way to remove it. For example, if you peel off the skin marked with the technique, then Minato's teleportation position is where that piece of skin is. I do know the identity of the masked man. Who is he? Minato stared at Hatake Satoru and asked. He naturally knew that the other party could not be Uchiha Madara, but besides Uchiha Madara, he could not think of a second person who could control the Nine Tails. Then you have to be prepared. When I say it, don't be scared. Who is it? Minato swallowed, and there was a vague guess in his heart. For him, there is only one person in the Uchiha clan who is very familiar. Uchiha, Obito. Are you sure? Minato asked seriously, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. He couldn't figure out how the once kind-hearted Obito could do such things. Of course, don't doubt my eyes. And when you were fighting him, you should remember that he only had the Sharingan in his right eye. As for the left eye, I think you should be very clear who have it now. Kakashi. Minato blurted out the name. That's right, I think with your intelligence, you should be able to confirm whether what I said is true or not. Where in the world is there such a coincidence? A single Sharingan, and it's the right eye, appears on a random person. Now Minato's heart is 90% sure that the other party is really Obito. The remaining 10% can only be confirmed by seeing the other party's face in person. And he recalled the strange body when he was fighting the other party. So what did Obito go through after that to become like this? At this point, a look of self-blame appeared on Minato's face. Who knows? But no matter what he went through, he is no longer the Obito we knew. Now he is the enemy of the entire Konohagakure village. List Obito as an S-rank rogue ninja, okay? I'll let Kakashi go find his trace, okay? Minato asked Satoru again. Of course, after all, you are the Hokage, even I have to follow your orders. Hearing this, a look of helplessness appeared on Minato's face. He just listened to this sentence and didn't take it seriously. Now Satoru is also very relieved of Kakashi. After all, the current Obito may not necessarily be Kakashi's opponent. And in Sage mode, using Senjutsu Chakra, the side effects of the Sharingan can be alleviated. And Senjutsu Chakra can also enhance the power of the Sharingan. And he knows that Obito has always been a knot in Kakashi's heart. This must be untied by Kakashi himself. Then Obito will be handed over to Kakashi. If Rin was still there, it would be fine. Obito probably wouldn't have become like this. Minato said with some helplessness. After all, no matter what, Obito was once his disciple. Then have you ever thought that it was because of Rin's death that Obito became like this? Hearing this, Minato was taken aback. This is indeed the most likely reason. End of this chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 125, Chapter 125, Sakumo's Change. Time passed day by day. Kakashi had already left the village to find Obito's trace. Although Satoru felt that Kakashi might not be able to find it, if Obito really wanted to avoid Kakashi, then Kakashi would definitely not be able to find him. Everyone's life also slowly became calm, mission, training, rest, almost all the daily life is such a three-point line of life. Kushina became a regular customer of Sakumo's dessert shop, and Naruto also became a regular customer of the ramen shop next to the dessert shop. He seemed to have no interest in desserts. After Itaki activated the Sharingan, his strength had a rapid growth. It must be said that Kekii Genkai is really a good thing. Except for the large consumption of chakra, Itaki's current Sharingan didn't have any shortcomings. It's been a year since Kakashi left, I wonder how he's doing now. Satoru had just entered the dessert shop and found a place to sit when Heitake Sakumo started complaining. Indeed, compared to his eldest son Satoru, Sakumo was more concerned about his younger son Kakashi. Don't worry, Kakashi's strength is now even greater than yours, there won't be any problems. Satoru's tone was somewhat indifferent, or rather, he was very confident in Kakashi. You really don't act like an older brother at all, you don't care about your younger brother. It seems that as people get older, they become more noisy and their inner worries become stronger. Even Heitake Sakumo couldn't avoid this change. I trust him, okay? If you're worried now, you can go with Kakashi. If the two of you are together, I'll be even more relieved. Konohagakure's white fanned Heitake Sakumo and copy ninja Heitake Kakashi, if these two teamed up, unless someone of the Six Paths level took action, no one could stop them now. I'm so old, and yet you still want me to carry out such a difficult mission. As expected, once I get old, you start to dislike me. As he spoke, Heitake Sakumo even pretended to shed a few tears from the corners of his eyes. Seeing this, Heitake Satoru was speechless. Since retiring, Heitake Sakumo had gradually started to let loose, and his style had gradually started to become strange. If it weren't for his Rikugan telling him that Heitake Sakumo was fine, he would have suspected that his father was under a genjutsu. Your acting skills is so good, it's a pity you didn't become an actor. Upon hearing what Heitake Satoru said, Heitake Sakumo's eyes lit up. Right? I think so too, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. At this moment, Heitake Satoru really didn't want to stay here any longer. Just then, the door of the dessert shop was suddenly opened, and a red-haired woman led a blonde boy in. Seeing Sakumo still in self-admiration, the woman's expression suddenly froze. And Sakumo also noticed his own embarrassing state, his face slightly red. Welcome. Sakumo immediately adjusted his state and spoke. I never thought that Sakumo-sama would have a talent for acting. The corner of the other party's mouth twitched slightly, as if she was forcing a smile. The person who came was Kushina. A long time ago, when they had suspicions, Sakumo had already voluntarily revealed his identity to them. Haha, sorry, I made you laugh. Sakumo touched his hair awkwardly and spoke apologetically. However, when Kushina and Naruto saw Satoru, the Nine-Tails chakra inside them couldn't help but stir. Even though so much time had passed, the Nine-Tails' fear of Heitake Satoru hadn't diminished at all. Naruto, come here. Satoru waved to Naruto. He had met Naruto many times, so the two were somewhat familiar now. But when Naruto heard what Satoru said, he timidly hid behind Kushina. For some reason, he always felt an inexplicable fear of Heitake Satoru. Even though he felt that the other party was a very kind older brother, that fear just wouldn't go away. Naruto, Uncle Satoru is calling you. Kushina bent down and whispered to Naruto. And when he heard the word uncle, Heitake Satoru instantly felt as if he had been hit by a 10,000 needle. He was 15 years older than Naruto, so he should be called brother. Naruto, call me brother. Upon hearing what Heitake Satoru said, a look of disdain appeared in Kushina's eyes, as if she was saying, Heitake Satoru, you're so shameless. Upon hearing Kushina's words, Naruto slowly walked towards Heitake Satoru with small steps. However, when he was about to approach Heitake Satoru, a surge of red chakra suddenly appeared on his body, directly attaching to Naruto's skin. And Naruto, who had this chakra appear on his body, his facial expression instantly became somewhat ferocious, as if he was very uncomfortable. Behave yourself, Nine-Tails. Just as Kushina was about to take action, she heard Satoru say this in a serious tone. And as soon as these words came out, the Nine-Tails chakra that was attached to Naruto's body instantly disappeared. Seeing this, both Kushina and Sakumo let out a deep breath. Indeed, as expected of Satoru, the Nine-Tails is really obedient in front of you. Kushina said with a somewhat envious tone. Although she can now enter the Nine-Tails chakra mode, she is also forcibly requisitioning the Nine-Tails chakra. But once she uses too much, she will still be invaded by the Nine-Tails sanity. So she wished she had the same powerful strength as Satoru, then maybe she could completely tame the Nine-Tails. There's no way, who made my strength so strong? Satoru flicked his hair and said very arrogantly. But you shouldn't treat the Nine-Tails as a weapon, as an ominous thing. After all, it is now settling in your body, you can treat it as a family member, or as a friend, maybe your sincerity can touch it. The Nine-Tails inside the two of them heard this sentence, and they all looked at Satoru with incredulous eyes. They couldn't believe that the sentence of treating the tailed beast as a friend actually came from someone who had killed the tailed beast. But upon hearing this sentence, Kushina shook her head slightly, with a helpless expression on her face. The Nine-Tails is a collection of all malice and negative emotions, it's almost impossible to live in peace with it. Have you tried to get along with it as a friend? Upon hearing Heitake Satoru's question, Kushina was stunned, then shook her head. Yeah, you haven't tried, how do you know it won't succeed? And Naruto, who had been listening to their conversation, his eyes lit up slightly. He had known for a long time that there was an incredible fox in his body. Being friends with a fox seems pretty cool. That's what Naruto was thinking at this moment. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 126, Chapter 126, Sasuke and Naruto's meeting. Just then, the door of the dessert shop was opened again, and a black-haired boy led a black-haired little boy in. Upon seeing this little boy, Heitake Satoru's expression was slightly surprised. Satoru-sensei, Aunt Kushina. As soon as the big boy came in, he politely addressed the people he knew in the room. Oh, it's Atake, long time no see. Upon seeing this big boy, Kushina's face showed a very sunny smile. It's been a long time since I've seen Sasuke too. But upon hearing Kushina's greeting, the little boy arrogantly pouted his mouth, obviously not putting Kushina in his eyes. Hey, my mom is talking to you, what's your attitude? Seeing that his own mother was being ignored by a brat the same size as him, Naruto immediately stepped forward and said with a straight face, none of your business. You jerk. Then, Naruto directly swung his fist at Sasuke. Do you want to fight? Seeing Naruto's action, Sasuke also swung a punch without showing weakness. However, before the two of them could make contact, they were directly stopped by Kushina and Atake. Naruto, fighting with others is not what a good child does. Kushina squatted in front of Naruto and gently educated him. It has to be said that after having Naruto, Kushina's fiery temper has really changed a lot. She is a qualified wife and a qualified mother. But mom, he ignored you. Naruto said with a face of unwillingness. It's okay, Naruto, for mom is not a big deal, isn't it normal for some people not to like me? On the other side, Itachi also educated Sasuke. Sasuke, fighting is wrong. But brother, he was the first to want to do it. Sasuke said with a grievance. It was clearly Naruto who started it, but now he was also scolded by his favorite brother, which made him instantly have a feeling of hating Naruto. Even if the other party moves first, we just need to dodge. If you get hurt, I will feel bad as your brother. Hearing what Atake said, a warmth rose in Sasuke's heart. So his brother scolded him because he was afraid he would get hurt. Naruto, go apologize to Sasuke, don't do this in the future. Yes, mom. For some reason, Naruto didn't want to apologize at all in his heart, but under Kushina's majesty, Naruto had to do so. I'm sorry. Naruto walked to Sasuke's side in a twisty manner and said in a low voice. It's okay. Although Sasuke didn't really want to forgive Naruto, in front of his brother, Sasuke still had to be an obedient good child. This is interesting. At this time, Heitake Satoru on the side said softly. When Sasuke and Naruto met, the magnetic field around them would change, and a special chakra would emerge in their bodies at the same time. This is the will of Indra and Ashura. At this time, Itachi also led Sasuke to Satoru's side. Satoru-sensei, I didn't expect you to be here. I haven't done any tasks recently, but I haven't fallen behind in training. Of course not, my brother's strength is very strong. Before Itachi could speak, Sasuke spoke first. Sasuke, don't be rude, this is my teacher. Itachi directly scolded Sasuke, but the tone did not sound harsh at all. This kind of scolding has no deterrent power in anyone's ears. I know you. Sasuke suddenly said to Satoru. Oh, what do you know about me? Satoru said with a slightly curious tone. He had never had any contact with Sasuke before. It's you, always stealing my brother. Sasuke pointed at Heitake Satoru and said angrily. Huh. Upon hearing this, Satoru made a baffling sound. Every time my brother has to go out on a mission with you, he doesn't even have time to accompany me. You're as hateful as big brother Shursui. At this moment, Satoru didn't know what to say. Looking at Sasuke's performance now, he really was a brother controller. Really an unlikable brat. Satoru directly pinched Sasuke's face with his hand. Damn, it hurts, you bastard, let go of me. In Heitake Satoru's hand, Sasuke was clawing and biting, but his tiny strength couldn't even stir up a wave in Heitake Satoru's hand. Meanwhile, Itachi was watching Satoru with concern. Satoru-sensei, be gentle. Although Itachi also knew that Satoru would not hurt Sasuke, seeing Sasuke's tears spinning in his eyes, he couldn't help but speak up. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Kids like this should be properly disciplined. After saying that, Satoru put Sasuke on his lap and started spanking him. Suddenly, Sasuke's face turned red. This was the first time he had experienced such an embarrassing situation. And it was in front of his brother, which made Sasuke wish he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. And he also saw the blonde brat who had just apologized to him snickering on the side, with a schadenfreude expression on his face, which made Sasuke even more angry. You bastard, I won't let you go, my father has never hit me like this. Lying on Satoru's lap, Sasuke said with a gnashing of teeth. Even your father doesn't dare to talk to me like this. You're the first one, Uchiha brat. Just as Satoru was about to take action, a somewhat serious voice suddenly stopped him. That's enough, Satoru. Upon hearing this voice, Satoru reluctantly put down his hand and then threw Sasuke directly into Itake's arms. "You're all grown up, and yet you're still picking a fight with a child," Sakumo scolded from the side. And this scene made Itachi feel a bit surprised. He originally thought that Satoru often ran into this dessert shop because Satoru also liked to eat the desserts here, but now it seems that there is another hidden reason. Anyone who can make Satoru-sensei obedient must have an extraordinary identity. Yes, you're right. Satoru directly leaned back in his chair with a lazy look, and said perfunctorily, "I will definitely tell my father when I go home, and let my father deal with you." Sasuke directly hid behind Itachi, looking quite like a dog taking advantage of its master's power. Pfft. Satoru couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Okay, if you can convince your father to deal with me, I'm always welcome." Satoru spread his hands. "Brother, let's go quickly, go home and find Dad." Then, Sasuke pulled Itachi hard and walked out. Itachi didn't dare to use force, fearing that he would hurt Sasuke. He could only show an apologetic smile to a few people. "Well done, brother Satoru, I've always disliked that brat." After Sasuke left, Naruto ran to Satoru's side and said excitedly, "End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon." 127, Chapter 127, Cult. I don't know what Sasuke said when he went home, but Fugaku didn't come to settle accounts with Heitake Satoru. He probably thought his younger son should be educated. Just as Heitake Satoru was preparing to be a salted fish for another day, a ninja wearing a cat face mask suddenly appeared next to Heitake Satoru and said, "Heitake Satoru, Hokage-sama wants you to come over." The Umbu ninja said very respectfully. Heitake Satoru stretched lazily. "It seems that I can't be a salted fish today. I know, I'll be there soon." "Yes." The Umbu nodded, and then his figure disappeared in front of Satoru. "It seems that there is a formidable task for me to do. In the past year, the fourth Hokage has rarely sought him out. Whenever he does, it's definitely a very troublesome matter. On the contrary, Heitake Satoru is very interested in these troublesome tasks. Although Heitake Satoru sometimes appears very lazy, that's entirely because those tasks are too boring. Even S-rank tasks rarely interest Heitake Satoru. He now prefers those quirky tasks. Although sometimes these tasks turn out to be very simple in the end, Satoru still enjoys the feeling of brainstorming and adventuring during the task. After stretching his muscles and bones, Satoru directly teleported and arrived in front of the fourth Hokage. "What troublesome task needs to be given to me?" Looking at Minato who was dealing with documents, Satoru directly spoke. Upon hearing this sudden voice, Minato's body trembled imperceptibly, but it was clearly observed by Satoru's Rikugen. "Fortunately, it's not the third Hokage in power now, otherwise he might have had a heart attack because of you." As soon as Minato finished saying this, the third Hokage, who was smoking at home, suddenly sneezed. "Who the hell is talking bad about me again?" The third Hokage wiped his nose and thought to himself. Nowadays, the third H can be said to have no power at all. What he has in the village now may only be the status of the previous Hokage and the respect of some people. He has now let go, perhaps because of his age, he no longer covets those powers. What he thinks now is to live a stable old age, and then see Konohagakure village become stronger and stronger. He is already content. Maybe I can scare him a bit. Upon hearing Satoru say this, Namikaze Minato directly had a black line on his face. He mourned for the third Hokage for 3 seconds in his heart at this moment. Heitake Satoru is the kind of person who makes the leader both love and hate. He is strong in work ability, but disobedient, quite naughty. If he meets a magnanimous leader, it's okay, but if he meets a narrow-minded leader, he can't avoid being given a hard time. Recently, a religion called Fire Sect has appeared within our land of fire. Minato didn't continue to pull with Satoru, and directly entered the topic. Fire Sect. Isn't there a lot of religions within our land of fire? The emergence of a new religion is a very normal thing, it's nothing more than wanting to scam some villagers for money. Regarding the proliferation of religions within the land of fire, since the daimyo of the land of fire doesn't want to manage it, their Konohagakure village naturally can't overstep its bounds. However, in some special cases, their Konohagakure village still needs to take action. But this religion may be different, it is very likely to be a cult. Minato said with a serious expression. A cult. Upon hearing this, Satoru's expression also became very serious. You should know that the cults in this world are not ordinary cults. The cults in this world almost regard human life as grass, and the leaders of these cults, without exception, are all those who practice evil arts. At present, many villages have suffered. As long as the activities of the Fire Sect appear, it won't take long for the village to become a deserted village. When he said this, a murderous aura rose from Namikaze Minato. Those who disappeared, think with their butts, and they all know how big their chances of surviving are. I really didn't expect that the cult would dare to run rampant in the land of fire. As early as half a year ago, it was when the cult was most rampant within the land of fire. Almost everywhere, you could hear legends about the cult. At that time, Heitake Satoru received the task of dealing with these cults. That time, Heitake Satoru alone cleared no less than 10 cults. Originally thought that the cult would quiet down for a while, but didn't expect that after only half a year, there were signs of revival. I didn't expect it either. It seems I have to propose to the daimyo to suppress the development of religion. This time, take your squad with you on the mission, let them also see what a cult looks like. Namikaze Minato had also done some tasks about clearing the cult. Now recalling the scene inside the cult, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. The creatures inside the cult can no longer be described as humans, their actions are even worse than beasts. I understand, it's also time for them to see the world outside of Genin. Before, Satoru led Itaki and others to do all the tasks, almost all of them were to tell them how cruel the ninja world is. But sometimes, the intrigue between ordinary people, the degree of ruthlessness, is stronger than the ninja. Although your strength is very strong, I still have to remind you to be careful. The evil arts of the cult are generally evil ninjutsu that have been sealed for a long time. No one knows what these ninjutsu do, but they are definitely not simple. You must be careful. Then, Minato reminded him with a serious face. You really are different from other leaders, Namikaze Minato. This time, Satoru directly called out Minato's full name. This is not disrespect to the fourth Hokage, on the contrary, this is Heitake Satoru's respect for him. For Minato, Heitake Satoru should be the person who poses the greatest threat to him in Konohagakure village. But every time before going on such a serious mission, Minato would remind Satoru in advance. After all, as long as you are still a person of Konohagakure, you are my subordinate. Isn't it a very normal thing to care about your subordinates? Minato said to Satoru with a smile. Seeing this smile, Satoru couldn't help but sigh that the title of little son really deserves its name. In an instant, even Satoru felt as if he had been somewhat healed. Minato's ninja talent is a rare genius in decades, and there may not be another person like Minato in the future. And besides talent, Minato's character is also very good. It can be said that there is almost no stain on Minato. Heitake Satoru is a person who is perfect in everything except for his personality, and it is not too much to describe Minato with the 4 words, perfectly flawless. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 128 Chapter 128 Angry Crowd. When Heitake Satoru left, Tenma, Shinko, and Itaki at home all received the assembly message. Brother, where are we going to play today? In Uchiha Fugaku's house, Sasuke's eyes were full of hope as he spoke to Itake. Sorry, Sasuke, next time. Itake's 2 fingers gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. It hurts, brother. Sasuke covered his forehead with both hands, looking a little unhappy. Is it next time again? Then what is brother going to do now? Brother is going to carry out a mission, you stay at home with mom, okay? Hearing Itake say that he was going to carry out a mission, the figure of Heitake Satoru immediately appeared in Sasuke's mind. That person left a very deep bad impression in his mind. Thinking of that white-haired man with an eye patch, Sasuke's teeth itched with anger. Is it with that big bad guy again? Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, he couldn't understand. He went home to complain to his father that day, but he didn't expect that he was actually scolded by his father. Don't talk about him like that, Sasuke, he is my teacher. I understand. Seeing Itake's expression suddenly become serious, Sasuke pouted, but obviously, his words were insincere. Next time, I will definitely accompany Sasuke next time. Brother, you promised, don't go back on your word. Okay. Itake nodded. I wish time could pass faster, so I could become a ninja and go on missions with my brother. As Itake was packing up, Sasuke spoke next to him. By then, brother, you must take me on the mission. Okay, when Sasuke becomes a ninja, I will definitely accompany you on the mission. I'll go first, Sasuke, when mom and dad come back, tell them. I know, be careful all the way, and come back safely, brother. Okay. Then, Itake directly used the body flicker jutsu and disappeared in front of Sasuke. I wish I could become so strong someday, then I will definitely take revenge on that jerk. Satoru's figure appeared again in Sasuke's mind, presumably Satoru has become Sasuke's lifelong shadow. I didn't expect you to be the last one to arrive this time, Itake. When Itake arrived at the village gate, Tenma spoke directly. Hearing Tenma's words, Itake was surprised, then turned his head and saw Heitake Satoru. I didn't expect Satoru-sensei to arrive so quickly. Haha, after all, I'm not always the last one to arrive. Heitake Satoru smiled slightly and spoke. Satoru-sensei, I hope the next time you see Sasuke, don't take him seriously, he's still a child. After thinking about it, Itake still said this sentence. He knows that Heitake Satoru is not a petty person, but he knows that Sasuke still bears a grudge against him in his heart. So the next time the two meet again, it is very likely that Sasuke will provoke Heitake Satoru first. Don't worry, how could I take a child seriously? Heitake Satoru dangled his hand twice. If Kakashi were here, he would definitely complain. You are just such a person. Thank you, teacher. Okay, now let me briefly introduce the task content. The level of this task is an A-level task. We need to deal with a cult called Fire Sect. Cult. The tone of Tenma and Shinko was all surprised, and Itake showed a thoughtful look when he heard the word cult. Satoru-sensei, aren't religions generally composed of ordinary people? Is this an A-level mission? Tenma's tone was full of confusion, and Shinko also looked at Satoru with a puzzled expression. You guys obviously don't study well usually. If it's a normal religion, it might be ordinary people, and even a few individual medical ninjas might appear. After all, religion needs ordinary people to make money. If there is a medical ninja, it will greatly increase their income speed. But if it's a cult, it will be two completely different natures. According to the information we have now, this fire sect has already caused many villagers in the village to disappear, and these villagers are likely to have encountered accidents. What? Tenma and Shinko both widened their eyes. The words that Heitake Satoru just said could completely be said to have refreshed their worldview. You should know, a village's villagers should have at least 70 or 80 people, and several villages' villagers have already been victimized, which means that at least hundreds of lives have been lost at the hands of this cult. How could there be such a terrible person? A look of anger immediately appeared on Tenma's face. Even Itake, who usually has a good mentality, couldn't suppress the urge to kill in his heart at this moment. Even a ninja might not have hundreds of lives on his hands. Satoru-sensei, let's set off now. We absolutely can't let those bastards continue to act recklessly. They dare to commit murder within our land of fire. We must not let them go. Tenma looked up at Heitake Satoru and said, his eyes full of determination. Yeah, teacher, don't waste any more time. Shinko also spoke up. Although Itake didn't speak, the expression on his face already explained that his thoughts at this moment were the same as Tenma and Shinko's. Okay, let's set off now. With our speed, we should be able to reach the place where the fire sect last appeared in about 2 days. After determining which direction the other party was in, Tenma directly took the lead and rushed out. Itake followed closely behind, Shinko was behind Itake, and Satoru was last. You are all our excellent ninjas. Behind everyone, looking at the backs of several people moving forward, Satoru thought to himself with satisfaction. Although he had only taught a few people for more than a year, he had also watched them step by step from a naive graduate who had just graduated from ninja school to become a ninja who could stand alone. Although Tenma and Shinko's strength is not enough now, they also have the standard of Chunin, and in a few years, when they have the strength of Jonin, they will also have the qualifications to become a team teacher. Not every Jonin can become a team teacher. There are many Jonin in Konohagakure village, but there are only a dozen who become team teachers, because becoming a teacher requires not only strength, but more importantly, responsibility. When you grow to a certain extent in the future, you will definitely thank me. Although sometimes Satoru seems a bit unreliable, he is also changing them in his own way, letting them make good things a habit by joking. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 129, Chapter 129, Controlled Villagers. Originally it was a 2-day journey, but perhaps because of the anger in their hearts, their speed of progress inevitably accelerated a lot, and they had already arrived at the village mentioned in the intelligence in just a day and a half. Is it that village? Several people stood on a cliff, and the village under the cliff was the village mentioned in the intelligence. Yes, that's right. Leaning against a tree, Satoru's eyebrows couldn't help but frown. This place was full of a hint of weirdness. It feels like the villagers in this village are a bit abnormal. Itake also activated his Sharingan, observing the situation inside the village. He found that the villagers in this village seemed to be like puppets. Any action, doing anything, seemed lifeless, and their eyes were also full of emptiness. Let's go down quickly, Satoru-sensei. After saying that, Tenma planned to jump down directly, but was directly held back by Satoru's hand. What are you doing, Satoru-sensei? Tenma asked in a puzzled tone. Don't rush. Now that we appear in front of them, it's just startling the snake. The fire sect people haven't appeared yet. When they appear, it's not too late for us to act. Yeah, Tenma, don't be too impulsive. Shinko also advised from the side. Okay, I got it. Then, the group quietly hid on the cliff, watching the villagers' movements. Time quickly reached nightfall. At this time, the villagers who had already turned off the lights and rested suddenly walked out of their houses one by one, and a fiery red flame mark appeared on their foreheads. All the villagers walked in one direction. Satoru-sensei, what's going on? They are now being controlled. Before Satoru could speak, Itake took the lead in speaking. His blood-red Sharingan looked particularly enchanting in the dark night. The special red mark on their foreheads has a special chakra, controlling their brains and their actions. Although Itake's tone was very calm, he could still feel the suppressed anger in his heart. Controlling a person's spirit and actions can leave some sequelae even for ninjas, let alone ordinary people who have no chakra in their bodies. Then let's stop them quickly. After speaking, Tenma planned to start again. But this time he was held back by Itake. What are you doing, Itake? Tenma asked somewhat puzzledly, and there was a hint of anger in his tone. If I'm not mistaken, the place they are heading to should have people from the fire sect. In order to eradicate this group of beasts, I think we should quietly follow them, find out where these people are hiding, and then act. Then, Itake looked at Heitake Satoru. This is just a suggestion. Whether to execute it or not depends on Heitake Satoru. Itake is right, follow them and seize the opportunity. Yes. The group directly jumped down the cliff and followed the villagers. For them, ninjas, hiding their figures can be said to be a compulsory course. But the group followed these villagers for an hour, but the villagers still showed no signs of stopping. It seems that these people are very vigilant. Tenma and the others had no complaints, and soon found something wrong. The villagers seemed to be walking in circles. Satoru-sensei, have we been discovered? Tenma quickly came to Heitake Satoru and asked in a low voice. It shouldn't be, just keep following and you'll know. Yes. Finally, after nearly an hour, the villagers finally changed direction. This instantly invigorated Tenma and Shinko. Hurry up and follow. At this time, the villagers walked to the foot of a mountain, and in front of them was a very steep cliff. There's no way, what's going on? As soon as Tenma's words fell, a hole suddenly appeared on the cliff in front of the villagers, and then the villagers walked in one by one. After the last villager entered, the entrance disappeared directly. There's no way. Tenma hurriedly followed, but was still a step late. He knocked on the cliff with his hand. It was hard, with the same feel as a stone. This is a barrier, their hiding place should be behind this barrier. Itaki activated Sharingan and saw that the cliff was wrapped in a special chakra. Satoru-sensei, what should we do now? If the weak point of the barrier is not found, it is generally difficult to crack. Leave it to me. Satoru walked to the front of the barrier, clenched his fist, and a black aura directly attached to Heitake Satoru's fist. Black flash. As Heitake Satoru's voice fell, he swung his fist, and the barrier instantly shattered like glass. Behind Satoru, Itaki, Tenma, and Shinko were all staring in amazement at what was happening. This is called, one force breaks all laws. Satoru said with a somewhat boastful tone following Itaki and the others. Although his Rikugen had quickly found the weak point of this barrier, it was completely unnecessary, because his fist was enough to strike even the hardest part of the barrier. After the barrier shattered, a hole appeared in front of everyone, but soon, they heard the sound of footsteps coming from inside. One by one, people in red robes ran out from the hole, instantly surrounding them. Ninjas of Konohagakure, what are you doing here? A man who seemed to be the leader of this group, seeing the forehead protector that they respected on Heitake Satoru, said with a serious face. Half a year ago, we just struck your cult. I didn't expect you to dare to appear in the territory of Land of Fire so quickly. You really have a lot of nerve. Satoru found that all of these people had a rather evil chakra on them. Take action, kill them. As his words fell, those red-robed men who had surrounded Heitake Satoru raised a wooden staff in their hands, and then a fireball appeared directly on the staff. However, unlike ordinary yellow flames, the flames they used were all blood red. Don't hold back, just kill them. As Satoru's voice fell, Tenma and the others also started to take action, leaving only Heitake Satoru standing in place, letting those fireballs attack him. Itaki activated his Sharingan, took out 2 kunai from his hand, and harvested these people's lives like a demon. Through Itaki's observation, all of these people were ordinary people, and the ability to release fireballs was only through the wooden staff just now. Tenma and Shinko also found that this group of people hardly had any close combat abilities, but even if they knew they were going to die in the next second, they still didn't make any evasive actions, as if they had long been prepared for death, or rather, death was a kind of longing for them. Those who had their lives harvested, all had a strange smile on their faces. End of this chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 130, Chapter 130, Blood Pool. The Fire God will not let you go. Before the last leader was killed by Itake, he suddenly said such a sentence. Fire God? It seems that this so-called Fire God should be their leader. Tenma said. Let's go in quickly to prevent any accidents from happening to those villagers. This sentence was said by Itake, who now has the temperament that a leader should have. But when they walked into the hole, their faces changed instantly. As soon as they entered the hole, they felt a strong smell of blood. What a heavy smell of blood. How many people have to be killed to do this? Tenma covered his nose with one hand and fanned with the other. Shinko was also doing the same action, only Itake and Satoru were frowning. Satoru had dealt with many cults half a year ago and had seen many cult headquarters, but this was the first time he had encountered a cult with such a strong smell of blood. The next second, Itake quickly rushed forward. Hey, Itake, wait for us. Tenma and Shinko also followed closely. Finally, they found the villagers from the village just now. They saw them gathered around a blood pool, their wrists constantly bleeding into the blood pool. And above the blood pool was a very pale-skinned person watching all this. Yo, welcome, ninjas of Konohagakure. He saw a smile on the other's face, as if he had expected their arrival long ago. However, Itaki and the others didn't bother with him, but quickly ran to the villagers to try to stop their actions. But it was not successful. The villagers suddenly burst out with a huge force from somewhere, directly pushing Itaki and the others away. Itake, what should we do? Tenma looked at Itaki and asked. His power as a ninja was actually not as strong as an ordinary person, which was very absurd. There's no other way, we can only rely on Sharingan. Then, Itake stared directly into the eyes of the villagers, and the next second, their eyes closed directly, and they passed out. Oh, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The other party saw Itake's eyes and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Shinko, you take care of the villagers bleeding. No problem. Although Shinko's medical ninjutsu is not that good, she can easily handle minor wound. Just now, Itachi used Sharingan to pull these villagers into a deeper genjutsu, covering the other party's ninjutsu that controlled the villagers. You bastard, how many people have you killed? Seeing that the villagers were all settled down, Tenma stared at the person standing in the blood pool and said angrily, all the blood in this blood pool is human blood, and to form such a large blood pool, at least 1,000 people's lives are needed. The surface of the blood pool is still bubbling, as if it is boiling water. How many people? Just over 1,000. The other party's tone seemed a bit understated, and it was this understated tone that made others feel even more angry. What do you think of human life? As he spoke, Tenma jumped into the blood pool and rushed towards the other party with his fist raised. But the moment he fell into the blood pool, Tenma's face grimaced for a moment. Even though his feet were already covered with chakra, he still felt a very hot burning sensation. But Tenma did not stop his steps. With a pop, Tenma's fist was easily held in the other party's hand. Human life? For me, it's just a tool for cultivation. Hearing the other party's words, Tenma became even more angry, but no matter how much force he used, he could not shake the other party's body at all. Is that all you've got, Konohagakure ninja? The other party directly lifted Tenma up and swung him out with a swing. Fortunately, Itachi appeared behind Tenma and caught him to prevent him from getting more serious injuries. Little devil of the Uchiha clan, how about joining our fire sect? I will directly give you the position of deputy leader. Seeing Itachi, a greedy look appeared on the other party's face, or he looked at Itachi's eyes, full of greed. Let's go together. Itachi didn't answer the other party's words, but spoke to Tenma. Okay. Tenma nodded, and then the two rushed towards the other party from opposite directions. It seems that you can't accept the grace of the fire god. When Tenma and Itachi rushed into the blood pool again, the blood pool directly erupted, and streams of blood rose up, directly hindering the footsteps of the two. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. After dodging the entanglement of several blood streams, Itachi directly performed ninjutsu. Even now Itachi looks young, but his seal speed is very fast. Humph, small trick. Looking at the huge fireball coming head-on, the other party sneered contemptuously, then raised his palm, aimed at the fireball. A blood curtain rose directly, helping him block Itachi's great fireball. But you also taste my great fireball. The other party's seal speed is not slow, and he spits out a great fireball from his mouth. Looking at the scale of the great fireball, it is similar to what Itachi released, but the flame of Itachi's great fireball is yellow, and his is blood red. In terms of power, it is several times stronger than the great fireball that was released. But Itachi also quickly dodged and avoided it. Is this blood red flame what you got from killing these innocent people? You little devil of the Uchiha clan, what do you know? Suddenly, the other party's attitude became irritable in an instant. For a brat like you who was born with Kekii Genkai, you simply don't understand the feelings of us ordinary people. I just want to become like you, I am just practicing a secret method that can produce Kekii Genkai. You bastard. After listening to what the other party said, Tenma also found the right time and directly punched the other party in the face. However, the other party's figure didn't move at all, just his head tilted slightly. Kid, you should understand my feelings. Having a teammate with Kekii Genkai, your pressure must be great. No matter how much effort you put in, you can't keep up with the other party's pace. Hearing what the other party said, Tenma's expression was slightly moved. Indeed, after Itachi activated the Sharingan, it was as if he had been reborn, and his already very strong talent and strength became even stronger. Join me, little kid of Konohagakure, I will also let you have a Kekii Genkai as powerful as mine. He extended an inviting hand to Tenma, tempting him. And Satoru just quietly watched all this on the side, without any action or words. He believed in his disciples. End of this chapter. 131, Chapter 131, The Arrival of the Fire God. What nonsense are you talking about? Even without Kekii Genkai, I can still become a powerful ninja. Tenma suddenly raised his head, staring straight at the other party's eyes, shouting loudly, his tone full of determination. It's undeniable that having Kekii Genkai does allow some shortcuts, but not having Kekii Genkai doesn't mean you can't become stronger. Like the fourth Hokage of our Konohagakure village, he was born a commoner, but now he is the strongest in the ninja world. Hearing Tenma's words, the other party's face couldn't help but become a bit grim. He couldn't deny that there was nothing wrong with what Tenma said, but not everyone has the talent of the fourth Hokage. In that case, you guys go to hell and confess your sins to the fire god. The other party's grim anger, the rolling blood pool at this moment seemed to express his calm mood, only to see a powerful wave of blood rushing towards Tenma and Itachi. And the two of them felt that the temperature of the blood pool under their feet was getting higher and higher. Standing on such a liquid, it was quite a drain on chakra. Satoru-sensei, are they okay? After dealing with the injured villagers, Shinko came to Satoru's side and asked cautiously. Don't worry, this is just a trial for them. When they can't handle it, I will take action myself. Although it's undeniable that the other party's strength is very strong now, in Hatake Satoru's eyes, it's still a piece of cake that he can kill in one move. Itake quickly took out the explosive tags and threw them directly at the blood wave. The explosion sounded, and the blood was splashed everywhere, but their bodies were inevitably affected by the blood. Suddenly, a sizzling sound rang out on their skin, and a noticeable burn appeared on the skin that was splashed with blood. With this kind of ability, we can't get close to him at all. Tenma said to Itake, as long as the two of them tried to get close to him, the blood under their feet would become a barrier to protect him. If ninjutsu and taijutsu are useless, then use genjutsu. Tenma, you help me attract attention, I will prepare genjutsu. Okay. Tenma immediately stood in front of Itake, took out a few explosive tags kunao, and threw them directly at the other party. But it was unsuccessful, the terrifying explosion instantly surrounded the other party, but when the flames dissipated, the other party appeared unscathed in front of Tenma. Don't use these little tricks anymore. The other party looked at Tenma with a mocking smile on his face, and his eyes were full of contempt for the two of them. This ability that can't get close is exactly like Satoru-sensei. Tenma thought to himself, but fortunately, he didn't say this out loud, otherwise, Satoru would have heard it and he would definitely give Tenma a good lesson. How could his limitless technique be the same as this trash ninjutsu? Tenma, squat down. At this time, Itake's voice suddenly came from behind, and Tenma's reaction speed was not slow, he squatted down directly. And the other party's gaze was naturally attracted by Itake standing behind Tenma, and what attracted him the most was that pair of enchanting Sharingan. He found that the Sharingan of the little devil was actually rotating. Not good. Although he had never fought, he had heard about some uses and abilities of Sharingan. When he came back to his senses, he found that the environment around him had changed directly, the blood pool under his feet had disappeared, and in its place was an icy surface with a biting cold, and around him were the souls of the villagers he had killed. Not good, I'm in a genjutsu. And in the outside world, in the eyes of Tenma and Itake, the other party had already lowered his head and fell asleep. Tenma, act quickly, this genjutsu can't last long. At this time, Itake was already kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, and the genjutsu just now consumed a lot of Itake's chakra. I understand. After speaking, Tenma directly took out a kunao and rushed over. Seeing that his kunao was about to pierce the other party's heart, Tenma's face showed a look of joy. But just then, the blood pool that had been calm for a few seconds boiled again, and all the blood flowed towards the other party's body and drilled into the other party's body. The attacking Tenma was directly blown away by a powerful impact, and even hit Itake, causing the two to fly out of the blood pool. What's happening again? Tenma asked somewhat unwillingly. Just now it was clearly just a little bit, it was about to succeed, but at the last moment, it fell short. At this time, the other party opened his eyes, and a touch of red flame appeared in his eyes. Indeed, as expected of Sharingan, I almost fell for your trick just now. Although this sentence sounds like a compliment to Itake, you can hear the uncontrollable anger in his tone. He almost died just now, no one can come back from the ghost gate and still laugh. But now you have completely angered me. Seeing that the blood pool composed of at least 1,000 people's blood, I don't know how it merged into the body of the other party. At this time, the surface of the other party's body also changed, and the red flames directly overflowed the body surface. If it appeared in other places, it might really make people think that the fire god has descended. But only they know that this fire god is made up of thousands of innocent lives. This temperature, it's terrifying. The terrifying heat wave hit, even if it was more than 10 meters away, Tenma felt as if his body was suffering from the pain of being burned by a raging fire. Okay, you guys have done a great job, leave the rest to me. At this time, Heitake Satoru slowly walked to Tenma and Itake. Looking at Heitake Satoru's not-so-tall figure, it gave Tenma and Itake a strong sense of security. Satoru-sensei, I can still fight. Tenma was unwilling to back down, or rather, he was unwilling to let go of this demon god who treated human life as if it were nothing. He still wanted to continue fighting with the other party, he still wanted to continue venting the anger in his heart. Alright, calm down, Tenma, didn't you realize that you've been hit by the other party's ninjutsu? What? Tenma asked in confusion. Look at the back of your hand. Hearing Heitake Satoru's words, Tenma looked at the back of his hand and indeed found a red flame mark on the back of his hand. At the same time, Itake also looked at the back of his hand and found the same. When you were burned by the blood in that blood pool, you were already hit by the other party's ninjutsu. If you continue to be angry, you might be burned by the flames. Satoru wasn't joking when he said this. When Tenma was very angry just now, Satoru had already noticed that a flame was faintly appearing in Tenma's body, which could burn him at any time. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 132, Chapter 132, The Angry Fire God. What should we do then? Hearing Heitake Satoru's words that didn't seem exaggerated at all, Tenma's heart couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. He wasn't afraid of death now, but he was afraid of dying too ugly. If he was really burned to death, how scary would the corpse be? Don't worry, although I don't know the solution to this ninjutsu, as long as we defeat him, this ninjutsu will naturally be lifted. Are you their teacher? Seeing Heitake Satoru gradually becoming the protagonist of the scene from a transparent person, the other party said arrogantly, at this moment, the surge in strength brought an excessive expansion to his heart. Yes, that's right, so could you please remove the ninjutsu from our disciples? Heitake Satoru said with a smile, his face also full of kindness. What do you think? The other party stretched out his palm towards Heitake Satoru, a terrifying red flame sprayed directly from his palm, directly surrounding Heitake Satoru. I thought the Jonin of Konohagakure were very capable, but they turned out to be just garbage of this level. Seeing that Heitake Satoru couldn't even dodge his ordinary attack, a look of arrogance appeared on his face again, and at the same time, he sighed in his heart, the secret technique is really useful. Although his previous strength was also at the Jonin level, it was almost impossible to easily solve a Jonin. Wow, it's really warm. Just then, a cheerful voice suddenly came from the flames, and a white-haired figure was slowly walking out of the flames. How is this possible? Seeing Heitake Satoru walking out with a smile on his face, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Although the attack just now was just his ordinary attack, as long as the flesh is touched by his flames, it will melt immediately, but now, not only did the other party not melt, there was not a single injury on his body, even the clothes on his body were not broken. Why don't you try again, maybe next time you can hurt me. The other party directly overlapped his two hands, and more fierce flames once again rushed towards Heitake Satoru. In order to increase the damage of the flames, he deliberately increased the output of chakra. If he knew that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hurt Satoru-sensei, what would his heart feel like? Tenma leaned his head to Itaki and said, I don't know, but I guess he might be depressed to death. Itaki said in a flat tone, fortunately, there is only one person with such ability in the ninja world, and fortunately, this person is his own teacher. If there is a person with such ability who is an enemy, then Itaki can't think of any way to deal with him. Let's see if you die this time. Seeing Heitake Satoru being swallowed by his flames again, he showed a slightly grim smile on his face. TSK Tisk, you've consumed the lives of thousands of people, and the power you've gained is just this. At first, you could still hear a hint of teasing in Heitake Satoru's tone, but as time went on, Heitake Satoru's tone became more and more severe. When the last word fell, it made the other party, who was wrapped in flames, feel a chill in his heart. How is it possible? Why are you okay? Why? Seeing that the power he had worked so hard to obtain had no effect on the other party, his heart was already somewhat collapsing. You know, in order to complete this secret technique, he traveled to various countries. Almost all countries in the ninja world have his footprints. The purpose is to prevent being discovered by others before the secret technique is completed. Now in the land of fire, he has finally completed his secret technique. Just as he was preparing to show his power, he found that his secret technique had no effect on one person. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Yes, I must have been caught in that kid's genjutsu. He suddenly remembered the kid with Sharingan, and only genjutsu could make him feel that his attack had no effect. Hearing his yelling, Tenma couldn't help but laugh out loud. Itake, has this guy gone crazy? Who knows, maybe, if this kind of thing happened to me, I guess I would go crazy too. After Itake finished speaking, he didn't hear Tenma's reply. When he turned his head to look, he found that Tenma was staring at him with a very serious expression on his face. What's wrong with you? Itake was startled by Tenma's expression. Itake, if you dare to do such inhumane things, I will never let you go. Even if I know I can't beat you, I will kill you even if I fight for my life. Obviously, this operation touched Tenma deeply. He had never thought that someone would do such a bad thing for practicing ninjutsu. Don't worry, I won't do such a thing. Itake also answered seriously. I believe you. Tenma also said seriously. But then, a carefree smile seemed to appear on Tenma's face again. But with your talent, you should also disdain to do such a thing. Hearing this, Itake just smiled slightly. Now you're crazy, aren't you? Your mental quality is really low. In that case, let me wake you up. After speaking, Satoru's figure instantly appeared in front of the other party, and he punched the other party's face. The other party's body flew directly backwards, embedded in the wall behind him, and his nose was deformed by this punch. Of course, this was the result of Satoru's restraint. If he directly used Black Flash, this punch would probably have turned him into ashes. Damn it. Although he made an angry voice, terrifying flames erupted from his body, and the surrounding walls were instantly melted. At this time, the temperature of the red flames on his body had surpassed that of magma. Not good, this place may collapse in a while, we have to leave here quickly. Itake looked at the surrounding environment and said, okay. Several people hurriedly carried a few villagers and ran quickly towards the outside of the cave. After Itake and the others left, the other party burst out the chakra in his body again, and the flames that burst out of his body became even thicker, as if a Saiyan was rising. The rocks in the cave were also melting due to the high temperature at this time. Today, I will let you be buried with this mountain range. Then, the flames from all directions once again wrapped Heitake Satoru, and this time, not only were there flames, but magma also appeared under his feet, as if he wanted to swallow Heitake Satoru. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 133, Chapter 133, The True Fire God Descends. Not long after Itaki and the others took the villagers out of the cave, a terrifying explosion came directly from inside the cave, and the entrance of the cave collapsed instantly, and they also felt the terrifying heat coming from the collapsed cave. Then, about a few seconds later, a figure burning with desire suddenly flew out from the collapsed mountain range, and all the places touched by the flames on his body were melted, even the air around him seemed to be burned by this terrifying heat. It's a bit distorted. Then, another explosion sound came from the ruins, and Heitake Satoru appeared in the ruins of the mountain range, and all the surroundings had been leveled by Heitake Satoru. This destructive power is really terrifying. Heitake Satoru dusted off his clothes where there was no dust. The power of this forbidden technique definitely reached the S rank, even in Konohagakure village, it was definitely recorded in the sealing scroll. Damn it, you bastard, why aren't you dead yet? Why aren't you dead yet? Seeing Heitake Satoru appear unscathed in front of him, the other party's face became even more grim. His hands kept swinging at Heitake Satoru, each swing, a fire dragon appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Heitake Satoru, and suddenly, Heitake Satoru was engulfed by a sea of fire. The ground around Heitake Satoru was constantly melting, but only the ground under his feet was safe. Has this guy really gone mad? Seeing the madness on the other party's face, Tenma said with some doubt. Yes, he should be really mad. Itaki activated the Sharingan and carefully observed the expression on the other party's face. He could no longer see any wise look in the other party's eyes, all that was left in his eyes was madness. If other Jonin or even shadow-level ninjas encountered such an opponent, they would be very uncomfortable, because the terrifying heat emitted from the other party's body made it impossible for ordinary ninjas to get close, and some ninjutsu that fell on the other party's body would be burned to ashes by the flames that appeared on his body. But unfortunately, he met Heitake Satoru, an invincible man, a man standing on the ceiling. Go to hell, go to hell. The other party, like a madman, kept outputting flames towards the place where Heitake Satoru was standing. This terrifying bombing lasted for more than 10 minutes, and it wasn't until the other party was panting with exhaustion that he stopped his actions. Now, you should be dead, right? The other party bent over, propped his hands on his knees, panting heavily, and a grim and somewhat forced smile appeared on his face. Killing so many lives, the ninjutsu that came in exchange, only has this kind of power. Suddenly, a voice came from the flames, it was Heitake Satoru's voice, but at this moment, his voice sounded very chilling. Then, a terrifying repulsive force came directly from the flames, and the burning flames were immediately blown away by this repulsive force. Impossible, impossible, why are you still alive? The power that the fire god gave me can't be wrong, this is the power of the fire god, could it be that you are also a god? You are also a god. The other party said in a whisper. God. Then you can consider me as the death god who takes your life. As soon as Heitake Satoru's words fell, the other party felt a terrifying suction suddenly appear at the junction of his limbs and body, and then, his limbs broke at the same time, the whole person directly fell to the ground, and blood was spilled all over the place. Perhaps it was because he had absorbed the blood of thousands of people, which caused the blood sprayed out of his body to be much more than the blood sprayed out by ordinary people. Oh, the vitality is really tenacious, isn't it? Heitake Satoru landed in front of the other party. In this world, even those with strong vitality, after their limbs disappear at the same time, they can't hold on for long, after all, ninjas are also human. But this guy, his limbs are clearly bleeding non-stop, but the constantly moving eyeballs and the constantly opening and closing mouth that wants to speak are all expressing the other party's strong vitality. It's really a terrifying secret technique. Heitake Satoru naturally didn't think this was due to the other party's own physical talent. It must be said that it is worthy of being a forbidden technique, and it has also absorbed some of the residual life force in those blood. But now this is just the other party's last struggle before dying, the limbs are broken, and sooner or later they will die because of the blood flow. Fire God, I'm sorry, I can't contribute sacrifices to you anymore. The light in the other party's eyes gradually became dull. Fire God. Hearing this title, Heitake Satoru frowned. He had heard the title of Fire God more than once. He originally thought that Fire God was the leader of this fire sect, but now it seems that Fire God is someone else. Who is the Fire God? Heitake Satoru asked coldly. If he didn't pull out this fire god, such things would definitely happen again in the future. The fire god is a real god. The other party's tone was intermittent. Even if I die, I will let the fire god pull you down and bury me. This sentence was roared out by the other party, only to see the blood spilled on the ground as if it had life, as if it was flowing in a rule, and soon formed a formation centered on the other party. Heitake Satoru hurriedly jumped back. Fire god, please avenge your faithful believers. Then, a dazzling red light suddenly rose into the sky, as if it had rendered the night into dawn. What's going on? Tenma stared blankly at the soaring red light. I don't know, but I think we need to retreat quickly. I seem to see something very ominous in that red light. Itaki stared at the red light with his Sharingan, and immediately felt a sting from the Sharingan. This sting made him unconsciously close his eyes, as if he had peeped into something that should not be peeped at. Does God really exist in this world? Heitake Satoru, who was closest to the red light, was also carefully observing everything. His Rikugen naturally observed more clearly than attack his Sharingan. He noticed that there was a figure in the red light, and this figure seemed to have no entity, but was made of flames. Suddenly, Heitake Satoru thought of a sealing technique, the dead demon consuming seal, which is a seal that summons the Shinigami, and the Jashin religion that Haiden believes in. And Haiden's immortal body ability is obviously not achievable by ordinary forbidden techniques. Are you the one who blasphemes the gods? At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded, and even Tenma and Ataki who were leaving here quickly felt a shock in their hearts, as if there was a kind of oppression. Suddenly, they felt a burning sensation on the back of their hands again, and they saw that the red mark that had disappeared had reappeared, and it was emitting a hot red light. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 134, Chapter 134 Fear of the True Fire God. God. Hearing this title, Satoru sneered. If you really are a god, then I don't mind being a god slayer. Arrogant. Just then, the flame figure in the red light seemed to frown, and then stretched out his hand to Heitake Satoru. A red fire dragon appeared directly from his palm, and directly hit Heitake Satoru. Heitake Satoru is too familiar with this move, he just got hit by more than a dozen fire dragons just now, but this guy's fire dragon and the fire dragon used by the fire sect leader just now, are not on the same level at all. But for Heitake Satoru, it still doesn't work, and the fire god still can't break his limitless technique. After the fire dragon dispersed, Heitake Satoru appeared unscathed in front of the fire god. At this time, the red light surrounding the fire god had also dispersed, and the fire god was now completely exposed to everyone. Just like what Heitake Satoru saw just now, it is a collection of flames. And when the body of the fire god was exposed for a moment, all the flammable materials around it ignited. Seeing that the other party had withstood his own flames and was still unscathed, although the other party's face was also composed of a ball of flames, but for some reason, Heitake Satoru felt that the flames on the other party's face formed a solemn expression. This is not a power that belongs to the rules of this world, who are you? Hearing the fire god say this, Heitake Satoru's face showed a surprised expression. This is the first time someone has seen through his ability. Sure enough, it's worthy of being a god. But I guess you guys are just a bit stronger, and you are spirit beasts with special abilities, right? The place where you live should also be a special space like Mount Mayaboku, Ryakai Cave, and Shikotsu Forest. Don't mix me up with those beasts. Obviously, he was very angry when he spoke at this time. Oh, was I right? So you're angry and embarrassed. But thinking of this, Heitake Satoru's heart was also a bit heavy at this time. If it really belongs to the same nature as Mount Mayaboku, then these spirit beasts can be said to be too terrifying. Every god has its own ability, the Shinigami devours souls, the Jashin has an immortal body, and the red flames of the fire god in front of him, and Heitake Satoru is still not sure whether there are other gods exist. Mount Mayaboku, Shikotsu Forest, and Ryakai Cave are all groups with a single ability, and what they can give to humans is senjutsu, but these gods, each god is an ability. However, through what Heitake Satoru knows, the conditions for summoning these gods are also very harsh. The Shinigami requires the life of the caster, the fire god also requires a sacrificer, and it is estimated that the evil god is similar. Shut up. Suddenly, a huge flame suddenly fell from the sky, directly covering Heitake Satoru's body. It's useless, if your ability is just like this, then the title of God is really a bit exaggerated. With the appearance of Heitake Satoru's voice, the flames dissipated. Although the flames are useless against you, they can still deal with those two little kids. Suddenly, with the fire god's words, Satoru turned his head and found that the chakra in Satoru and Tenma's bodies had started to burn. And both of them are now suffering from a great deal of pain in their bodies. They have already knelt on the ground, their bodies are hot, their expressions are grim, and they are hard and miserable. And Shinko is anxious on the side, his medical ninjutsu is of no use at this moment, tears are already spinning in his eyes, his heart is also suffering a great torment at this moment, he feels that he is useless now. You bastard. Now, Heitake Satoru is completely angry, a black breath appeared on his fist, and a punch from Black Mountain was blasted out, and the body of the fire god was scattered in an instant. However, the symptoms of Tenma and Ataka did not alleviate, and the scattered flames gathered together again in the next second and formed a figure again. It's useless, mortal attacks will not hurt the gods, only gods can hurt the gods. Your attack will not hurt me. Now the fire god has given up, although he can't hurt this human, but this human can't hurt him, but he can hurt this human's companion. Cursed technique lapse, blue. Suddenly, a terrifying suction appeared directly in front of the fire god's body. In an instant, the fire god's body was distorted, and then the entire figure was sucked in. After the fire god disappeared, the burning sensation on Tenma and Ataka disappeared. But Satoru, who was watching the two of them, never relaxed his brows, because he found that the red flame mark had not disappeared. I said, it's useless, mortals can't kill gods. At this time, the voice of the fire god suddenly came from all directions. Suddenly, clusters of flames appeared from nowhere, and gathered in front of Heitake Satoru again. The moment the body of the fire god appeared again, the burning sensation on Tenma and Itake came again. As long as there is fire in the world, then I am immortal. The fire god said proudly. To be honest, since I came to this world, this is the first time I have been so angry. You really angered me. Heitake Satoru said through gritted teeth, took off his eye mask, looked at Heitake Satoru's cold eyes, and the fire god's heart suddenly rose with a trace of fear. Any ninjutsu, anyone has weaknesses. Looking at Heitake Satoru's eyes, the fire god suddenly felt that he had been seen through. Although your body is immortal, your spirit is not. When your spirit is extinguished, your existence will completely disappear from the world. What are you going to do? Fear appeared in the tone of the fire god. As Heitake Satoru said, if his spirit is extinguished, then he will really be finished. Heitake Satoru's hands were tightly clenched, and the fire god's bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Just as Heitake Satoru was preparing to perform the technique, a burst of smoke erupted directly from the fire god's body, and the whole person disappeared, just like the summoning time of the spirit beast in the world had arrived. It's just that I don't know if the other party's summoning time has really come, or if they have escaped back to the spirit world. TSK, they ran away pretty fast. Originally, Heitake Satoru planned to directly display his domain and completely crush the opponent, but before he could use it, the opponent had already disappeared. It has to be said that the fire god's sixth sense is really good. Then, Heitake Satoru appeared in front of Tenma and Itake. With the disappearance of the fire god, the marks on the backs of their hands also faded away. However, Heitake Satoru knew that the mark had not disappeared. When the fire god appeared around the two of them, the mark would appear again. What should we do, Satoru-sensei? Seeing Heitake Satoru appear, Shinko seemed to have a backer, and now Tenma and Itake have both fainted. Don't worry, leave it to me. Heitake Satoru put his hand on the backs of the two of them and forcibly eliminated the marks on the two of them with chakra. Even if Heitake Satoru does not appear, the fire god is not invincible. Physical attacks are useless, but if he encounters a powerful genjutsu ninja, then he will be finished as usual. However, to attack the fire god's genjutsu, you must use top-level genjutsu. It is estimated that Sharingan is likely to be the nemesis of the gods. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 135, Chapter 135 How to Fight a God. After the villagers woke up, they simply explained the course of the matter, and left amidst the thanks of the villagers. On the way back, Tenma was still worried about looking at the back of his hand. The feeling of burning all over his body was really uncomfortable, and he didn't want to experience it again. Although Satoru said that he had cleared the marks attached to them, his heart had already left a shadow on the fire god. Moreover, the fire god had not died yet, which made Tenma unavoidably more worried. But although the fire god escaped this time, Heitake Satoru did not intend to let him go. The next time he saw him, it would be when he saw the Shinigami. After 2 days, they finally returned to Konohagakure village. When they arrived in Konohagakure village, Tenma breathed a sigh of relief. After all, home is the safest place for anyone. Okay, you all go home and rest now, I will report the task by myself. Yes, Satoru-sensei, then I'll trouble you. The faces of Tenma and others all showed obvious fatigue. On the way back, they never rested well. Even when they were resting, their hearts were frightened. The shadow of this trip to the Ghost Gate was not so easy to forget. After watching several people leave, the next second, Satoru's figure appeared directly in the Hokage office. And this time, as soon as Satoru entered Konohagakure village, Minato had already sensed the other's chakra, so this time Minato had already prepared in advance. Did the task go smoothly? Namikaze Minato doesn't need to ask if the task is completed, because as soon as Heitake Satoru makes a move, there is no task that cannot be completed. So far, Heitake Satoru is the only man with a 100% task completion rate. It's okay, my 2 disciples almost died. Although the tone of saying this sentence seemed a bit indifferent, the expression on Heitake Satoru's face could be said to be quite solemn. Huh. Hearing what Heitake Satoru said, Minato and Shikaku, who was standing behind him, first showed a surprised expression, and then a solemn expression appeared. Being able to almost kill his 2 disciples in front of Heitake Satoru shows how tricky the enemy they encountered this time is. What kind of enemy did you guys encounter? Shikaku asked directly, which is also the question Minato wanted to ask. We encountered a god. God? You're not joking with us, right? Shikaku said in surprise. Do you think I'm in a joking state right now? Seeing the serious expression on Heitake Satoru's face, Minato and Shikaku knew that this might be true. Does this world really have gods? Minato said to himself with a serious expression. You should know, Minato. Minato looked at Satoru with a puzzled look. How should he know? You should know the dead demon consuming seal, right? Think about what the principle of the dead demon consuming seal is. Dead demon consuming seal? What is the dead demon consuming seal? Shikaku, who was next to the 2 of them, was also confused when he heard this ninjutsu. After all, the dead demon consuming seal is completely a top-level forbidden technique. even if he is the Hokage's assistant, he is not qualified to know. Dead Demon Consuming Seal, a kind of seal that summons the Shinigami to seal the opponent, is very powerful, and the cost of the user is to dedicate his own soul to the Shinigami. Minato said seriously. Did you guys encounter the Shinigami this time? Minato asked in shock, his eyes wide open. No, we encountered the fire god, but it should be the same kind of thing as the Shinigami of the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Unexpectedly, our world really has gods. Shikaku shook his head with a bitter smile. If one day they have to be enemies with these gods, do they have a chance of winning? They don't know anything about these gods now, but the title of god is not quite correct. What do you mean? Minato and Shikaku stared at Heitake Satoru again. Instead of saying they are gods, it's better to say they are powerful spirit beasts. Spirit beasts? God is actually a spirit beast. Shikaku's surprised voice rang directly in the Hokage office. It can be considered that way, but the strength of these gods is exceptionally strong, and ordinary ninjas want to deal with them. It can almost be said to be a dead end, because physical attacks have no effect on them. Hearing Heitake Satoru's description, Minato's mind suddenly flashed the figure of the masked man, that is, Uchiha Obito. The other party's ability to become ethereal can also dodge all physical attacks. Physical attacks have no effect. Then if these guys become our enemies one day, how should we defeat them? Shikaku asked again. Not one day to become our enemy, these gods are originally enemies of humans. When he said this, Heitake Satoru's tone was very firm. He didn't know if there were good gods, but as far as Heitake Satoru knew, none of these three gods were good. And if you want to defeat them, either use powerful genjutsu, or use attacks that target the soul. Genjutsu is the most difficult to practice and the most demanding talent among the three techniques. There are very few powerful genjutsu ninjas, and there should be no means against the soul, right? After all, the soul can be said to be an elusive thing for them. Who knows? Maybe there is a secret technique against the soul somewhere. After all, the Dead Demon Consuming Seal is also against the soul. But I think if you really want to study the soul, Orochimaru should be a good candidate. I think Orochimaru is also very interested in studying the soul. Admittedly, Orochimaru's talent is good, but can he really research a method to attack the soul? If Orochimaru can really help Konohagakure research a method to counter the soul, they can now completely cancel Orochimaru's wanted, and let bygones be bygones for what Orochimaru has done before. Who knows? If it doesn't work, you can also resurrect the second Hokage with the Impure World Reincarnation. After all, the Impure World Reincarnation is also a means to pull the soul back from the yellow Izumi to the body. I think the second Hokage should have some research on the soul. Hearing Satoru say this, Minato directly frowned at Heitake Satoru. These methods of Heitake Satoru are really one more outrageous than the other, even thinking of the method of resurrecting the second Hokage with the Impure World Reincarnation. But if you don't want to desecrate the ancestors, I can't help it, but Minato, I think you can ask the Great Toad Sage. I think he should have some reliable methods. Satoru also knows that what he said is unreliable. It's okay to recall Orochimaru, but if you want to resurrect the second Hokage with the Impure World Reincarnation, Minato's position as the fourth Hokage may not be preserved. Great Toad Sage. In Minato's mind, the image of that giant toad suddenly appeared, as well as the unbearable experience of practicing senjutsu in Mount Myaboku. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 136, Chapter 136 The Weakness of God. Their origins are relatively ancient. On Mount Myaboku, in front of the Great Toad Sage, Minato sat cross-legged in front of the Great Toad Sage, listening respectfully to the words of the Great Toad Sage. Before the era of ninjas was the era of samurai, and before the era of samurai, humans were enslaved by gods. Hearing this, Minato was shocked and looked at the Great Toad Sage incredulously. Even Fukazaku, who was next to them, was shocked. Then since the power of the gods is so strong, how did humans resist the gods at that time? Minato asked the doubt in his heart. He was very curious about how the era when humans were ruled by gods ended. I don't know. The Great Toad Sage shook his head. Then do you know, what kind of method should be used to deal with gods? It's simple to deal with them. As long as you learn senjutsu, you can hurt them. As for whether you can defeat them, it depends on individual strength. Senjutsu. Hearing that senjutsu is a means to deal with gods, Minato's heart added a bit of confidence. At present, he has made great achievements in senjutsu. Although he can't enter the Sage mode directly like the first Hokage, as long as he is given 10 seconds, he can also enter the Sage mode. Being able to shorten the time to enter the Sage mode to 10 seconds, Minato is already quite powerful. You know, Jiraiya needs a few minutes to enter the Sage mode. Kakashi's current time to enter the Sage mode is also incomparable with Minato. He now probably needs 3 minutes of preparation time, but as he becomes proficient in the Sage mode, this time should be shorter and shorter. At this time, the Great Toad Sage suddenly yawned. Minato, the Great Toad Sage is going to rest, let's leave first. Fukazaku said to Minato. Okay. After knowing the means to deal with gods, Minato no longer needed to stay. By the way, I had a dream before, and the future I predicted before has changed. What else did the great Toad Sage prophesy? Minato asked seriously. He still believes in the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. I dreamed of a man with white misty blue pupils, messing up the future I saw before. White misty blue pupils. Is it Heitake Satoru? The image of Heitake Satoru suddenly appeared in Minato's mind. How has the future changed? Minato asked again. I don't know, but I feel that everything is moving in a good direction. Minato wanted to continue to ask something, but when he found that the great Toad Sage was snoring, he had to give up. Fukazaku, then I will leave first. Okay, you must come to play more when you have time. Jiraiya doesn't come, Kakashi doesn't come, and you don't come. There are not many people in Mount Myaboku. When you come to visit next time, I will definitely let you take out my collection of bugs to entertain you. Hearing this, Minato showed an awkward smile on his face. Okay, when I'm not busy next time, I will definitely come. If it really doesn't work, you can let Kakashi come, although that guy's personality is not very pleasing. Okay, I will let Kakashi come. Minato felt guilty for Kakashi in his heart. When he thought of those colorful bugs, Minato couldn't help but want to vomit. Then, a puff of smoke suddenly appeared from Minato's body, and then, Minato had already appeared in the Hokage office. How about it? Have you learned anything useful? Seeing Minato appear again, Satoru asked curiously. He also wanted to know what the great Toad Sage knew. Well, those gods are very ancient creatures, their existence time is very long, but it is said that they were sealed in a special space, only a specific technique can summon them, and if you want to hurt them, besides attacking the soul, using senjutsu can also. Is it? It seems that those gods are not so good. In fact, Satoru was also a little confused before. If he did not come to this world, then the appearance of the gods, how should they cope? If they want to have a genjutsu that checks and balances the gods, at least it must be a genjutsu level performed by Mangekyo Sharingan. But how many pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan are there in the entire ninja world? Now everything is clear. Senjutsu can also, although there are few people who will senjutsu, but it is always more than Mangekyo Sharingan. So, even if Satoru is not there, the ninja world is enough to have a means to resist the gods. It seems that I really underestimated this world a bit. A confident smile appeared on Heitake Satoru's face. This smile looked a bit arrogant. But there are very few people who can use senjutsu in the ninja world. There are only 3 in Konohagakure. As for whether there are people who can use senjutsu in other ninja villages, it is unknown, but the possibility is almost zero. Although he knew the method to hurt the gods, Minato's heart was still very worried, because he didn't know how many gods there were at all. Don't worry, there must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Although the sage mode is difficult, it is not difficult to store natural chakra in the body. For example, Orochimaru's curse mark is a deformity of the sage mode, but it also has natural chakra. It has to be said that Orochimaru is really a genius. Well, Satoru is right, and those gods are now sealed in a special space, and it is uncertain whether they can appear again in the future. That's right. Hearing Shikaku's words, Minato also felt a little relieved. And if the gods really come out, then I won't let them go. As soon as these words came out, Shikaku and Minato immediately felt a chill. They knew that this time the so-called god had completely angered Heitake Satoru. This made them feel sorry for the gods in their hearts. Who would not be offended, but they had to offend this monster. But I'm curious, you don't know senjutsu, and you're not proficient in genjutsu, what means do you have to deal with gods? Hehe, that's secret. A confident smile appeared on Heitake Satoru's face. Do you want to see it? But you might die. Hearing Heitake Satoru say this, Minato and Shikaku shook their heads together. Although they didn't know if Heitake Satoru was bragging, the technique that could fight against the gods must be very dangerous. They don't want to experience it. If they really die, everything will be over. They haven't lived enough yet. Well, it seems that we have no chance to see my most powerful technique. Although Shikaku and Minato were full of curiosity in their hearts, life is more important than novel techniques. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 137, Chapter 137, Team Promotion. The matter about the gods has already come to an end. Although Minato has been paying close attention to some religions since that incident, there are very few clues related to the gods, and most of them are ordinary people pretending to be gods. Time flies, and 2 years have passed. Brother, you are really getting more and more lazy now. The door of Heitake Satoru's room was suddenly opened, and a man wearing a black and blue tight-fitting suit, with white hair and a scar on his left eye, appeared at the door. This person is Heitake Kakashi. As early as a year ago, Kakashi had been called back by Minato. After all, Obito has the power of Kamui and is mysterious. Even if Kakashi knows the news of Obito's appearance, by the time Kakashi arrives, Obito has already left again. So Minato called Kakashi back. After all, Kakashi is such a powerful force, and it's a bit of a waste to always chase one person. After all, there are no tasks worth my shot now, and the entire ninja world has now fallen into a period of peaceful development. How nice it would be if it could go on like this. Kakashi sat next to Satoru and sighed. People who have experienced war, so Kakashi knows the value of peace. In the last war, Kakashi lost 1.5 teammates, one refers to Rin, and half refers to Obito. As long as there are ninjas, no, as long as there are people in this world, wars will never disappear, they will only temporarily stop. Kakashi didn't refute anything, because he also knew that what Satoru said was the truth. Even if there is no war in this world, the struggle between people will not stop. I just don't know how long this peace can last. Kakashi looked up at the sky, as if reminiscing about something. In these 2 years, the team led by Satoru has made rapid progress. Now Itaki is 10 years old, and Sharingan has evolved to 3 Tomo. The 3 Tomo Sharingan at the age of 10 can be said to be unprecedented in the history of the Uchiha clan, and it is estimated that there will be no comers. Now Itaki has been hailed as the first genius of the Uchiha clan, a person who will surpass their ancestor Uchiha Madara in the future. Under such a chase, Itaki naturally attracted many eyes, and many people hope that Itaki will not grow up and want to strangle him in the cradle. But who made Itaki's teacher Heitake Satoru? Anyone who plans to take action against Itaki, none of them have a good end. Itaki's strength has now reached Jonin. In addition to his high IQ and the observation power of Sharingan, even if he fights with veteran Jonin, he can make up for the lack of combat experience. The strength of Tenma and Shinko is not weak, although they have not yet reached the level of Jonin, but they are also top-notch in Chunin. However, because they have not taken the Chunin exam for a long time, the 3 of them are still genin in terms of ninja rank. But if they want to be promoted now, it's just a matter of Satoru's words. As long as he mentions it to Namikaze Minato, the 3 of them will be promoted to Chunin immediately. But Satoru thinks that ninjas should experience all the experiences they should experience, and that is perfect. By the way, the Chunin exam will start next week. You won't want Itaki and the other 2 to participate in the Chunin exam, right? Suddenly, Kakashi, who was sitting next to Satoru, said. As the head of Umbu, Kakashi naturally knew some secret things. They're actually going to hold the Chunin exam. It's been several years since the last one. I remember the last time the exam was held, I was the instructor for the final exam. In a blink of an eye, so much time has passed. Time really flies. Heitake Satoru sighed a little. Recently, Heitake Satoru would occasionally sigh about the passage of time. He didn't know why, but he always had a feeling that he would leave this world sooner or later. He didn't know when he would leave, but he wanted to take care of everything before he left. Of course, Itaki and the others must participate. A life without participating in the Chunin exam is an incomplete life. I can't let them have regrets in their lives. We should really mourn for the examens of the same period this time. Kakashi made a slight complaint. He often dealt with Itaki and the others, so he naturally knew what level Itaki and the others were at now. Itaki was even stronger than him when he was the same age. Fortunately, it's not a time of war, otherwise, the record of the youngest Jonin would definitely be broken by Itaki. Having Itaki lead the team to participate in the Chunin exam is simply a piece of cake. Time flies again, a month's time has passed in a blink of an eye. Itaki and the others have become Chunin without any surprise. After putting on the Chunin vest, even Itaki, who has always been very mature, showed a smile. Not to mention Tenma, who has a very carefree personality. The moment he put on the Chunin vest, he couldn't help but show off in front of Heitake Satoru. How about it, Satoru-sensei, am I cool? Tenma pointed at himself with his thumb and turned around in front of Heitake Satoru. Well, now you have become a qualified and excellent ninja. Heitake Satoru nodded in praise. Although he knew that the 3 of them becoming Chunin was a sure thing, when they really became Chunin, Heitake Satoru's heart still felt very happy and proud of them. But next, the time I go on missions with you may become less and less. Suddenly Heitake Satoru's tone changed. Why? Tenma's tone was a bit anxious. The atmosphere was very cheerful just now, but now it suddenly became cold. Eaglets always have the day to spread their wings, and now it's time to train you to fly alone. Hearing Satoru's words, Tenma slowly exhaled. I thought Satoru-sensei you were going to disband the team, it scared me to death. Yeah, Satoru-sensei, can you not gasp so much when you speak in the future? Shinko also couldn't help but complain. You didn't give me a chance to say the next sentence, blame me. Heitake Satoru spread his hands and said with an innocent expression. Of course it's your fault, Satoru-sensei, it scared me just now and I almost cried. Okay, my fault. Although Itaki did not join in the criticism of Heitake Satoru, from his expression, it could be seen that he was also very worried just now. So now I officially announce that Itaki, Tenma, Shinko, you 3 are now truly qualified ninjas. The road ahead depends on you to go on. I don't want to see you crying and asking me for help next time I see you. Heitake Satoru clapped his hands and said very seriously. Yes, Satoru-sensei. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 138, Chapter 138, The Death of the Ninja. Time flies, and another half a year has passed. During this half year, Satoru has rarely carried out tasks with Itaki and the others, because Satoru now fully trusts Itaki's strength. Only a few high-difficulty tasks require Satoru to lead the team personally. But in this half year, Satoru only led the team twice. When Satoru didn't lead the team, Itaki acted as the captain of the entire team, and Tenma and Shinko always obeyed Itaki's words. However, at this time, there was basically no smile on Itaki's face. For some reason, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village suddenly increased a lot recently, as if a conflict could break out at any time. Perhaps because of the conflict between the clan and the village, Itaki now rarely takes on tasks. Tenma and Shinko also know Itaki's current state of mind. Going on a mission can only increase the danger, so Tenma and Shinko did not urge. Just right, when there is no task, it is considered a holiday. Satoru-sensei, what should I do now? In Heitake Satoru's home, Itaki knelt in front of Heitake Satoru, his face full of painful expressions. These days, conflicts between the Uchiha clan and other villagers occur every day. Every day, Itaki feels particularly hard. He doesn't know how to improve this situation. It was not so bad a while ago, but now it seems like a big hand is pushing this matter to develop behind the scenes. At present, all the elders in the clan are also discussing the rebellion. I want to stop it, but I don't have the ability. Itaki's fists clenched tightly, as if expressing the pain and unwillingness in his heart. Tears have flowed from Itaki's eyes. This is the first time Satoru has seen Itaki cry. Even if the training was hard in the past, and he was seriously injured in the mission, Itaki never cried. Now Itaki is crying, it can be imagined how much pain he must be in his heart now. He doesn't want a war to break out between the clan and the village. He doesn't want villagers and his clansmen to die because of the war. But now there are only two choices in front of him. One is to stand on the side of the clan and fight against the village together, and the other is to stand on the side of the village and fight against the clan together. But no matter which side he stands on, Itaki will have to bear the name of a traitor. Suddenly, Itaki's back of his head suddenly felt a force, and before he could react, he felt his vision go dark. Do whatever you want to do, no matter what you do, I will support you, I will always stand by your side, because you are my disciple. Satoru touched Itaki's head and pressed his head into his arms. Feeling this warm embrace, Satoru felt much more at ease. He had forgotten when he last experienced this warmth. Itaki stayed in Satoru's arms for a long time before he lifted his head again. I know what to do, Satoru-sensei. Itaki looked at Heitake Satoru with a determined face. He just needs to follow his inner thoughts. Because he knows that all the obstacles he encounters will be solved by his teacher. Satoru has no right to interfere in the affairs of the Uchiha clan, and he doesn't want to interfere in the affairs of the Uchiha clan. But whoever dares to hurt his disciples, he will definitely make the other party pay the price. Although Satoru has been staying at home recently and not going out, he knows that there must be someone behind him pushing this matter to deepen the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. Otherwise, the originally settled situation would not suddenly erupt so quickly. Then I want to leave, Satoru-sensei. Well, remember, I have always been your strong shield. When Itaki opened the door, he found Kakashi standing at the door. Itaki simply greeted Kakashi and left immediately. And at this time, a look of envy appeared on Kakashi's face. What's wrong, Kakashi, are you envious? Do you want to come into my brother's arms? My brother's arms are very warm. A smirk appeared on Satoru's face, and he opened his arms to Kakashi. Kakashi, who was indeed a bit envious just now, was speechless when he saw Heitake Satoru's appearance. I just wanted to tell you that the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village seems to have reached an irreconcilable point. Kakashi said this sentence while resisting the urge to beat up Satoru. He came to remind Satoru specially. If Satoru were an ordinary jonin and his disciple were an ordinary person from the Uchiha clan, it would be fine, but unfortunately, Satoru's disciple is the child of the Uchiha clan leader and the first genius in the history of the Uchiha clan, and Satoru is not an ordinary jonin. So for which side Satoru will stand on, the elders of Konohagakure are quite concerned. Oh, what happened? The expression on Satoru's face became serious instantly. Since Kakashi had already said so, something irreversible must have happened. A ninja in the village died. The cause of death was due to genjutsu. In the ninja world, there are few people who can kill people with genjutsu, but most of these people are from the Uchiha clan. Although there is no evidence at the scene pointing to the murderer as the Uchiha clan, for us, finding out the truth is just a matter of time. The clan leader of the Yamanaka clan has already started to check the other party's memory. Although Kakashi didn't say things absolutely, everyone knew that it was the Uchiha clan. Although there are many ninjas in the ninja world who are proficient in genjutsu, there should also be those who can kill people with genjutsu, but the ninja died in Konohagakure village. It is impossible to be a foreign ninja, it can only be one's own people. Although there may be others behind this incident. After all, the direction is too obvious, the cause of death is like deliberately telling others that it is the Uchiha clan's hand. But now the Uchiha clan is the scapegoat, Hokage-sama will not ignore this matter. Next, it is really possible to start a war with the Uchiha clan. Although this news has not spread yet, but it is known to everyone, it is only a matter of time. When Itaki returned to the clan, there were many ninjas on the road looking at Itaki's figure full of anger and jealousy. Obviously, such people are people who know this matter. After this matter is completely spread, if ordinary villagers know it, what kind of situation will happen, it can be said to be well known. the Uchiha clan will definitely become the target of everyone's shouting on the street. Itachi naturally also noticed the gaze of some people, and then quickly ran towards the clan's territory. He didn't know why, but he now has a sense of ominous premonition in his heart. When he returned home and found that his father and several elders were there, he knew that something big might have really happened. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 139, Chapter 139, The Murderer Uchiha. The death of a ninja can be a big or small matter. The first thing to look at is the cause of death, and the second thing to pay attention to is the identity of the deceased. Although this ninja is just a chunin, it is possible that it was the Uchiha clan's hand, then this matter is big. Father, what happened? Seeing so many people gathered at home, Itachi hurriedly asked. If it weren't for some special circumstances, such a large-scale meeting would definitely not be held at home. Itachi. Seeing Itachi's appearance, Fugaku's face looked much better. After all, Itachi is Fugaku's proudest child. A ninja in the village died, and the village suspects that it was our Uchiha's hand. Hearing what Fugaku said, Itachi's face was stunned. Then father, is it really our clansman who did this? Itachi asked timidly. He didn't want this to be true. Fugaku closed his eyes and shook his head. I don't know, we haven't found the person who did it. Hearing this, Itachi slowly exhaled. If it wasn't our clan's hand, then why would they suspect us? Then, Itachi asked curiously. Because the other party died from genjutsu. As soon as the words fell, Itachi's heart, which had just calmed down, was raised again. Could it really be someone from our clan who did it? At this moment, Itachi was completely disappointed in his clan's men. Although there is no evidence now, but the ninja who can kill the other party with genjutsu, isn't it obvious? Even Itachi suspects that it is their people. Fugaku and the others are the same, they all suspect that it was their own people who did it, otherwise they would not hold a secret meeting at home, but they don't know who the person who started it is. At this time, Satoru was also sitting in the Hokage's office, waiting for the result. After all, this matter is likely to involve his disciples, so he is very concerned. The expression on the face of the fourth Hokage, who was sitting in the main seat, was also very ugly. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Although the Uchiha clan and the village were at odds, he didn't expect them to dare to do it. In addition to the fourth Hokage, Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, Mito Homura, and the third Hokage, who had not asked about politics for a long time, have all appeared. It can be seen how much attention this matter has attracted. I've said it a long time ago, the Uchiha clan are all a group of wild wolves with ambitions. Now they should be immediately put under control and then handed over to my root department for handling. Danzo said with a pained expression, as if the deceased ninja had some special relationship with him. Let's talk about it after the results come out. Namikaze Minato said coldly. Fourth Hokage, if you drag on, it is inevitable that the Uchiha will do more excessive things, so now we have to take tough measures against them. Danzo immediately spoke up. Danzo, the Hokage is me, not you, sit down. As soon as these words came out, Danzo immediately felt a creepy feeling. He felt the killing intent emanating from Minato. If he dared to say anything against Minato's will, Minato might directly do it. Humph, you will regret it sooner or later. After letting out a harsh word, Danzo sat down unwillingly with a face. His old friends didn't speak for him at this time, because they could all see that Minato was angry now. Who would help Danzo speak now? Isn't that asking for trouble, asking for punishment? Haha. Satoru didn't care about everyone's opinions, he just laughed out loud. Seeing Danzo being scolded, he felt very painful in his heart. Hearing this mocking laughter, Danzo looked at Heitake Satoru with a gloomy face. But he really didn't dare to do anything to Heitake Satoru now, because he knew very well that he was not his opponent. Danzo didn't expect that Minato, who usually seemed so easy to talk to, would have such a tough attitude today. Minato treated Danzo like this today. Of course, there are reasons. The first is that Danzo has always been targeting at the position of Hokage, which has always made Minato very upset. The second is that the originally stable situation suddenly became tense. He suspected that Danzo was making trouble behind the scenes. Just then, Yamanaka Inoichi walked in with a heavy face. Everyone's eyes were all on him. The result is out, it's the Uchiha clan's people. Although they knew the result would be like this, when they really heard this sentence, their hearts trembled. They didn't expect that the people of the Uchiha clan would really dare to do this. This is tantamount to directly putting the Uchiha clan on the opposite side of the village. For the people of the Uchiha clan in the current situation, this can be said to be the worst result. Do you know the identity of the other party? Minato asked with a serious expression. I don't know, through memory observation, the other party is wearing a mask, but that pair of Sharingan still exposed his identity. An Uchiha wearing a mask. Obito's figure suddenly appeared in Minato's mind. Is it this kind of mask? Minato simply drew on a blank piece of paper, the mask that Obito wore when he attacked Konohagakure. The style is the same, but the other party has two eyes. Looking at the drawing on the paper, Inoichi pointed out the only difference. 2 eyes. The other eye is clearly on Kakashi. Minato frowned. So it's not that guy, maybe someone is pretending to be that guy. Seeing Minato's expression, Satoru naturally knew what he was thinking and said. But the identity of the murderer has been confirmed to be a person from the Uchiha clan, we can let clan head Fugaku hand over the person. At this time, the third, who had been silent, also spoke. Call Fugaku over and see what he says. From the bottom of his heart, Minato really didn't want this matter to be led by Fugaku, because his thoughts were the same as Minato's. They all hoped that the Uchiha clan and the village could live in peace. Yes, Hokage-sama. An umbu suddenly disappeared behind Minato. Not long after, Uchiha Fugaku walked in with a serious face. Patriarch Fugaku, the murderer has been confirmed by the head of the Yamanaka clan. It is indeed your Uchiha clan's people, so I hope you can hand over the murderer. Fugaku glanced at Yamanaka Inoichi. He naturally knew that the Yamanaka clan had such a skill. What does the other party look like? Uchiha Fugaku asked. He also wanted to know who the murderer was. Which idiot wanted to put the Uchiha clan in a desperate situation? I don't know, wearing a mask, unable to recognize his identity, but the Sharingan under the mask has confirmed that he is a person from your clan. Yamanaka Inoichi said. End of the chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 140, Chapter 140, Catch the Murderer. You can't determine the identity. Please give me 3 days, Hokage-sama. Within 3 days, I will definitely catch the murderer. Since it has been confirmed that it was indeed their Uchiha clan's people who did it, then he should be able to catch the murderer soon. After all, there are not many people in the Uchiha clan who can kill people with Sharingan Genjutsu. By then, as long as he checks the people who can do this one by one, he should be able to find the murderer. Patriarch Fugaku, you should not delay any longer, hurry up and hand over the murderer. Why you protect the other party so much? Could it be that the murderer is your family member? Could it be the first genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Atake? With his strength, he should be able to do it. Danzo's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of contempt and coercion in his tone. Hearing his old friend say this, the third Hokage directly lowered his head helplessly. He hadn't communicated with this old friend for a while. Why did he feel like Danzo seemed to be stupid? Did he forget who Uchiha Atake was? Sure enough, before Fugaku could speak, Satoru's voice came out. You dare to question my student, do you want to die? Shimura Danzo. A killing intent directly erupted from Hatake Satoru, and suddenly, everyone in here felt a chilling feeling. I'm telling the truth, otherwise why would Fugaku protect the other party, or you are also with them? Although Danzo was also a little scared in his heart, he regretted it after saying that sentence, but he felt that Hatake Satoru would not dare to do anything to him in front of so many people, so he continued to speak. Suddenly, Danzo felt a great force coming from the top of his head, as well as a feeling of pain. If you want to die, I will fulfill you now. Feeling the strength from Hatake Satoru's hand getting stronger and stronger, Danzo's heart finally felt a sense of fear. Alright, Satoru, Danzo is also worried, you don't need to care about this matter. At this time, the third Hokage spoke up. After all, he couldn't bear to see his old friend die in front of him. Satoru, stop it. The fourth Hokage also spoke up, although he also hoped that Danzo would die now, but after all, there were other people present. The fourth Hokage could not let Hatake Satoru do this, otherwise, Hatake Satoru might be labeled as a traitor. Next time if you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful, I will tear your mouth. After saying this sentence in Danzo's ear, Satoru returned to his seat. Seeing Satoru stop, Fugaku, who had been watching, had a trace of regret in his eyes. Obviously, he was also one of those who wished Danzo would die. Okay, then Patriarch Fugaku, I will give you 3 days, I hope you can give me a satisfactory explanation after 3 days. Minato spoke up. In his heart, he still hoped that this was an individual act of the Uchiha clan. Yes, Hokage-sama. Then, Fugaku left. He must find the murderer in the clan before the situation gets worse. Minato, is it okay to let Fugaku go like this? The third Hokage asked. Before Fugaku came, the third had already planned to take Fugaku down with several people, but before he could make a move, Minato had already let Fugaku go. I believe Patriarch Fugaku is not that kind of person. There must be someone behind this matter planning all this, and what we have to do is to find out the black hand hiding behind the scenes. Minato, you will definitely regret it. The contradiction between Uchiha and the village is irreconcilable. After saying a word, Danzo also left. And Minato, watching Danzo's leaving back, fell into thought. He strongly suspected that the black hand behind all this was Danzo, but now he has no evidence. And Fugaku, who returned to the clan, immediately ordered to find all the ninjas who are proficient in Genjutsu, and then check them one by one. Patriarch, is it really our people who did it? At this time, the eldest elder of the Uchiha clan came to Fugaku and asked. Well, the head of the Yamanaka clan has confirmed that it is indeed Sharingan, but the other party is wearing a mask and can't see who it is. It's a big deal to go directly to war with the village, we are not without that strength. The second elder suddenly spoke up. As one of the radical factions in the clan, seeing the ninjas of Konohagakure die, he was very happy in his heart. Second elder, it wouldn't be your people who did it, would it? Hearing the other party say this, Fugaku directly stared at the other party, and Sharingan had already opened. And seeing Fugaku's Sharingan, the second elder suddenly felt a sense of fear. When, of course not me. The second elder stuttered a sentence and answered. I hope it's not you, otherwise, I will definitely not be polite to you. In front of so many people, Fugaku didn't give him any face at all, which really made him a bit annoyed, but also made him startled. Both are 3 Tomo Sharingan, why am I afraid of his eyes? The second elder would never have thought that Fugaku's Sharingan had already become Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, since Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan has never seen another Mangekyo Sharingan. After about 2 hours of investigation, all the ninjas in the Uchiha clan who were proficient in genjutsu had been checked, including Uchiha Shursui. But the result made Fugaku's heart sink because none of them was the culprit. I can't find the culprit, this is going to be bad. Fugaku muttered to himself. Why? Isn't it a good thing that the culprit wasn't found? Another elder of the Uchiha clan spoke up. But the fact is that the other party died from the Sharingan's genjutsu. Who else do you think is proficient in Sharingan genjutsu besides us Uchihas? Hearing this, the third elder was also speechless. Although he also knew that there was a guy named Heitake Kakashi from another clan who also had Sharingan. To bring out the maximum power of Sharingan, it needs to be combined with the clan's secret technique. Otherwise, Sharingan can only serve as an observation eye, which is just better than ordinary people's vision. So apart from their Uchiha clan's insiders, no one else could do this. If we can't catch the culprit by then, our clan's position in the village will be in jeopardy. Itaki also stood among the people, clenching his fists tightly. He also wanted to do something for the village and the clan now, but after thinking about it, he couldn't help at all. So if we were to go to war with the village, what are the chances of winning? At this point, the eldest elder suddenly asked. Hearing this question, Fugaku was stunned. The eldest elder was usually neutral, but with this remark, he felt that the eldest elder seemed to have become radical. End of chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 141, Chapter 141, The New Victim. 2 days had passed, but Fugaku still hadn't found out who among his clan had acted. This made Fugaku's head ache, and his anxiety grew day by day. He had thought about finding a scapegoat, but as the leader of the Uchiha clan, he didn't allow himself to do so. Moreover, if the truth came out, it would dishearten his clan, and his position as clan leader might not be safe. Although Fugaku knew that Minato wouldn't go to war with them directly over this matter, after this incident, the Uchiha clan really had no way to stand in the village. Mikato was also frowning at Fugaku, her heart aching. She wanted to share some of Fugaku's inner pain, but as a woman, she couldn't do anything. Patriarch, it's bad. At this moment, a member of the Uchiha clan rushed over, speaking in a panicked tone. Slow down, what happened? Fugaku frowned, dissatisfied with the clan member's panicked state. One of our clan members is dead. What? Fugaku stood up immediately. Where is the person? In the woods of the village. Take me there quickly. Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly followed his clan member to the woods. Several members of the Uchiha clan were already standing there. Seeing Fugaku's arrival, they gave way to him. Patriarch, they've gone too far, they've directly attacked our people. A member of the Uchiha clan clenched his fists, his face unwilling. Although the Uchiha clan was arrogant and domineering, it was the most united clan, except for a few individuals. So this time, seeing the body of their clan member, their hearts were filled with anger. Fugaku walked step by step to the body, his face also extremely angry. Seeing the body of his clan member, he didn't need to think to know that it was the work of the people of Konohagakure. Have you figured out the cause of death? Fugaku asked in a deep voice. Yes, the cause of death is a penetrating injury to the heart, caused by lightning release. Lightning releases penetrating injury? Do you have a specific suspect? Fugaku crossed his arms, looking very calm on the surface, but his clenched fists had already betrayed his agitated heart. There are many ninjas in Konohagakure who can use lightning release, but there are not many who are proficient in lightning release. Even fewer can cause such injuries. Hearing his clan member describe it this way, a white-haired figure suddenly appeared in Fugaku's mind. Just then, the fourth Hokage appeared here with several umbu. Hokage, what are you doing here? At this moment, a member of the Uchiha clan noticed the arrival of Namikaze Minato and spoke in a very unfriendly tone. Uchiha Fugaku also heard this and looked at Minato, while scolding the clan member who had just spoken. Don't be rude to Hokage-sama, apologize immediately. Although the clan member didn't want to do so, when he saw Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan, he felt a chill in his heart and quickly bowed to apologize to Minato. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. It's okay, I understand your feelings. When the fourth Hokage first heard this news, he also felt that it was a disaster, so he rushed here with several umbu without stopping. Hokage-sama, shouldn't you give me an explanation, why did my people die here? First the courtesy, then the soldiers. Fugaku now directly questioned Minato. I'm very sorry for what happened, I will help you find out the truth as soon as possible. Humph, the one who did it is your umbu captain, Heitake Kakashi, what else is there to investigate? At this moment, another member of the Uchiha clan spoke up, their hearts held no respect for the Hokage. Can anyone else in Konohagakure cause such a lightning release penetrating injury, besides Kakashi. Then, he pointed at the body and spoke. Hearing this, Minato also glanced at the body and immediately frowned. From the wound, it indeed looked like it was caused by Kakashi's rakery. Kakashi, did you do this? As soon as Minato's words fell, a white-haired Umbu ninja suddenly appeared in front of Minato. Reporting to Hokage-sama, it wasn't me. Kakashi didn't offer any extra explanation. Although the wound indeed looked like it was formed by rakery, it looked much rougher. With Kakashi's current mastery of rakery, he could already make the lightning inward, making it more powerful, rather than forming a burn wound by releasing lightning. Humph, this is just your word. You say it's not you, so it's not you. Who can prove that you didn't do this? That person was still clamoring, and Fugaku didn't stop him because he also had some doubts that this was caused by Kakashi. After all, he couldn't think of a second person in Konohagakure who could cause such damage. Are you doubting my brother? Just then, a cold questioning voice suddenly sounded. A hand was placed on the Uchiha ninja who had just spoken. Instantly, a terrifying pressure fell directly on that person, making him sweat profusely, and his clothes were immediately soaked through. The person who came here was Heitake Satoru. He didn't expect that as soon as he arrived here, he would see someone questioning his brother. With a slight force on his hand, he directly made the bones in the other person's shoulder creak. Heitake Satoru, please calm down, we are just suspecting Kakashi for now. Seeing the appearance of Heitake Satoru, Fugaku immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly spoke. Other ninjas might not directly act on them in front of so many people, but he knew that Heitake Satoru didn't care about these people's gazes. Suspect. Satoru said these two words in a questioning tone. Satoru directly teleported to the body of the Uchiha clan member and picked up the body. How could such a rough wound possibly be caused by Kakashi? Even if Kakashi is the culprit, so what, do you want to do something to him? After saying that, he directly threw the body away. Seeing their clan member's body being played with in the other person's hands, all the Uchiha clan members present were angry. Heitake Satoru, you're going too far. A person from the Uchiha clan pointed at Heitake Satoru and said, "What? You want to do something to me?" A terrifying chakra instantly pressed on everyone, and the surrounding air seemed to become much heavier. Except for the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, and Heitake Kakashi, everyone present felt as if they were already in hell. I'm sorry, we were wrong about this, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Fugaku directly admitted his mistake. If they really started fighting, they might be completely wiped out. Although such a decision would make him, the clan leader, seem very weak, he had to do so for the lives of his clan members. End of chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 142 Chapter 142 A Bad Move. You all go back first, I'll handle things here. Fugaku hurriedly said to the other Uchiha clan members. He was afraid that if these people continued like this here, they would inevitably suffer. But, Patriarch. A clan member wanted to say something more, but was directly glared back by Fugaku. This is an order. Yes, Patriarch. Before leaving, these Uchiha clan members glared at Heitake Satoru with angry eyes. However, for these small trash's angry stares, Heitake Satoru didn't even bother to care. As long as they didn't touch his reverse scales, they could jump around as they pleased. You guys should leave first. Minato waved his hand at the Umbu behind him. Yes. After the several Umbu responded, they immediately disappeared using the body flicker jutsu. Just by this point, it can be seen that Minato's prestige in the village is much higher than Fugaku's prestige in the clan. At this time, only Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, Heitake Satoru, and Heitake Kakashi were left on the scene. Hokage-sama, it seems we've all been plotted. Someone doesn't want us to have a good time. After observing that there were no people spying around, Fugaku spoke. Indeed, if someone was observing these few people in secret, it would purely be because they thought they had lived too long. After all 4 people standing here were people with Kage-level strength. Minato nodded seriously. If only a regular Konohagakure ninja had died before, it could be seen as an act of revenge by some individual members of the Uchiha clan. But now a person from the Uchiha clan has also died, and the people behind the scenes clearly want to deepen the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. So the death of this Uchiha clan member can be said to be the worst flag, a flag that allows them to see the flaws. Then I wonder if there is any special suspect in Patriarch Fugaku's mind. Minato asked next. The leader of the route, Shimura Danzo. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Fugaku said this name. Almost all the forces in Konohagakure knew that Danzo had a lot of opinions about the Uchiha clan. That's right, I also suspected Elder Danzo before, but the person who killed our ninja with genjutsu was indeed Sharingan, and Danzo's route should not have any Uchiha clan members, right? No, Uchiha Fugaku said very firmly. Not only did their Uchiha clan members not join the route, but even the Hyuga clan did not have any members join the route. The purpose was to protect their own Kekii Genkai, and anyone who joined the route would be cursed by Danzo, and they couldn't resist even if they wanted to. It was for this reason that the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan would never send their clan members into the route. Even if Danzo personally came to ask for people, the clan leaders of the two clans would refuse with a very firm attitude. So I suspect that there is not just one group of people behind this incident, perhaps some of your Uchiha clan members are also involved. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku was silent for a moment. Indeed, he also felt that some of his clan members were involved in this matter, but he was not very clear about which group of people it was. I will definitely investigate this matter. Fugaku said again in front of Minato. Yes, I will also send people to monitor Danzo. If it really is Danzo who did it, then this time I will definitely not show mercy, even if the third Hokage intervenes, I will not let him go. After saying that, Uchiha Fugaku left first. Kakashi, I'm giving you a task. Keep an eye on Danzo. Anyone who enters or leaves the route, anyone Danzo has met, and anywhere Danzo has been, you must tell me everything. Yes, teacher. After responding, Kakashi also left using the body flicker jutsu. Minato felt more at ease giving this task to Kakashi. Firstly, because Kakashi was one of them, and secondly, because Kakashi had enough strength to protect himself. Even if he was discovered, he would be safe. Danzo might be in trouble this time. After Kakashi left, Satoru spoke again. Not necessarily. Minato shook his head with a serious expression. Danzo is such a cunning person, he might find a scapegoat when the time comes. I hope Fugaku can come up with a good result. Then if Danzo really conspires with the Uchiha clan, I guess the people over there would be the same. Sigh, there really are a lot of pests in Konohagakure. At this point, Minato's expression was filled with a hint of helplessness. Every family has a difficult scripture to recite. As the head of the Konohagakure village, Minato was under a lot of pressure at this time. Perhaps only the previous Hokages could have a slight understanding of it. Let's take it one step at a time. If it really doesn't work, I will take action to deal with Danzo, without letting anyone know. Hearing this, Minato smiled. Let's forget it. Although I know you have the strength, after you do this, your situation in the village will be very difficult. Besides, Sakumo-senpai wouldn't allow you to do this, right? Heitake Satoru sighed. In terms of strength, Heitake Satoru could crush all of them, but in terms of brain power, Heitake Satoru was a bit inferior to them. Heitake Satoru could kill all of them, but he had his scruples. This scruple was Heitake Sakumo and Heitake Kakashi. If rumors rose again in the village, Heitake Satoru couldn't kill all the people in Konohagakure village. Otherwise, he would really become a great villain who was utterly wicked. Let's go back and wait for the results from Fugaku. The mastermind behind them was already very obvious, it was Danzo. Although they didn't have direct evidence to prove it was Danzo, through Danzo's previous actions, it was almost certain. Even if it wasn't him in the end, it didn't matter. They could just forcefully put this blame on him. Pot King Danzo had long offended Namikaze Minato to death. When Fugaku returned to the Uchiha residence, he was immediately surrounded by a group of Uchiha clan members. Patriarch, how is the Hokage going to handle this? Yes, we must have an explanation. Our people can't die in vain. That's right. The people around Fugaku were talking, making Fugaku's head a bit big. Alright, everyone be quiet. A majestic voice came from Fugaku's mouth. Usually, Fugaku also had a kind face, so some Uchiha clan members didn't respect Fugaku very much. But when Fugaku got angry, it was very scary. Hokage-sama will also do his best to find the murderer. What we need to do is to find out who the murderer is among our clan first. After all, he is the fuse. End of chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 143, Chapter 143, Scapegoat King. Minato and his team are also trying hard to find the murderer who killed the Uchiha clan, but there is no clue at all, which makes Minato more certain that it is Danzo's people. Because apart from the ninjas of the route, almost all the ninjas in Konohagakure who are proficient in lightning release have been investigated. There has been no good result from Kakashi's side. Since Kakashi has been monitoring the other party, Danzo has been in the route and has not left, and no outsiders have entered the route. There is also no result on Fugaku's side. Almost all the clansmen have been questioned by Fugaku, but the result is still unsatisfactory. Minato, it's not good. I don't know who leaked this matter. Now almost everyone in the village knows that someone was killed by the Uchiha clan. On the Uchiha side, the news of their clan being killed has also been spread. Narashikaku rushed in and said, "It seems that the situation is getting worse and worse." Minato knew there would be such a day, but he didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. In just 3 days, the whole village of Konohagakure knew about it. At this time, all the villagers who saw the Uchiha clan were already glaring at each other, and the Uchiha clan would not hesitate to stare back. Even more fiery-tempered people might start directly. In the past, the Uchiha clan was suppressed by Fugaku and had become much more obedient, but this incident has completely become the fuse to ignite both sides. Now the Umbu has long been hidden in the streets of Konohagakure. Anyone who finds troublemakers, whether they are from the Uchiha clan or other families, will be arrested. The Konohagakure Guard Department has now been withdrawn by Minato, and the main maintenance of the village order now relies on Minato's Umbu. Minato, I request that the task of maintaining the safety of Konohagakure be handed over to my route for handling. Recently, the Uchiha clan has been too rampant, and they must be shown some color. When Danzo learned that Minato had withdrawn the duties of the Uchiha Guard team, he immediately came to Minato and said, "The work of the guard team does not need to bother Elder Danzo. After all, Elder Danzo's route is also very busy. I can't bear it to let Elder Danzo bear the pressure of the guard team." Hearing Minato's sarcasm, Danzo's mouth twitched slightly. "It's okay, for Konohagakure, a little bit of hardship is nothing." Hearing Danzo say this, Minato's eyes also twitched. He didn't expect Danzo to be so shameless. He had clearly expressed such a clear refusal, but Danzo was so thick-skinned. "No need, Umbu will handle the affairs of the guard team. Kakashi will handle it well." This time, Minato directly said the words of refusal. "Minato, Umbu is responsible for guarding the Hokage. How can Umbu leave the Hokage? Elder Danzo, do you think I need someone else's protection? In the entire ninja world, how many people can be my opponents?" At this time, Danzo was very upset in his heart. Minato, who has Senjutsu and Flying Thunder God Jutsu, even if he can't beat him, he thinks he can escape. Even though Danzo doesn't like Minato, he still recognizes Minato's strength. The person who wants to push Minato into a desperate situation may not exist in the entire ninja world. And Elder Danzo seems to have forgotten what the duty of the root is. Is it really good to appear on the surface of the village so openly? "Well, I won't participate in the affairs of the guard team, but I hope you can hand over the Uchiha clan land to me for management." Seeing that the guard team's affairs were hopeless, Danzo spoke again. Perhaps monitoring the Uchiha clan was his main purpose this time. "It's not a bother at all for Elder Danzo. I have already handed over the surveillance of the Uchiha clan to the Hyuga clan. Given the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, they will surely complete this task with all their heart and soul." As soon as these words came out, Danzo clenched his fist directly. "So what should my root do?" Danzo asked through gritted teeth. "Elder Danzo, I hope you can thoroughly investigate your root from the inside out. After all, now only the ninjas of the root have not been investigated by me." Minato crossed his hands, rested them on his chin, and calmly looked at Danzo and said, "Do you suspect that this was done by me?" Danzo directly asked angrily. "I have good reason to suspect you." Hearing Minato's counter-question, Danzo thought for a while, and didn't know whether he didn't want to argue or was guilty, so he left directly. "Unreasonable." Before leaving, Danzo also said such a sentence to Minato. "I'm really angry." After leaving the Hokage office, Danzo still complained to himself. "Are you angry again, Danzo?" After Danzo left, a voice rang directly in Danzo's ear. This person was one of the elders of Konohagakure, Yuditen Koharu. "What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me?" Seeing this old woman, Danzo said with a bad tone. Although the two were once teammates, now Danzo is like eating gunpowder, and he is not pleasing to anyone. "Of course not, but it's normal to suspect you first when such a thing happens." Hearing this, Danzo was also a bit helpless, but he was really wrong this time. This incident was really not done by him. "Haven't you ever thought about pulling Minato down from the position of Hokage?" Then, Yuditen Koharu said another sentence. Hearing this sentence, Danzo looked at the other party in surprise. "Did you do this?" Originally, Danzo was also very curious about who did this. He had doubts about the third and the least likely fourth generations, but he did not suspect Yuditen Koharu, who was also an elder. Yuditen Koharu smiled mysteriously at the corner of her mouth, but did not answer, but this smile was equivalent to telling Danzo the answer. "What is your purpose in doing this?" Danzo asked with a frown. "Even if you pull Minato down from the position of Hokage, it won't do you any good. Neither you nor your clan have the qualifications to be Hokage." Danzo also spoke bluntly. Yuditen Koharu's strength is just an ordinary jonin, and her clansmen do not have two outstanding ninjas. Even if Minato is pulled down from the position of Hokage, the benefits will only be for others. "No, of course I have benefits. I can regain the rights and status I had before," Yuditen Koharu said with a slightly crazy look on her face. Danzo also looked at the other party with a serious face. He knew that since Minato took office, it seemed that he was about to hold all the rights in his hands, or give them to his own people. Like Yuditen Koharu, the old part of the third Hokage is about to be eliminated, but Danzo did not expect that the other party would do such a crazy thing for the rights in their hands. End of chapter. You can read 15 advanced chapters at my Patreon. 144, Chapter 144, The Unexpected Mastermind. So how did you get the Uchiha to act? Yuditen Koharu can command a part of the people in the village, and Danzo doesn't think it's an exception. After all, every elder has a strong loyalist, but these loyalists definitely do not include the Uchiha clan. Humph, they are displeased with Minato, and naturally there are people in the Uchiha clan who are displeased with Fugaku. There are also many elders who are coveting the position of Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. How about it, do you want to cooperate with me? As long as this matter is made a big deal, let the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village completely erupt, plus the operation of several of our elders behind the scenes, it is very likely that Minato will be pulled down from the position of Hokage. Even if you probably can become a Hokage. Hearing this, Danzo was indeed moved. After all, he had been waiting for the position of Hokage for decades. But just thinking for less than 3 seconds, Danzo shook his head. "I refuse. Hearing Danzo's answer, Yuditen Koharu showed a surprised expression, seemingly unexpected to hear the answer of refusal. What did you say? Don't you aspire to the position of Hokage? Yuditen Koharu knows that Danzo's aspiration to the position of Hokage can be said to have become a madman. She can't think of any reason that could make Danzo refuse. I do aspire to the position of Hokage, but I will seize it by my own means, not by colluding with you. After speaking, Danzo left directly. Danzo, you will regret it. Now Minato's main suspect is you. When he can't catch the murderer of this matter, who do you think he will find as the scapegoat? Behind Danzo, Yuditen Koharu shouted, looking a bit fierce. Hearing this sentence, Danzo shook his head. He still had a sentence that he didn't say, that is, Minato is not someone you can deal with. Even if you can't find the answer now, everything will come to light soon. He believes that Minato has such ability. In his eyes, now Yuditen Koharu is like an old birthday star hanging himself, looking for death. By then, even with the protection of the third Hokage, she might not survive. Konohagakure has been built for so many years, and there has never been a precedent for the execution of elders. It is estimated that Yuditen Koharu will be the first. After the two left unhappily, a small bug suddenly drilled out from under the ground and flew towards the distance. And in the Hokage office, Abarame Shivi stood behind the Hokage. A small bug flew onto his hand, the two antennae on the bug's head were moving, and Abarame Shivi was also carefully watching the movement of the antennae, as if analyzing what the bug was saying. The murderer has come out, it's Yuditen Koharu. Abarame Shivi said calmly, originally he should call the other party an elder, but now that the other party is the mastermind behind this matter, there is no need to call the elder anymore. Is it her? Hearing this name, Minato also showed a shocked look. He thought left and right, and never thought that the mastermind behind this matter was Yuditen Koharu. Originally, this bug was planted on Danzo, and Yuditen Koharu can be said to be an accidental harvest or self-exposure. If it weren't for Yuditen Koharu to actively find Danzo this time, they didn't know how long it would take to find the murderer. But now I don't know who is behind the clan, but it is said to be the person who is peeping at the position of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. Well, I will tell Fugaku about this matter later. The fourth Hokage spoke. With this clue, Fugaku's investigation should be simpler. After all, there are only a few people in the Uchiha clan who are coveting the position of the clan leader. If you investigate one by one, there will always be a result. So how should we deal with Yuditen Koharu now? Nara Shikaku then asked. Although they now know who the mastermind is, they have no evidence to prove it. If they speak without proof, the other party will not admit it. By then, they will fall into a very passive state. The Umbu will monitor her movements at all times. If she wants to force me to step down, just killing two people is definitely not enough. She will definitely act again. When she acts next time, we can catch her red-handed, and then she can't do anything. Good, just as I thought. Hearing Minato's words, Nara Shikaku also nodded in agreement. As the Hokage's advisor, what he needs to do is to correct him when the Hokage makes a wrong decision, and give him the determination to make a choice when the Hokage is indecisive. Then, Minato also told Heitake Satoru the candidate for the mastermind behind this matter. When Heitake Satoru learned that the other party was Yuditen Koharu, the surprised expression on his face was exactly the same as when Minato first knew the answer. I didn't expect that old woman to be so extreme. After knowing the answer, Heitake Satoru commented on her. The third Hokage hasn't come out to make trouble yet, she can't bear it first. But in this way, shouldn't the other elder also be investigated carefully? After all, it is rumored that these two people are good enough to wear a pair of pants. Minato naturally knew who the other elder Satoru was talking about, it was Mito Homura. You're right, we really need to investigate carefully. A cold light flashed in Minato's eyes. A long time ago, he had ignored these two elders. The reason why they still let them hold the position of elders is entirely for the third Hokage to see, they have no power at all. In the final analysis, they are just a decoration. They just didn't expect that they would dare to jump out again. It is indeed power that moves people's hearts. The older you are, the stronger your desire to control power. Shikaku, those elders will be investigated secretly by you. Shivi, your Abarame clan will fully cooperate with Shikaku's actions. Yes. Nara Shikaku and Abarame Shivi spoke at the same time. There are not only those few elders in the entire Konohagakure village, but the rest are not very famous. But just in case, Minato still plans to investigate these people thoroughly, so that he can feel more at ease. This incident sounded a warning bell for him, that is, no matter at any time, you must not relax your vigilance, because in the dark, there are many people staring at him. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku also received the news from Namikaze Minato. Since all the people have been narrowed down to a rough range, it will be much easier to find them again. People who are peeping at his position as clan leader, Fugaku knows all about it in his heart. Originally, Fugaku planned to turn a blind eye to those people, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually use the future of the Uchiha clan as a bet, which is something Fugaku can no longer tolerate. End of chapter. 145. Chapter 145, revealing the truth. Kakashi, leading the Umbu, has already surrounded Yuditen Koharu's mansion. Anyone who comes out of the courtyard will be assigned an Umbu to follow quietly. Once they find that the other party is about to take action again, the Umbu will immediately take action to arrest them. If the other party resists fiercely, they will directly kill them. Uchiha Fugaku is also making the same arrangement, but there are too many people coveting his position as clan leader. Almost every elder is coveting his position. After all, he is the successor of his father. When he first took up the position of clan leader, these elders were all dissatisfied and wanted to impeach him from the position of clan leader several times. Fortunately, there were a few people who were loyal to him at that time, which stabilized his position as the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. This important task of surveillance was given to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. With their current strength, one person can monitor one family. About 3 days later, Kakashi, who had been observing Yuditen Koharu's mansion, suddenly noticed a rather sturdy figure quietly jumping out of the courtyard. The way he looked left and right, it was obvious that he had a guilty conscience. Moreover, Kakashi felt a strong lightning release chakra from the other party. It should be this guy. Kakashi thought in his heart, and then immediately followed the person. The other Umbu continued to monitor Yuditen Koharu's residence. This person's strength was very strong, and ordinary Umbu were not his opponents, so Kakashi needed to come in person. Kakashi know this person, who is Yuditen Koharu's grandson, Yuditen Takashi too, can be said to be the most outstanding ninja of their family, but the other party is actually a lightning release ninja, which is really unexpected to Kakashi. Although Kakashi knows the other party's identity, he has met the other party only a few times, maybe not even once a year, so apart from the other party's identity, he knows nothing about all other information about him. When Minato came down to investigate all the lightning release ninjas, he naturally ignored this person. It seems that they have long had the idea of letting the teacher step down. Kakashi squinted his eyes, and a faint killing intent emanated from Kakashi. It is not so simple to cultivate a lightning release ninja. Kakashi followed the other party to a forest, and saw a person wearing Uchiha clan clothes standing there, as if he had been waiting for a long time. And under his feet, there seems to be a bound Uchiha clan person. The other party was blindfolded and gagged, lying on the ground struggling, can only make a woo-woo-woo sound from his mouth. You're too late. Seeing the arrival of Yuditen Takashi, the standing Uchiha clan person frowned and said unhappily, "Humph, the whole street is already full of Umbu. Any suspicious person will be investigated and tracked, so naturally you have to be careful and careful again." Takashi did not intend to listen to his reprimand. "Alright, hurry up and do it." The other party didn't want to continue to wrangle with Takashi, and the Uchiha clan person lying on the ground struggled even more when he heard this. "But you Uchiha clan are really cruel, even willing to do it to your own clansmen." Takashi made a few seals with both hands, and a thunderbolt formed directly on City 2's hands. And Kakashi, who was observing in the dark, saw this scene and immediately widened his eyes. Although this move is not Chidori, it can be said to be a semi-finished product. Did you learn it through the seal book? Kakashi thought to himself, he had already developed the Chidori to an S-rank ninjutsu, and then recorded it in the seal book. In this way, even if he had an accident one day, his ninjutsu could be passed down. However, the other party's talent is not enough, unable to fully master the 1,000 years, only mastered a semi-finished product, but the power of this semi-finished product has also reached the power of B-rank ninjutsu. Seeing this, Kakashi was still a little proud in his heart. After all, the semi-finished product has the power of B-rank ninjutsu. He wanted to ask, who else? Humph, it's Fugaku's people. Even if they are of the same clan, they are enemies. The Uchiha clan person said coldly, as if the person struggling under his feet was not his companion at all. "If that's the case, then I won't give you a mercy. I have to say, Kakashi's ninjutsu is really useful. Unfortunately, I don't have Sharingan." Just as Takashi's hand was about to pierce the other's chest, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared and directly grabbed Takashi's arm. "Sorry, my ninjutsu is not used to deal with people in the village." Kakashi's cold voice directly reached Takashi's ears. "What?" Although Kakashi's appearance was unexpected to Takashi, he still forcefully shook off Kakashi's hand, and then quickly retreated. Kakashi also pulled the Uchiha clan person to a distance, took off the cloth on his mouth and eyes, and untied the rope tied to his body. "Are you okay?" Kakashi asked after freeing the other party. Hearing Kakashi's question, the other party shook his head. "No, I was poisoned by that beast, and I have no strength in my body now." Kakashi placed the other party under a tree root, and the other party said with a painful face. Not only was his body injured, but his soul was also hurt. He didn't expect that there would be traitors in his clan. "Is it? Then it seems that I can only rely on myself." Kakashi stood up, facing the two people at the same time. His face was not afraid at all. Although the strength of these two people was similar, he was still confident of defeating them. "You idiot, you don't even know you're being followed." The Uchiha clan person didn't give Takashi any face, and directly scolded the other party. This time, Takashi did not refute, because he also knew that this time it was indeed because of him. "The two of us will go together. Even if the other party is the head of the Umbu, he is just one person. I don't believe that the two of us are not his opponents." Obviously, Takashi is not a muscle-brained person. He knows that a few of them are definitely not Kakashi's opponents. Otherwise, let him leave here, our plan will be completely exposed. Do you still need to say that, idiot? Obviously, he has a very big opinion of Kakashi now. Humph, 2 against 1, let me see what abilities you guys have, wanting to pull down the teacher's position. As soon as the words were finished, Kakashi directly took off his mask, and at the same time unlocked the seal of the Sharingan. A 3-tomo Sharingan directly appeared in front of the two people. End of chapter. 146. Chapter 146. Attack his arrival. Seeing the Sharingan in Kakashi's right eye, the Uchiha clansman's face immediately showed an angry expression. The appearance of the Sharingan on the face of an outsider is a great disgrace to their Uchiha clan. I have to say, for an outsider like you to develop the Sharingan to the level of 3-tomo, it is indeed very impressive. I presume our Uchiha clan's Sharingan has provided you with a lot of convenience in battles over the years. But today, I will take back the Sharingan from you. When Uchiha Fugaku agreed to give the Sharingan to Kakashi, there were many objections. They believed that the Sharingan was the honor of their Uchiha clan, the symbol of their Uchiha clan, and no outsider was allowed to defile it. But at that time, due to Uchiha Fugaku's status as clan leader, even if they were unwilling, they had no choice. And Kakashi is also the disciple of the 4th Hokage, which also made them unable to take action against him. They could only watch as Kakashi used their Uchiha clan's Sharingan to show off his power in the ninja world and earn the title of Copy Ninja Hatake Kakashi. You should know that even among their Uchiha clan, very few have earned a title in the ninja world. So it also led to many Uchiha clan ninjas having a feeling of envy and jealousy towards Kakashi. This is a gift from my best friend. If you have the ability to take it from me, you can try. Hearing Kakashi's arrogant words, the other party's eyes also showed the Sharingan, and it was 3-tomo. Do you think you're one I can be a match for my 2 eyes? But just then, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of Kakashi, facing away from Kakashi, looking seriously at the Uchiha clansman. Seeing the person coming, Kakashi widened his eyes, and the 2 people standing opposite Kakashi also widened their eyes. Uchiha Itake, how come you are here? Seeing the arrival of Uchiha Itake, the Uchiha clansman's tone of speech was obviously a bit flustered. Shoo, I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Itake said solemnly, and his heart was very painful. Although he knew that there were traitors in the clan, when this person really stood in front of him, Itake still found it hard to accept. Uchiha Shu, he is the grandson of the 3rd elder of the Uchiha clan, and can also be said to be Uchiha Itake's uncle. When Itake was a child, he was held by him. When Itake showed great talent, he was also praised by him. He didn't expect that such a person would betray their clan and could casually watch others kill the lives of their fellow clansmen. Itake, your appearance here means that our plan has been exposed. Although the arrival of Itake made Uchiha Shu a bit flustered for a while, he quickly stabilized his mentality. Now he can be said to have no way out. My father has already surrounded the mansion of the 3rd elder, and some evidence will always be found. Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Uchiha Shu's face. I consider our plan to be seamless, even if it is discovered, it will not be discovered so quickly. Uchiha Shu's tone was somewhat unwilling, and also somewhat puzzled, curious. You guys underestimate the power of Konohagakure too much, we will never give you a second chance to commit a crime. This sentence was said by Kakashi. So that's how it is, was it the 4th Hokage who found the clue first? But I absolutely won't surrender, as long as we can capture those 2, our lives will be secure. Towards the end, a touch of madness appeared in Uchiha Shu's expression. Takashi, we might have to give it our all. Yuditen Takashi nodded. The moment Uchiha Itake appeared, he knew that the scales of victory were no longer steady, already tilting in the direction of Kakashi and his team. Uchiha Itake, the title of the #1 genius of the Uchiha clan, is not in vain. Kakashi-senpai, I hope you will leave Uchiha Shu to me. Uchiha Itake said to Kakashi with his back turned, and the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes had already activated. This moment made Takashi feel a bit uncomfortable. Among the 5 people present, 4 had Sharingan, and only he did not. Okay. Kakashi nodded. He believed in Uchiha Itake's strength. Uchiha Itake's terrifying genjutsu, even he had to avoid its edge. Although he had Sharingan and had a certain resistance to genjutsu, that was only limited to ordinary genjutsu. If Uchiha Itake used Sharingan to release genjutsu, he would also be affected. Itake, I never thought that one day I would be at odds with you. Uchiha Shu took out 2 kunai and said with a serious face. Although he was much older than Uchiha Itake, facing Uchiha Itake, he still dared not slack off. I never thought there would be such a day either, Uncle Shu. Then, Uchiha Itake also took out 2 kunai, and the 2 rushed towards each other. In this quiet night, the sparks produced by the collision of the kunai were unusually dazzling, and the sound produced was exceptionally harsh. The 2 fought and moved places, and soon reached deeper into the jungle. Lightning release, swift thunder arrow. A surge of lightning chakra condensed on Shiranai's hand, and then he pushed forward, and several arrow-shaped white lightning directly rushed towards Kakashi. Earth release, earth flow wall. Seeing this, Kakashi also instantly made hand seals, and a wall of earth with several dog heads suddenly rose in front of Kakashi, blocking the attack of the swift thunder arrow. However, due to the restraint of lightning release on earth release, although Kakashi blocked the opponent's lightning release, the earth flow wall was also blasted to pieces by the explosion of lightning release. But at this moment, the sound of thousands of bird thunder suddenly came from Kakashi's ear. Hearing this sound, Kakashi was all too familiar. Kakashi, what does it feel like to die by your own technique? You can experience it well. Takashi's figure had somehow already arrived behind Kakashi, raising the lightning in his hand, and piercing towards Kakashi. Kakashi didn't say much, letting the opponent's Chidori pierce through his body. All of this went so smoothly that Takashi found it hard to believe. However, he didn't think too much about it. As long as he could restrain Kakashi and take him as a hostage, that would be enough. He knew that their house might have been surrounded already, so escaping was the only option. But at this moment, a white light emerged from Kakashi's body, and then purple lightning suddenly surged onto Takashi's body, which immediately made Takashi's body feel numb. However, since Udaten Takashi was also a lightning release ninja, his resistance to lightning release was relatively strong. In just 3 seconds, the numbness brought about by the lightning had already disappeared. But now, he dared not act rashly, because he had already felt a somewhat familiar and violent energy coming from behind him. It was Kakashi's signature ninjutsu, an evolved version of Chidori, Reikari. End of chapter. 147. Chapter 147. The Third Elder's Suicide. Although the numbness of Takashi's body only lasted for 3 seconds, for someone with Kakashi's level of strength, even 1 second was enough to determine the key to victory. Surrender. Kakashi's Reikari was against the other's back. As long as the other party made any resistance, Kakashi's Reikari would pierce the other's body without hesitation. As expected of the Umbu chief, I admire your strength. I admit defeat. Takashi's body relaxed, he put down the weapon in his hand, and seemed to have no intention of resisting anymore. Kakashi's hand directly patted the other's back, and a sealing technique appeared directly on Takashi's body. Instantly, Takashi could no longer feel the chakra in his body. This sealing technique was naturally taught to him by Namikaze Minato. Since Namikaze Minato did not die on the Night of the Nine Tails, Kakashi has always been able to receive training. And because of his status as the Umbu chief and the disciple of the fourth Hokage, he has always been at the top of Konohagakure. For some forbidden techniques, Kakashi also has the qualification to observe. It can be said that Kakashi's current strength is much stronger than the original. And Minato has always been training Kakashi as the next Hokage, so he has always been training Kakashi's abilities in various aspects, including sealing techniques. At this time, several more Umbu suddenly appeared around Kakashi. Captain, we are late. One of the Umbu said with his head down, as if he was apologizing. Take him directly back, and that person from the Uchiha clan, don't let him get hurt at all. He is an important witness in this incident. Yes. Then, Kakashi immediately ran towards Itachi. Although he had great faith in Itachi's strength, just in case, it was better for him to assist in the battle. After all, the other party was also his brother's disciple. Just by this identity, Kakashi could not let Itachi get hurt. When Kakashi found Itachi, he found that Itachi and Shu were looking at each other, both activating Sharingan, standing in place. Are they having a genjutsu duel? In an instant, Kakashi understood what was going on between these two people. The result did not let Kakashi wait too long, probably just waited for about 10 seconds. He saw Shu's face suddenly turn pale, then he spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. And Itachi seemed to have not suffered too much damage, standing in front of Shu with a calm expression. Your plan has failed, Shu. Kill me, Itachi. Shu stared at Itachi's eyes tightly, and his Sharingan could no longer be maintained. The one who should judge you is not me, the village and the clan will judge your evil deeds. Come out, Kakashi-senpai. Then, Itachi spoke again. The next second, Kakashi appeared next to the two of them. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, Shu's face turned even paler. He knew that Kakashi's appearance meant that Udaten Takashi had already failed. They no longer had any chance of winning. As for whether they could still live in the future, Shu no longer held much hope. Well done, Itachi. Kakashi praised Itachi, then also inscribed a sealing technique on Shu's body, sealing the chakra inside the other's body. Even I might not be your opponent now. Where? There is still a big gap between me and senpai. Itachi said modestly, but this was also Itachi's inner thought. He had heard about Kakashi's legend, so he didn't think he would be Kakashi's opponent. But if given a few more years, Itachi also had confidence that he could surpass Kakashi. The entire families of Udaten Koharu and the Uchiha Third Elder had all been arrested. Udaten Koharu was arrested by the Umbu themselves, while the Uchiha Third Elder was personally arrested by Fugaku. In a secret basement, this place is usually used by the Umbu to interrogate prisoners, but now the ones being interrogated are actually people from Konohagakure. Elder Koharu, I really didn't expect that the mastermind behind this incident would be you. Namikaze Minato looked at Udaten Koharu and said seriously. Humph. Udaten Koharu snorted coldly and did not reply. She seemed to have resigned herself to her fate. Third Elder, I didn't expect that you would actually take action against your own clan. Fugaku also spoke. If Yuditen Koharu took action against the people in the village, it could still be said that it was not her own family, and there was a certain reason and excuse. But the third elder actually took action against his own clan, which was really unacceptable. The people of a clan should be united. Fugaku, you are not suitable to be the clan head. The clan head should be given to someone more capable. The third elder leaned forward and stared straight at Fugaku. So, third elder, do you think you are more capable than me? Fugaku said calmly. Yes, I am clearly more capable and talented than you. Why am I not the clan head? Why not me? To achieve your own interests, sacrificing the lives of your own clan, do you think you are qualified to be the clan head? At this time, Fugaku's momentum also rose, and a killing intent directly erupted from Fugaku's body, which immediately made the third elder feel a chill. Sitting next to Fugaku, Minato also looked at Fugaku with a surprised look, and his heart was also much heavier. The horror of a person's killing intent is not about how many people he kills, but also relates to his own strength. So, when Fugaku unreservedly erupted his own momentum, Minato felt that Fugaku seemed to have hidden a lot of strength. How is it possible? How can you be so strong? At this time, the third elder suddenly noticed that Fugaku's three tomo sharing and suddenly changed, becoming a shape he had never seen before. The expression on the third elder's face was directly stunned, and then he let out a mad laugh from his mouth. Ha ha ha, Fugaku, with such eyes, you are still inferior to others. You really make me look down on you more and more. The third elder immediately understood what kind of eyes were in Fugaku's eye sockets. Because Fugaku's Mangekyo sharing only lasted for 1 second, Minato did not see it. He just felt that in that instant just now, Fugaku's momentum had undergone earth-shaking changes. Fugaku, you can't suppress the ambition of the clan. The Uchiha clan will not be inferior to others. I am just a beginning. In the future, there will definitely be clan members to take over my will. Fourth Hokage, sooner or later, the Uchiha clan will turn over and become the master of Konohagakure. All of you will be enslaved under the Uchiha clan. After saying that, the third elder's head tilted, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the Umbu next to him hurriedly went up to check, felt the pulse of the third elder, and then shook their heads at Minato and Fugaku. End of this chapter. 148. Chapter 148. The pressure given by the third Hokage. Seeing the third elder of the Uchiha clan commit suicide, Yuditen Koharu was somewhat panicked. Just now, when the third elder was not dead yet, she still had some confidence, thinking that Namikaze Minato would not dare to casually execute her. But now that the other party has committed suicide, she is the only one left, isolated and helpless. In order to seek justice, she might also be executed. In the face of death, no one can remain calm, their hearts are filled with panic. Minato, you can't kill me, he found me first, it was his idea. Yuditen Koharu immediately pushed all the blame onto the third elder of the Uchiha clan. Anyway, he was dead without evidence. Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally planning to leave, heard this and sat down again. Although the third elder did indeed betray him, after all, the other party was also a person from the Uchiha clan. He did not allow the third elder to bear such a stain after his death. If the crime of being the mastermind falls on the third elder, then their Uchiha clan will have no way to survive in the village in the future. Do you have any evidence to prove that he instigated it? Uchiha Fugaku stared closely at Yuditen Koharu's eyes and said. Yuditen Koharu originally wanted to be tough, but when she noticed Fugaku's eyes, she didn't know why, but she suddenly became a little scared. Yes, he is the mastermind. Yuditen Koharu's heart was a little panicked under Fugaku's gaze, but she still held back her trembling body and said. But the people present were either Umbu ninjas or Hokage, each of them had terrifying observation skills, and naturally saw that the other party was lying. You're lying. Fugaku's voice suddenly rose, and the sudden increase in volume directly startled the other party. No, I'm not lying. Yuditen Koharu was sweating profusely. As long as she kept her mouth shut, she didn't believe that Minato would forcibly pin the crime of being the mastermind on her. You should know that the Yamanaka clan has a method to retrieve information from corpses, and I can also use genjutsu to make you tell the truth. Hokage-sama, you don't mind if I use genjutsu on her, do you? Hearing this, Yuditen Koharu was completely panicked. I am an elder of Konohagakure, you can't do this. Yuditen Koharu said in a panic. When you did this series of things, you were no longer an elder of Konohagakure. This sentence was said by Namikaze Minato. Patriarch Fugaku, please do as you wish, I just need to know the truth. No, Minato, stop him quickly, you can't let him do this. Yuditen Koharu shouted in panic. But Minato did not reply, and Fugaku also activated his 3 tomo sharingan, staring closely at Yuditen Koharu. Knowing that she couldn't avoid the risk of genjutsu, Yuditen Koharu immediately closed her eyes. Open her eyes for me. Minato gave orders to the Umbu on both sides of Yuditen Koharu. Don't, you can't do this, I am an elder of Konohagakure. Just as the 2 Umbu were preparing to forcibly do it, suddenly, a voice came from outside the secret room. Wait a minute. The door of the secret room was suddenly opened, and the third Hokage led Mito Homura and Shimura Danzo in. Third Hokage, what do you mean by this? Minato stared closely at the face of the third Hokage and said, Minato, even if Koharu is wrong, she is still an elder of Konohagakure. Even if she has no merit, she has worked hard. You can't treat her like this. The third Hokage also stared at the fourth Hokage's face and said, Hiruzen, save me, save me. The arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to give Yuditen Koharu a lifeline, and she shouted urgently, Third Hokage, if I let her go, how should I explain to the deceased ninja? Minato directly questioned the third Hokage. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat speechless. Minato, Koharu has made it very clear that the mastermind is a person from the Uchiha clan. At this time, Danzo, who was behind the third Hokage, suddenly spoke. Danzo-sama, how can you just rely on one side of the story and put the blame on my clan? Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists and angrily questioned Shimura Danzo. He didn't expect Danzo to be so obviously biased. What kind of people are you Uchiha clan, don't you know yet? Uchiha Fugaku. Alright. At this time, Namikaze Minato suddenly spoke, interrupting the two who wanted to continue arguing. Okay, third Hokage, then I'll give you a face. I cannot use genjutsu on her, but from today, she will not be a ninja of Konohagakure, and I can't see her in Konohagakure in the future. Hiruzen, I can't leave Konohagakure, Konohagakure still needs me. As soon as Minato's words fell, Yuditen Koharu hurriedly said, Okay, I promise you. This sentence was said by the third Hokage. No, Hiruzen, you can't make such a decision. If you still want to live, then shut up. The third Hokage Hiruzen directly suppressed his anger and said to Yuditen Koharu. Hearing the reprimand of the third Hokage, Yuditen Koharu was taken aback, and then immediately calmed down. She also understood her current situation and had no bargaining power at all. Then fourth Hokage, I'll take Koharu away. Please. Then, the third Hokage and a few others took Yuditen Koharu and swaggered away from here. Hokage-sama, are you really going to let her go like this? Fugaku stared closely at Minato, as if to say, if you don't give me an explanation for this matter, then I will definitely not let it go easily. Our Uchiha clan people are already dead, even if the third elder deserves to die, there is still an ordinary clan member. Don't worry, I won't let her see tomorrow's sun. Minato squinted his eyes, staring at the direction where the third Hokage and others were leaving, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. The third Hokage's behavior this time was tantamount to a coup, bringing all the powerful elders of Konohagakure. Even if Yuditen Koharu was pardoned, it directly touched Minato's authority. Hearing Minato's words, Fugaku's expression was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had seen Minato in this state. Kakashi, call Satoru over, I have something to give him. Yes, teacher. And Yuditen Koharu, who walked out of the secret room, followed behind the third Hokage all the time. Hiruzen, do I really have to leave Konohagakure? In Yuditen Koharu's eyes, a touch of hope was revealed, hoping to hear an answer that would satisfy her. If you want to die, then stay in Konohagakure village. Instantly, Yuditen Koharu fell silent, then she noticed Shimura Danzo who had been by her side, and immediately gritted her teeth. Danzo, did you betray me? Otherwise, why did Minato find out so quickly? Humph, stupid, you underestimate Minato too much, after all, he is the one who sits in the Hokage position. End of this chapter. 149, Chapter 149, Yuditen Koharu, dead. Yuditen Koharu was personally sent out of Konohagakure village by the third Hokage, just to prevent the fourth Hokage from taking action against Yuditen Koharu within Konohagakure village. But even if the third Hokage had calculated 1,000 times, he still didn't calculate how determined Minato was to take Yuditen Koharu's life. Although Yuditen Koharu's heart has a lot of unwillingness, but now it has all disappeared with her leaving Konohagakure village, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen reassumes the position of the third Hokage, otherwise, she will never have the possibility to return to Konohagakure village. Oh, are you planning to leave so easily? When Yuditen Koharu walked a distance out of Konohagakure village, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear, and she saw a white-haired man wearing a black tracksuit and an eye patch appeared in front of her. Hey take Satoru, what are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Yuditen Koharu asked with an ugly face, but she didn't remember having any intersection with Heitake Satoru. Laugh at you? No, I'm here for revenge. The incident with my father back then, you should also have a shadow behind it, right? Instantly, Yuditen Koharu had a bad premonition. Hiruzen, save me. Yuditen Koharu immediately turned around and ran towards the direction of Konohagakure village, shouting as she ran. But where was her escape speed as fast as Heitake Satoru's attack? Cursed technique lapse, blue. As Heitake Satoru's voice fell, Yuditen Koharu's limbs instantly twisted, and the body that was just about to escape directly fell to the ground, with an incredulous expression on her face. Blood kept flowing from the broken limbs, and the expression on her face was constantly distorted, hideous. Heitake Satoru, if you kill me, Hiruzen won't let you go. Yuditen Koharu used her last strength to say this sentence. Don't worry, I will find every mastermind behind my father's incident one by one. You are the first one. Don't say that the third Hokage won't let me go, even if he lets me go, I will find him. Looking at Yuditen Koharu who had completely lost her breath on the ground, Heitake Satoru, who was standing next to her, had an extremely cold expression on his face. This is what is called a gentleman's revenge. 10 years is not too late. After dealing with Yuditen Koharu, Heitake Satoru returned to the village under the cover of night. The task is successfully completed. You can now send a few umbu to clean up the body outside the village. Heitake Satoru came to Minato and said, "Well, hard work." Minato walked to the front of the boat, looking at the scenery outside Konohagakure village. Although it is already late at night, Konohagakure village is still brightly lit. This is all because Konohagakure's security management is very good, and it has reached the point where even if you don't lock the door at night, no one will break into the house to steal. It's not hard. Dealing with an elderly person with mobility issues is a piece of cake. Heitake Satoru spread his hands. I absolutely will not allow anyone to disrupt this peaceful scene of Konohagakure. No one can. Tonight, the old faction led by the third can be said to have completely stood on the opposite side of the new political faction led by the fourth Hokage. After bidding farewell to Yuditen Koharu, the third Hokage also led Danzo and a few others to his secret room. This time, we can say that we have completely fallen out with Minato. The third Hokage was smoking, puffing out a few smoke rings, and said in a puffing manner, "Yes, starting from today, our life in the village will become more and more difficult in the future." Mitokado Homura also said with a worried face. Although this incident had nothing to do with him, Minato must have been wary of him. In the future, every move of his life might be under the surveillance of the umbu. When he thought that his future life would be full of eyes everywhere, his heart was very uncomfortable. "Danzo, you have to be careful, don't let Minato catch any tails. Now among us, only you have the greatest power. Minato is likely to target you. After all, the positioning of the route overlaps with the umbu." In Minato's mind, Konohagakure really doesn't need the route anymore. At the time of the village's life and death, the people of the route did not appear. Minato had long thought of abolishing it. But if you want to disband the route, without a legitimate reason, it can't be done at all. If the third Hokage and a few others jointly appealed to the daimyo might indeed be able to pull down Minato's Hokage position. After all, the relationship between the daimyo and the third Hokage is still good. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen has been sitting in the Hokage position for so many years after all, and he has dealt with the daimyo many times, it is not comparable to Minato who has only been in office for a few years. Unless a new daimyo takes office. If Minato wants to move my route, let's see if he has that strength. Danzo snorted and said, he did not deny Minato's ability, but his route has been operating for so many years after all, and the members of the route are 100% loyal to him. By then, even if Minato wants to disband the route, if all the members of the route disagree, Minato will definitely not be able to do it. But still be careful, the things you did before, although all the evidence has been eliminated by me, but if Minato wants to check with his heart, he can still find some clues. By then, even if he does not disband the route, he can stop your job. Hearing the third Hokage say this, Danzo fell silent. Indeed, the things he did before cannot let Minato know, otherwise those crimes would be enough for be executed. Danzo-sama. At this time, a member of the route directly appeared next to Danzo. What's wrong? Yuditen Koharu, she's dead. Hearing this sentence, all the people present showed a stunned expression. They clearly sent her away from Konohagakure village themselves, but they didn't expect that she would still be unable to escape death. The third Hokage was immediately angry, because he knew that this must be Namikaze Minato's handwriting. Where did she die? Danzo asked, but after the shock, his tone began to calm down. If such a thing happened to him, he would not let the other party live. Not far outside the village, the body has been brought back by the umbu. But it seems that the Hokage has no intention of burying her. The root ninja answered truthfully. Minato has gone too far this time. But after all, Yuditen Koharu has been working with the third Hokage for decades. When such a person suddenly died at the hands of her own people, it was hard for him to accept for a while. Death is also a very normal thing. If she doesn't die, wouldn't Minato be unable to calm the anger of the Uchiha clan? And he is also using Yuditen Koharu's death to remind us that the Hokage of Konohagakure village is him now. He wants to kill anyone, no one can stop it, even if you are the previous Hokage, Hiruzen. He is showing off to us. End of chapter. 150. Chapter 150. Jiraiya returns. The next day, Minato directly made the investigation results of the incident public, without any concealment, and Yuditen Koharu's death was directly pressed by Minato as an already executed act. This is clearly telling Sarutobi Hiruzen and others that Yuditen Koharu's death was caused by him alone. Uchiha Fugaku also breathed a sigh of relief when he learned of Yuditen Koharu's death. If Yuditen Koharu does not die, then he really has no way to explain to the clan. As for the family members of the third elder of the Uchiha clan and Yuditen Koharu, they all abolished their chakra, making them a waste person for life. This is already a very serious punishment. For some people, being a waste person is more terrifying than death. After all, even in the village, they had made a lot of enemies before. Although these people couldn't directly kill them, it was okay to bully them from time to time. Although this matter can be said to have been resolved satisfactorily so far, the state between the village and the Uchiha clan can no longer go back. Although they all know that someone is deliberately sowing discord between them, they have to admit that this plan has succeeded. The third Hokage did not find Minato again, because he knew that if he were to find him again, then the two sides would very likely have a conflict. And after this incident, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan became very strange, and some people's restless minds seemed to become active again. Time is passing bit by bit, like a white horse passing a gap, unable to catch his trace. Soon, a month has passed. Yo, Minato, long time no see. At this time, a somewhat rough voice sounded in Minato's ear. Hearing this voice, a smile appeared on Minato's face. Then he looked in the direction of the window, and a figure with white long hair appeared in his eyes. Jiraiya-sensei, long time no see, I didn't expect you to suddenly return to the village. The person who came was Jiraiya, who was one of the few people who could give Minato his true heart. I heard that you have done a big thing in the village recently. After jumping into the office, Jiraiya spoke directly. Jiraiya-sensei, did the third Hokage ask you to come back? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Minato's expression sank slightly. Yes and no, although the old man wanted me to come back, but this time I came back, it's not to deal with the trivial matters of your power struggle. It must be said that the third Hokage is very clear about Minato's temperament. If Jiraiya is in the village, Minato will definitely not be so presumptuous. After all, he still has to look at Jiraiya's face. So, teacher, did you come back this time because of the Akatsuki organization? Although Minato has been at peace for a while, he is particularly concerned about the Akatsuki organization. After all, just from the few known individual members, it can be seen that the Akatsuki organization is definitely a threat to the ninja world. Yes. Jiraiya nodded seriously. Recently, I have tried several times in various ways to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, but every time I ended in failure, and even a few times, I almost stayed there. Now Jiraiya's target is not just Orochimaru alone. Even the teacher almost didn't come back. Yes, every member inside has at least the level of an elite jonin, and a few individual ninjas have already reached the shadow level. For this organization, we must try our best to grasp all their actions. So, teacher, do you have any way to infiltrate? Minato asked. Jiraiya has wanted to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization more than once, and should have some experience. Through my several infiltrations, all members of the Akatsuki organization are either rebel ninjas from various ninja villages or extremely evil people, so it is not easy for us to insert personnel into their interior. Jiraiya also had some worries. He really didn't have a good way. Or else we create a rebel ninja ourselves and insert it into them, how about it? Suddenly, Minato's eyes lit up and he said, this is indeed a good method, but how should we create a rebel ninja? You know, rebel ninjas with lower sins, the Akatsuki organization will not accept, and all members of the Akatsuki organization are personally invited by internal personnel, so the people we create, if they do not meet their requirements, no one will invite them at all. And even if they really invite, but what if one day the identity is exposed? It is really difficult to want to come out alive, so even if you insert people into it, at least it must be a powerful person. Even if there is no shadow level strength, it must be close to the shadow level strength. Jiraiya said, they can't let their people make unnecessary sacrifices. But such people, let them perform Konohagakure's tasks. For Konohagakure, it is also a loss. The shadow level is the important force of the village. No matter how many genin, chunin and jonin a village has, no shadow level ninja is important. And if you want to let other people in the ninja world believe that a Kage level ninja betrays the village, the price that needs to be paid is really too great. So I hope you can give this task to me. Jiraiya stared straight into Minato's eyes and said firmly, no. Without thinking, Minato directly refused. Teacher, you can't go on such a dangerous mission. To say that there is no selfishness, that is definitely impossible. Is there anyone else in Konohagakure village besides me who is suitable for this task? But Jiraiya-sensei, you are the least suitable candidate. Why? Jiraiya's tone was somewhat anxious. The plan was proposed by him, but why was he not the most suitable person to execute the task? Jiraiya-sensei, don't forget, Orochimaru is still in the Akatsuki organization. Even if other people really believe that you betrayed Konohagakure, do you think Orochimaru will believe it? In an instant, Jiraiya was a bit stunned. Yes, he forgot Orochimaru. He was only thinking about the harm of the Akatsuki to the ninja world, but he forgot what was the opportunity for him to contact the Akatsuki. So, no matter what, Jiraiya-sensei, you can't go on this mission. Then who do you say to send? Suddenly, the figure of Heitake Satoru appeared in Namikaze Minato's mind, but soon, he dismissed the idea. Heitake Satoru is clearly not suitable for this task. To disguise Heitake Satoru as an S-class rebel, unless Heitake Satoru destroys Konohagakure village, it is absolutely impossible. After all, it is known that Heitake Satoru has the ability to kill tailed beasts alone. As long as it is not too excessive, he will turn a blind eye, and other people in the ninja world naturally understand the value of Heitake Satoru. So to say that Heitake Satoru was sentenced to Konohagakure because of some small things, no one would believe it. Let's just go with the flow for now, Jiraiya-sensei. we just need to keep an eye on them first, and wait until they take some action, then it's not too late for us to plan. Alright. End of chapter. This novel is updated by Fanfic Novels. Please keep supporting me via Patreon.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.